But why are we able to remove 12,000 guns off the street? Where are they coming from? Ghost guns, where are they coming from? And I say over and over again, America's failure to define crises, anything that happens outside of the black and brown communities is defined as a crisis. This is a crisis that we have been facing historically, and it has been limited to certain geographical areas of our cities and our country. And the mayor and I are clear, we are not going to remain silent. We're not going to pretend as though there is some conscious failures that are taking place. And her way of getting the communities involved, by the time the police interacts with a young person with a gun, the system already failed. We called the police to do everything. We are now bringing in the idea of having communities' involvement and stopping and damming the rivers that feed the sea of violence in our cities. And we're going to do it as a partnership. The way goes cities in America is going to determine how this country goes. That's right. You can't continue to ignore the crises in our cities. And as Chicago, New York, Atlanta, Detroit, St. Louis, Maryland, all of these cities are dealing with the same crises, but there's something else. The victims are black and brown. The victims are watching themselves being denied the basic services they deserve. We need help from Washington, D.C. We need to staff the ATF appropriately. We need to do information sharing. We need to focus on those illegal gun manufacturers that are producing these guns that are proliferating our cities. And we need to bring resources on the ground to make sure we don't continue to abandon our children. We're committed to doing so. And that is why I'm in Chicago today. When I had the meeting with the mayor in Washington, D.C., I just said simply, she gets it. She gets it. And I'm going to visit all my mayors across this country that get it. And I'm happy to be here with you today, Mayor. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're happy to take your questions.
Mayor Lightfoot, Mayor Adams, thank you very much. We'll kick it off with Craig Wall from ABC7. Go ahead, Craig.
Mayor, first of all, can you tell us, was there something that you learned from New York that you can apply here to Chicago as we're heading into the summer? Violence typically upticks. Anything that you learned in your conversations that you think Chicago can put into place that can make Chicago safer?
Well, as I said, we are talking and have been talking to New York for quite a long time, and certainly predates my time as mayor and Mayor Adams' time as mayor. But I think what we agree upon is the necessity of making sure that we're doing a couple of things at the same time. The mayor really alluded to it. We've got to make sure that we hold violent, dangerous people accountable. On that, we both agree. But we also, as the mayor said, and I think very eloquently, stopping this river of violence. And for me, I would say stopping the pull of the souls of our young people to the streets. If a young person grows up in a neighborhood and doesn't see and touch and can feel opportunity at their fingertips and believes that their only purpose in life, the only destiny that they have is to mine somebody's corner drug spot, that's a fail for all of us. And I think we're aligned on that. We've got to do more to make sure that we intervene in a proactive way to provide support and love to these young people at the earliest possible stage in life. And Mayor Adams is, I think, 1,000% right. We all spend and focus on a lot of things in intervening once somebody has gone down the wrong path. But what we need to do is make sure we are being proactive on the front end of life, providing them with tools and love and support, education obviously being the most critical factor, but having them pursue their passions so that they don't, when they come to that proverbial fork in the road, they know which path they should take because they have had the support of a loving, caring adult in their life and a community that helps them make the right choices at the right time.
If I can ask a question of Mayor Adams. Mayor, when we look at the numbers, just year to date so far, your CompStat and our ComStat stats show Chicago with 104 murders, New York with 76, 4 times the rate Chicago does of New York. Shootings, 396 versus 217, 5 times the number of shootings per population here. What does New York learn from Chicago?
A lot. I think one of the mistakes we make is that there's some great solutions in smaller cities than the size of New York. We need to go and leave no stone unturned on how do you scale up. You could give the focus and attention to a city like Chicago and learn from what they're doing. I learned just in one conversation today that we're going to expand on how the mayor's going on the ground, doing the local town halls to speak with grassroots communities and organizers. It's so important to do so. And this is not, we want to be clear, we're pro-public safety and justice. This is not touchy-feely and saying, let's ignore the crime that we're facing. No, we're saying the way you deal with crime is to prevent crime while you're dealing with what's taking place right now. And it's an entirely new way of thinking about public safety. And so the goal is that there are many examples we have here in New York. I like what the mayor's doing in the recruitment. We're hearing all over the country that there's a recruitment problem of police officers. There were historical barriers that were preventing people from using life experiences to have waivers. We're going to look at to duplicate that in New York City. And so in the brief conversation I had, I know this is an entryway to learn from each other. We want to look at best practices of how do we finally turn the generational problem of crime in our cities.
Chiacapo's political?
Maybe you could both talk about this. Mayor Adams, you were critical of the Lightfoot administration about her dealing with the school mass crisis, and you were critical a few months ago about handling of crime. Did you guys talk that through? Did you not understand maybe the situation of Chicago when you first said that, and what happened to your finger?
I'm asked that often. I'm not clear on critical. I stated I did not close my schools. The mayor knows her system. I'm not here to dictate how another mayor runs.
But you were critical. You were publicly critical of.
Okay, I don't know your definition of critical, so maybe you could tell me how
Well,
it's critical.
you called out saying that we're not Chicago. We're above that.
That's not critical. I said that New York is not Chicago. The mayor knows her city. I know my city. Right. And so we're not Chicago. We don't do, with how she evaluated what was happening in her school system was different. So when people raised at that press conference, well, Chicago closed their school system, I said, we're not Chicago. We're New York. That's not being critical. That is allowing the mayor to analyze her platform, which was different from my platform and my circumstance of having 1 million plus children in school. So I don't consider that to be critical. I consider that to be a clear observation that New York City is not Chicago when it comes down to a school system.
So you had a healthy discussion. You didn't talk about that in your meeting behind closed doors.
Well, you know, what I like about the mayor is that we don't get caught up in the noise and the distraction. We're focused on the solution. Because I know in this business, we are professional at pitting each other against each other. We align, and we use the term stay focused, no distractions, and grind. We got work to do. If we spend our time debating on if she closed her school or didn't close her school while babies are being shot in school, then we are abandoning our responsibility. We don't need to spend time on philosophical conversations. We got real work to do. And that's the type of mayors we're going to be, and I know that's the type of mayor I'm going to be.
You're both kind of mayors who are upfront and not afraid to say what you want to say.
Well, you know, I think that when you look at the totality of our lives, our professional lives, you know, as a young man arrested, beat by police officers, going into the police department, becoming a captain, being a state senator, having a learning disability that was not diagnosed until I was in college, I know how the system has abandoned me. And I'm sure the mayor can give her narrative and her life story, and it's the same. It's time for us to have leaders that have gone through a lot so we can help people that are going through a lot. We the right mayors for the time that we're in right now.
And your finger?
It's the weirdest thing. You know, I shook someone's hand, I felt an electric shock, and it damaged my tendon. I have to wear this for 8 weeks. So for the next 8 weeks, people are going to say, hey, what happened to your finger?
Were they in Chicago? Chicago person?
Thank you. All right, Heather Sharon, WCTV.
I was going to say he got bitten by the press, but
Hi, Mayor.
are you?
Did you and Mayor Adams discuss police reform efforts? Are there things that New York is doing that can help rebuild community trust in the department and vice versa for Mayor Adams?
well, look, I think we both recognize that you build trust by being present and engaging and listening to community. And that's kind of, I don't need to tell Mayor Adams, particularly not with his experience as a police officer, about how you build trust. You build it by being present, person by person, block by block, and that's the things that are happening in New York, and that's the things that are happening here in Chicago. But did we get into specific issues around reform? We didn't. We talked mostly about the things that we are doing, both in the immediate, intermediate, and the long term, to really deal with these generational crises of public safety in far too many neighborhoods across our respective city.
Mayor Adams, are there things that New York has done to reform the NYPD that you think Chicago should take a page from?
Well, I think that we are going to use best practices. That's a term that I enjoy and the mayor has shared, that she enjoyed. We all have to figure out how do we rebuild the trust. We cannot deny there has been a problem in trust. The historical failures, everything from the Rodney King case all the way down to the Eric Gardner case, those are the professional things that we all viewed. But we also have the Eric Adams case. To be arrested and beat by police officers is something that's embedded in just about every black boy in our country. That lack of trust is real. So our goal is to recruit. Our goal is to retain those officers that understand it's an honor to put on that badge and that uniform. Our goal is to lift up the department and give them the tools to do their jobs, but to expeditiously remove those who are not suitable to understand the nobility of public protection. For far too long, our agencies have been a safe haven for abusive officers. Those days end. You will not be abusive in the city of New York and be a member of what I consider to be the finest occupation you could have.
You mentioned that there was federal help, that you needed staffing the ATF you mentioned. Is there specific help other than task forces that we've seen, used in New York and Chicago during the summer months, specifically to stop crime in the upcoming summer?
Yes, and I'm a big believer. People always say, here's another task force. There's nothing wrong with people coming together in the room, doing an analysis of where we are and where we need to go. So from the federal government, number one, we need to have proper funding and staffing of ATF. We need information sharing. We need to stop allowing ourselves to be bullied by the NRA and allowing the laws to restrict us from sharing information. Number two, we need real dollars on the ground to deal with preventive steps of allowing children not to go in the pathway of crime. We need to zero in on foster care children, more likely to be victims of a crime or participate in crime. We need to have dyslexia screening. 30% of the prison population in our country is dyslexic. We need to zero in on the problem of domestic violence and domestic abuse. We need to go after those gun dealers, which is only a small number, that's feeding the crisis of crimes. Clarity on federal laws around gun trafficking. We should be very clear on what it is. 10 guns in New York State is not enough. It's too many. We should go down to 3. We need to zero in on how we're going to deal with ghost guns. This is a real crisis that our country is facing. You have a person that can have a device, sit in his living room, and manufacture guns. And then we need to tell the Supreme Court it's a bad decision with the open carry law. Can't get in the way of our desire to keep the public safe. And so there's a laundry list that I have for Washington, D.C. I shared it with President Biden, and I shared it with my congressional delegation. We need help. Cities like Chicago and New York, we need help. How do you take 12,000 guns off the street? And there's 10,000 more waiting, 10 times that amount waiting to come back. It's not acceptable.
And for the mayor, have you made your pick for the 11th Ward seat, and will you nominate somebody in time for the Rules Committee to consider that nomination in time for a final vote on Wednesday?
My goal is to make sure that we get a final decision made so that we can meet that deadline. I think the residents of the 11th Ward deserve to know who their alderman is so that they can go back to business. There's work to be done. Streets that need paving, we need to make sure that they can get constituent services. It's not fair to have a very small staff now shoulder that responsibility. So yes, we will. The goal is to get somebody named and picked in time for them to be voted on in next week's City Council meeting.
Jermont Terry, CBS.
Welcome to Chicago, Mayor Adams. Let's talk about, you guys have mentioned intervention and prevention, but as a former transit police officer yourself, here in Chicago, we have seen a dramatic uptick in crime on our Ls, which is considered our subway system. Was there any discussion as to what you know personally from being a transit cop, and have you enlightened the mayor potentially on something about what you can take from that? Because many people along the CTA rails are just concerned. While we can respect intervention and prevention, right now they feel as if they can't ride the subway.
And intervention is right now. I can't go to my passengers and my commuters and my tourists and tell them that we're going to deal with the crisis you're feeling when I address the problems in my school system. That's prevention. Intervention is about how do I make you safe right now. And that is part of the long-term conversation we want to have with her team as we share ideas in doing so. We're dealing with a real problem in our subway system. Many people are dealing with mental health crises. That is creating the feeling of uncertainty. We're dealing with an increase in robberies. The fallout of COVID has created a real hostile environment, the lack of employment. And I'm sending a clear message that it's no longer acceptable to have passengers and those who are trying to open our city again to feel as though they can't use our mass transit. That's the lifeblood of our system. And so we have a zero. We're going to see a zero encampment. You can't have encampments on your subway system. We're going to have a zero encampment. My team is doing that. I'm telling all of my chiefs that generals don't lead from the rear. They lead from the front. All of my chiefs are now getting in the subway system. They're doing a tour of duty in the subway system to have a visible presence. We're going to have a zero tolerance for the things that have created that environment. And we're going to learn from Chicago what they're doing on their L line so that we can see best practices. We're going to travel throughout the country and see what others are doing. Washington, D.C. is seeing an uptick. All over the country we're seeing that, and we're going to put our heads together and operate as a team of how do we make our transit line safe as well as our streets safe. And that is the energy we're bringing. We have to work together. Cities will determine the success of America. We know that, and it's time for the federal government to know that.
And let me just say, I don't know that we've met before, and I don't know that you regularly cover City Hall, but 10 days ago, we announced a series of increased security measures for the Chicago Transit Association. Let me just briefly recap them for you. Number one, there's going to be additional police resources. That already started. So we believe that visibility of police on our bus, on our rail, on our platforms is critically important. And so we're significantly enhancing the amount of police resources that we are putting on the CTA. In addition to that, the CTA board recently approved a doubling of the amount of resources for non-law enforcement security officers that are also going to be part of the transit system. So we are very, very focused on making sure that we send a very clear message that any kinds of violence, crimes on the CTA is simply not going to be tolerated. And we want to make sure that we're working with the state's attorney's office that when we do see someone and arrest them that is committed a crime on the CTA, that they are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Our subway system was the only subway system in the country that operated at full levels during the pandemic. It was critically important, as the mayor said. just as the New York subway system is critical and the bus and rail system is critical to New York, so is it critical here. It is the lifeblood of our city, and many of our residents depend upon the CTA, whether bus, rail, or a combination, to get from their homes, to get to their jobs. And we need to make sure that they have confidence that when they swipe in to get on the train, to get on the bus, that they're going to be safe. And that's why that a heightened police presence and protecting, frankly, the CTA workers is also important.
And we understand there's a difference between additional police officers and additional security.
Yes.
And there's a distinction between what NYC does and what Chicago does.
We have very different, and not just in terms of scale, but very different challenges on a respective transportation system. But where we are aligned is the transportation system must be safe, and we will not tolerate anything less than that.
Mayor Lightfoot, Mayor Adams, thank you very much for your time. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we just listened to Mayor Adams of New York, Mayor Lightfoot of Chicago. Adams promising he would take his campaign against gun violence national during this press conference today. Adams later added he would be going to travel throughout the country and see what others are doing when it comes to tackling gang and gun violence. So they're interesting matchup there between the two mayors of large cities here in the United States. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. On this Friday night, we have a few more stories left. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting an update on the case of Wnba star Brittany Griner. Remember, Russian authorities extended her detention till May the 19th, just yesterday, and she's sitting in a Russian jail on charges that she was trying to illegally transport drugs. Faces a 10-year penalty. We'll be speaking with a reporter here in Phoenix about how the community is responding. She plays on the Phoenix Mercury. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft here. Just wanted to make sure we are previewing for you, and if you are so inclined to watch alongside us starting Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern, the confirmation hearings for Ketanji Brown Jackson. She is working to get confirmed as the next Supreme Court Justice. As you know, Stephen Breyer announced his retirement just last month, and so we will be airing those confirmation hearings gavel to gavel, start to finish. She'll be facing questions from senators on the Judiciary Committee. And then, of course, the committee will take a vote. And then if it makes its way out of committee, the full Senate will vote on the floor for Judge Jackson's confirmation. So just want to leave that up for now. Okay, so we will have those starting Monday morning, 9 a.m. They'll last for about 3 or 4 days, and every confirmation hearing for a possible Supreme Court justice is made for TV. It's must watch, and we haven't had one since the confirmation hearings of Judge Amy Coney Barrett back in the fall of 2020. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Let's head out now, well, rather stay live in Phoenix for our next story. We're going to get an update on the status of Wnba star Brittany Griner. You'll remember that Russian authorities extended her detention till late May. Joining us now here, Fox 10 reporter Stephanie Bennett with the latest and with community reaction as well. What are her fans saying?
Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, not a lot of information has been provided by Russia, and her fans here tonight at the Footprint Center are very upset that we don't have a lot of information and we don't know if she's going to be coming back or if she's going to be spending the next 10 years in a prison. We've gotten some insight over the last couple of days of her living conditions and what U.S. and Russia is trying to do for all of this happening. But with the politics happening with Ukraine right now, it's still up in the air what's going to be next.
Of all the times and this and that, she's been playing in Russia for how long? Geez, it's just such a coincidence with everything else going on. I think it's kind of being used a bit of a pawn.
Brittany Griner remains behind bars at a pretrial detention facility outside of Moscow. It's not welcome news to local basketball fans outside tonight's Phoenix Suns game.
It's insane. I think that's pretty rash. I think they're just trying to do that to get back at us and use her as an example.
Today, the U.S. State Department is insisting Russia provide access to Griner and say their requests have been repeatedly denied over the last few weeks. According to TMZ, her legal team asked a court to allow her to be released on house arrest, but officials denied it, instead announcing she will remain in detention until at least May 19th. The situation has been complicated as operations at embassies in Russia have been suspended following the country's invasion of Ukraine. Former diplomat Richard Sindelar says with the war going on, he's not sure whether calls for her well-being will be heard.
That Brittany Griner has now become a political pawn, and I don't know what they're going to gain out of it unless and until things in Ukraine sort themselves out, or they use it as a lever on sanctions, perhaps, to release her.
A Russian state-backed prison monitoring group says Griner is faring well behind bars, but wants to return to the U.S. She's sharing a cell with 2 other women who are helping translate, and her lawyers have brought her care packages of food and personal items.
But I think there's going to have to be some negotiating, and she's just going to be one of the collaterals on that, I think.
Again, her next court date is May 19th, and she could be looking at 10 years in a prison. We're actually outside the Footprint Center right by her mural that is right there behind me. Andrew.
Stephanie, quick question for you. Have we heard from the team and have we heard from her family? It doesn't seem like they're saying much, and not to get too heavy into sports, but how does her absence affect the team's chances of winning?
Yeah, that's a good question right there. Not a lot of people are talking who are close to her, friends and family in particular. They don't want to do anything that might harm her case. Now, her wife did take to Instagram last week, posting there that she's obviously upset about this and wants her to come home as soon as possible. But she hasn't posted much either. Just 2 posts on Instagram is all we've seen. And apart from that, it's all hearing from legal people and her representatives. Even the Phoenix Mercury haven't released any new information. They just released one statement when this came to light a couple weeks ago. So we're still learning more information.
All right, Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett, thank you for this report. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you. You too.
All right, and we will continue to monitor all the developments out of that story. There was a report in Axios that apparently Russian officials are not letting U.S. officials be in contact with Griner as she works through these charges and her detention. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much. It's been a very busy week. Of course, Live Now from Fox has live coverage on the weekends, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern, going till 7 p.m. Eastern, because the news never stops, not even on the weekends. If you want to, you can follow us on Twitter. We hope you do. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is @AndrewKraft. Also, don't forget, visit our website, livenowfox.com. It has all of the places where you can find us and how you can stream us. It lists all of our platform partners. So let's get into some of this content, stories, press conferences, newsmakers from the week, from the day, starting off with the White House press briefing. Jen Psaki taking questions from reporters in the briefing room today.
Hi, everyone. There's a lot of pink in this room today. Zeke and Mary are going to the prom together. Well, you know. Okay. Just one item for all of you at the top. On Monday, the President will join the Business Roundtable CEO quarterly meeting at their headquarters in Washington, D.C. to discuss the United States response to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war with Ukraine, and the President's plans to lower costs for working families, create good-paying union jobs, and tackle the climate crisis. On Wednesday, as you all know, he will travel to Brussels, Belgium, where he will have a packed Thursday. He's traveling that day. There's not a schedule that day, but eat your Wheaties, eat your spinach. It's going to be a long Thursday because on Thursday, to start the day, the President will attend an extraordinary NATO summit to discuss ongoing deterrence and defense efforts in response to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. He will also reaffirm our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies and to defend every inch of our NATO territory. Then he will join a scheduled European Council summit to discuss our shared concerns about Ukraine, including transatlantic efforts to impose economic sanctions on Russia, provide humanitarian support to those affected by the violence, and address other challenges related to the conflict. Later in the day, he will attend the G7 meeting called by Germany to further discuss with our allies and partners the consequences we are imposing on Russia for its war of choice. We'll have more announcements, I'm certain, on the trip in the days ahead. I don't have additional details. We've also, of course, invited our National Security Advisor, who always enjoys engaging with all of you, to join us to preview the trip early next week. So we're just figuring out the date and the time depending on when the charter leaves. With that, Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
No updates on the Friday schedule?
Don't have any updates at this point in time.
After the President's call this morning with Press G, does the White House now have a sense of whether or not China has decided whether to assist Russia backfill its supplies and fulfill its request for material in support of its invasion of Ukraine?
Well, I'm not going to give an assessment of that from here. What I can tell you is that the majority of this call, as I think you heard, you saw in the readout, and you heard, I think, on the call we just did, but was focused on Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The President spent, the vast majority of the nearly 2 hours was spent with the President outlining the views of the United States and our allies and partners on this crisis, including a detailed overview of efforts to prevent and then respond to the invasion, how we got here, steps we've taken, where we've gone, and why. Of course, as was also noted in the readout, but let me just reiterate, he also conveyed and described the implications and consequences if China provides material support to Russia. But again, I'm not going to provide any additional assessment from here.
The president has cast the efforts to sort of build up the Western alliance as sort of the democracies versus autocracy. One very large, the largest democracy in the world is in fact buying Russian oil right now at a discount, expanding its purchases, taking advantage of the situation. Does the White House have any response to India's purchases there, and does the president plan to reach out to the Indian government to try to get that decision reversed?
Well, we have not. We made a decision about banning the Russian import of oil. Every country has not made that decision, and we recognize that, and they have different economic reasoning as to why different countries do, including some in Europe. We have been in touch, of course, with Indian leaders at a range of levels, not through the president. If that happens, we will, of course, provide that readout and information to all of you. But what we would project or convey to any leader around the world is that the rest of the world is watching where you're going to stand as it relates to this conflict, whether it's support for Russia in any form as they are illegally invading Ukraine.
And just on a different topic, on COVID, really funny, we saw this week Pfizer request a EUA for a fourth shot or a second booster dose for seniors, and Moderna last night boosters for all adults and other boosters. Does the federal government have the money right now to purchase the doses needed to give everyone the boosters? Should the FDA and the CDC clear that?
Well, just to reiterate some of the pieces of where the process is, so the CDC does recommend fourth doses for the immunocompromised. Well, it hasn't been, of course, as you noted, approved for others, and they're running a vigorous data-driven process. And right now, over 100 million Americans have been boosted. Millions more have not done so and are eligible to do so and need to get boosted. But to go to your question, we've been clear we need additional funding from Congress. You've heard me talk about that a fair amount in here, including for the possibility of a fourth dose or a variant-specific vaccine. So we would indeed need additional funding to ensure that can be widely available.
Go ahead. During the readout of this call, a senior official said that the president was really sort of laying out his assessment of the situation to President Xi, that he was making clear the implications of certain actions, but that President Biden wasn't making specific requests of China. Why not, and given the stakes here?
Because China has to make a decision for themselves about where they want to stand and how they want the history books to look at them and view their actions. And that is a decision for President Xi and the Chinese to make.
Given the growing concerns about China possibly aligning with Russia, would you say it's more concerning at this point that they would help Russia resupply, help Russia with military equipment, or that they would offer economic support to help Russia evade sanctions?
Any of those would be concerning to us, but I'm not going to give a rank order assessment of which we're more concerned about.
And you don't have a sense that China may be leaning more in one direction or another?
Not an assessment I can provide from here.
And can I just, sort of a logistical question, you know, sure. The Chinese got out a readout of the call fairly quickly.
Before it was even done.
It was, I think, 3.5, maybe
remarkable.
Before your readout was out. Should we read anything into the time that it took to get your side of the story out?
So it was a lengthy call, as you all know. 2-hour call is of course a lengthy call, even with translation. And what typically happens, and this time is a little longer than typical, but is there's a meeting to discuss what happened during the meeting and assess what kind of information we can provide publicly. Obviously, we want to do as much as that as possible to all of you, but we also want to ensure we're protecting the diplomatic channels and conversations. So it was an effort to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so, we've spoken to U.S. and European diplomats who say that there's still not exactly an agreement on what the red line would be, that, when China would face consequences. Can you say a little bit more about those discussions and whether there is agreement with G7 allies and others who have joined in about what the trigger is and what sort of consequences there would be?
Well, Andrea, I would say, the movement of China to align with Russia or to the movement of them to align with Russia, or their proximity of moving closer together, is certainly of great concern to us, as we have expressed, and we are not the only country that has expressed that concern, including many other members of the G7 have expressed exactly that concern. So this is part of the discussion. It has been an ongoing part of the discussion. Expect it certainly would be when the president goes to Europe next week, but we're not in a place at this point to outline the specifics. We're still discussing.
And then just to follow up on that, initially, I think going into the call, we were expecting that there would be discussion about Iran and North Korea as well. Did the two leaders get around to those issues, and are they any closer in terms of alignment on those issues? And then just to your first point, or your response, one of the issues that has separated the U.S. and China in recent years has been disputes over trade and lots of tariffs. Would you anticipate that China would face a larger trade war or additional sanctions and tariffs if it does proceed to align more closely?
Well, we have a range of tools that could be considered, and sanctions are certainly one tool in the toolbox, as they are for other countries as well, even if as we have not outlined specific consequences, and we'll communicate those directly to China and, of course, with our European partners and counterparts. The call was focused, as the readout conveyed, the vast majority of it was on Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, but also the issue of Taiwan was raised by the Chinese, and the president reiterated that U.S. policy on Taiwan has not changed. That was really the vast majority of the focus of the call. Obviously, there are a range of issues and topics we discussed with the Chinese, and as a part of this call, there was an agreement on ensuring there was an open line of communication and that the discussion would continue in this critical period ahead, of course, at lower levels. Go ahead.
During this Joe call, did President Xi ever refer to it as an invasion?
We'll let President Xi and his team outline any more specifics about his component of the conversation.
Why not reveal if he called it an invasion or called it a war?
Because we don't, as a policy, speak for other countries. They can speak for themselves.
Yesterday, Secretary Blinken said the administration was concerned that China is considering answering Russia's request for more military equipment. After this Joe recall, does the White House still have that concern?
We have that concern. The president detailed, what the implications and consequences would be if China provides material support to Russia as it conducts brutal attacks against Ukrainian cities and civilians. And obviously, that is something we will be watching and the world will be watching.
So that concern hasn't gone away following the call?
Obviously, actions are a key part of what we'll be watching.
And Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov says that Russia will view any weapons shipments into Ukraine as, quote, legitimate targets. Obviously, President Biden just authorized $800 million in more security assistance, aka weapons potentially going into Ukraine. So what is the president's response to that comment?
Well, that's a threat that he has made before, I would just note, Foreign Minister Lavrov. I would note that just in terms of how it works, without getting into too many logistics, of course, there are no U.S. troops operating inside Ukraine. Our forces are in NATO territory, and so are NATO forces in NATO territory. So as we're talking about the operations of the movement of convoys and the movement of assistance, those are not the bodies that would be moving those assistance within Ukraine. So beyond that, though, I would say, of course, we watch closely what the actions are, the continued escalatory actions of the Russians, and we will watch closely if they follow up on that threat. I would remind you all that all of the convoys are not just moving military assistance. Many of them are moving humanitarian assistance as well, food, and other aid that is getting to people who have been injured through this brutal invasion.
I guess the question is, how concerned are you about being able to get all $800 million of that assistance that's obviously so critically needed into Ukraine?
Well, we continue to have the means of getting that assistance in, and we have effectively been doing that in recent days, so we will continue to work through those channels.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Did President Biden directly ask President Xi if he intends to help Russia?
Well, he made clear what the implications and the consequences would be if China provides material support to Russia as it conducts brutal attacks against Ukrainian cities and civilians. And that made clear what the consequences would be should they do that.
But did he ask Do you intend to help Russia, yes or no?
I think making clear what the consequences are, make clear we don't want them to do it.
So can you offer any explanation for why the U.S. still has concerns after this call?
Because we'll continue to watch until we see what actions they take or don't take.
And following up on Andrea's question, does the administration view any distinction between financial support and military support for Russia? Or will the consequences, will there be consequences regardless of what kind of aid?
We would watch closely, and we would be prepared for there to be consequences, but we would look closely on what it is, and we would align with our partners around the world.
And is there going to be escalatory consequences like we've seen with Russia?
Again, I'm not going to get into a hypothetical at this point in time. We'll have those discussions directly with the Chinese and directly with our European partners.
And one more. Short of getting any guarantees from China that they are not going to help Russia, and short of China condemning Russia for its actions, what is it about the call that President Biden thinks went well, as he said to one of my colleagues?
I think it was an opportunity for the president to convey directly what our detailed efforts have been, what we have seen on the ground, how we have responded to the invasion. Why we have the significant level of concern that we have, and also to convey very directly, leader to leader, what the implications and consequences would be if Russia provides material support. And that leader to leader engagement, an opportunity for there to be a continuing discussion, certainly the president sees as a positive development. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of days ago, you described javelins and stingers as defensive weapons and MiGs and planes as offensive weapons. So how do we classify the armed drones that we're sending?
I would remind everybody that Russia is invading Ukraine, not the other way around. Ukraine is not invading Russia. They are not going into a foreign country and invading that country. And what we're sending to Ukraine is security assistance, all of it, and weapons that they are effectively using to defend their country against Russian aggression. And that is how all of this material would be categorized.
In that sense, then, wouldn't MiGs also be defensive, since Ukraine is defending itself from attacks from Russia?
Well, again, this is all assessments made by our Defense Department, but I would tell you that as it relates to the transfer of fighter planes from a U.S. base in Germany into contested Ukrainian airspace, where our military and intelligence community determined the benefits provided to Ukraine's defense are low and the risks of escalation are high, that is how we assess that. But also, those type of planes would be a different category of military assistance.
It seems like we're splitting hairs over semantics semantics in terms of how we're classifying some of these weapon systems. And obviously the president's gotten some criticism from both sides of the aisle for even when he takes action, sometimes doing it after there's been a lot of political pressure, for instance, on imposing the sanctions, on sending the Stingers and the Javelins, on banning Russian oil. So if there's any chance that the U.S. is going to facilitate the transfer of MiGs in some way, why not just do it now?
Well, I think we've outlined pretty clearly why we've made the decision not to do that, including the fact that they have multiple squadrons of planes that they can utilize, and the fact that, most importantly, the types of assistance that we've been providing, anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-missiles, is what is effective in fighting this war on the ground. That is why we've provided that assistance. None of the weapons we've sent to Ukraine could be used to launch an invasion of a country like Russia. That's a fact. That's why we call them defensive weapons. That's why the Defense Department calls them defensive weapons. And I would remind everybody that they are the country that are under attack.
I want to move on to the Iran talks. This week the president said that we are crippling Putin's economy with punishing sanctions that are only going to grow more painful over time. But the State Department said that the administration would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. So how does the administration justify calling for such strong sanctions on Russia but giving them a pass when it comes to Iran? Isn't that hypocritical in some sense?
There's absolutely no pass given. They're not getting additional assistance or sanctions relief of any sort. They have an implementation role. They've had an implementation role in the past as it relates to the Iran nuclear deal, and that is certainly what we would be talking about in this regard. But for clarity purposes, there's absolutely no additional sanctions assistance that Russia would be receiving that is outside of the Iran nuclear deal.
So, but just carving out what's already there and giving it protection, that it will not be sanctioned?
Well, to explain to you, or for those of you who have covered back in 2015, you may remember this, that there have been roles in the past that Russia has played in terms of the movement or the protection, the nuclear protections in some capacity as we're implementing the Iran deal, and that's what we're really referring to. That's part of the discussion in the deal.
This is a new deal that we're doing.
It's the similar implementation components. It's an implementation and discussion around a similar deal that was discussed back in 2015.
And then the Director of National Intelligence annual threat assessment last month said that Iran has threatened to kill former and current U.S. officials in retaliation for the U.S. killing the IRGC's leader, Qasem Soleimani. So do those threats constitute terrorism?
Well, I would just remind you all that where we are, one, I'm not going to just confirm or get into specifics about any threats through intelligence channels, but where we are right now, is that not only has Iran's nuclear program advanced, but their behavior in the region and beyond has gotten more aggressive, including by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So the notion that the actions of the past administration pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal has cut down on the actions or the escalatory behavior of the Iran Revolutionary Guard is inaccurate. The Iranian government has actually doubled their budget or something like that. So the notion that the approach that the status quo is effective and making us safer just doesn't bear out in any form of facts.
So they should not then, the IRGC be delisted from the terrorist blacklist?
There's an ongoing negotiation. I'm not going to get into specifics of it, but I would just note that the status quo where we stand has done nothing to make us safer in any regard. In fact, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard has only been strengthened. Go ahead.
Jen, I want to follow up with you on the call. You have, from the podium and in the readout, it says the president described the implications and consequences if China provides material support to Russia. So to be clear, did President Biden warn President Xi not to send any support to Russia?
I think he made clear what the implications and consequences would be if he did. That is laying out what the consequences would be. President Xi has to decide what he's going to do here.
And not just here, but is it fair to characterize that as a warning?
I would characterize it exactly as I said it.
And did President Biden and President Xi discuss the possibility of lifting sanctions and or tariffs as a way to get China?
This was not about carrots. This was about laying out what the implications and consequences would be.
Did the president step away from the phone call and have a sense that he can work with China as it relates to Ukraine?
Well, I think he came away feeling that he had conveyed clearly what the implications and consequences would be, and also that he had the opportunity to lay out specifically what steps we've taken, why, and what we're seeing on the ground. And he also said that we would continue conversations task the teams to continue conversations. So that indicates that we will continue to engage with them.
I want to follow up with you on something we've been discussing throughout the week, the issue of refugees. Newsweek has reported that the U.S. is actually detaining Ukrainian refugees in ICE detention centers, those who are seeking entry into the country, which seems like a contradiction of President Biden saying that he would welcome them here. Can you tell us why this is happening and what's being done?
I can't confirm any specific cases. I'd point you to the Department of Homeland Security. But what I would say is that we are still implementing our immigration laws at the border. That means that Title 42 is in place, and for individuals who come through, abnormal migration, we approach that through the same laws and implementation. When the president says he would welcome refugees, of course he would, but they have to apply through the refugee programs.
Understood, but do you acknowledge, Jen, that detaining them is a contradiction to President Biden saying he would welcome them with open arms?
Well, again, Kristen, we implement and we our immigration laws across the board, no matter what country you come from, and that has been our case and approach from the beginning. Welcoming refugees means applying through the refugee process, and again, as I've said in here, we're looking at a range of options, including providing a broad range of humanitarian assistance to the countries where the vast majority of refugees are going.
Is it a priority for President Biden to address this situation so that refugees are not being detained at ICE detention centers?
Well, again, we are continuing to apply our immigration laws at the border, and so refugees who want to come to the United States, of course we would welcome Ukrainian refugees. That is why, but they have to apply through the existing programs. There's an ongoing discussion about what programs or what steps we could take, and we certainly, that's an important conversation and process internally. Where we have put all of our efforts to date, the vast majority of them to date has been on providing a historic amount of funding to countries in the region, including a huge amount, billions of dollars that has been approved through the omnibus bill the president just signed into law to make sure that the countries that are welcoming the vast majority of these refugees have assistance and support and aid that they need.
Jen, you mentioned Taiwan. Will the U.S. deliver javelins and stingers on time this year to Taiwan? Can you answer that?
I don't have any update for you on military assistance to Taiwan. I would point you to the Department of Defense.
And a separate question real quick. The White House, is it aware of ongoing destruction and vandalism of Catholic churches across the United States, statues as well? Is the president aware of that destruction taking place right now across the U.S.? Most recent examples in Florida at the Holy Family Catholic Church, in Royal Oak, Michigan, St. Mary Catholic Church, in Georgia, Sacred Heart Catholic Church, all vandalized, destroyed.
Well, I can assure you that the President, the White House, and the United States would oppose any destruction or desecration of religious institutions of any kind, and certainly Catholic churches. The President himself is a Catholic, of course.
Does the President believe that perhaps Pope Francis could play a role in mediating an end to this Ukraine crisis, the war?
I just don't have anything on Pope Francis's role. Obviously, we're focusing our efforts at this point in time and engaging with our European allies and counterparts around the world. Go ahead, Ashley.
If President Biden does not make a second stop on his trip abroad next week, as has been rumored, to Poland or some other place, what would be the reason? Would it be security concerns? Would it not be wanting to visit refugees at the border to draw resources away from that crisis?
I expect we'll have more on the trip soon, so I don't want to get too ahead of where we may or may not be, but we factor in a range of factors whenever we make any travel plans, including pulling resources away, as you noted, including security concerns, including ensuring that we can implement it effectively. But we pulled this trip together pretty quickly, so we're working as quickly as we can to get any other details finalized.
And more on a different topic, following up on what my colleague asked yesterday, President Zelensky mentioned in his address this idea of a U-24 United for peace. It's a little unclear to me, at least, what exactly that would look like and mean. What is the White House's understanding of what he's asking for? Is that an alternative to NATO? What role would it fill? Can you try to
We just don't have any other assessment or explanation from here. I mean, I'd certainly point you to the Ukrainians to discuss in more detail. We talk with them regularly. I don't have. I would let them speak for their own proposals. Go ahead.
Jen, when the president spoke to President Xi, did he set out any particular benchmarks by which he would measure their compliance, either financially on the arms issue? Any time frames out there? Did he come to some kind of understanding or declaration to President Xi about how he would be measuring success?
Success in terms of whether or not he provides material support? I don't have anything more to outline on that for you. I would just say that the call was not about making asks. It wasn't about making assessments. It was about having an ongoing discussion and dialogue about the illegal invasion, or the invasion of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine.
And was there any discussion of the agreement that President Xi reached with President Putin just at the opening of the Olympics?
I just don't have more details on the call to read out beyond what we've conveyed to date. Go ahead.
Yeah, what can you say about the severity of the implications and consequences for Russia, for China, if they do indeed, in the estimation of the U.S., provide material support to Russia? I mean, are these to the level where it should really make China think twice before assisting Russia?
Well, it's up to President Xi and the Chinese to make that decision. But the president, again, laid out very clearly and directly in the call what the implications and consequences would be if they provided material support.
Why is the White House choosing not to elaborate and disclose more about what the consequences could be here?
Because we feel that it would be most constructive to have those conversations directly with the Chinese. Go ahead.
Hi. A senior administration official just told us that President Biden didn't make any specific requests to Xi and that China will make its own decisions. But I
think I just said that too. There you go.
But we're nearing a pretty critical point in the war where, according to your own assessment, Russia seems poised to potentially deploy bio or chemical weapons. How much time is there for China to really weigh in here with Putin, and why not press for that while on the call?
I think that the primary focus of this call was for the president to lay out specifically the consequences and specifically where we've come to date. His assessment was that was the most constructive way to spend the call, and that it's going to be up to President Xi and the Chinese to determine what role they're going to play moving forward. Go ahead.
Implications and consequences.
Yeah.
I'm asking about this again because in the lead up to Russia's invasion, the White House was really extremely transparent, laying out call after call and briefing after briefing a lot of the specifics that we then saw implemented. Why, in this case, is it just saying implications and consequences and not giving the same specifics?
Sure, because we feel it's the most constructive way to engage and have a constructive dialogue.
But just to clarify, the specifics were given out in detail on this call. It sounds like what you're saying.
Correct. I'm not going to give you more details about the level of detail, but it was a detailed engagement. I'm not going to outline that more from here, but he was specific about what he described on the call. Go ahead.
I hope I'm not beating a dead horse here.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, it's Friday. So you said previously the point of this call would be to see where she stands.
Yep.
you're obviously reluctant to tell us where she stands based on that call, and you pointed to the Chinese, but their readout, if you've read it, is, doesn't tell you much either. So can you at least say after a 2-hour call, is the White House confident it knows where she stands and you just don't want to tell us? Or are you not telling us because you don't really understand where he stands?
I think what I can tell you is that they tasked the teams with having continued discussions, but I'm not going to provide you any additional assessment from here. Go ahead in the middle.
How does President Biden define the current Chinese and U.S. relationship right now? Have you scheduled more communications, meetings, calls?
Yeah, they tasked the teams to follow up on today's conversation and in this critical period ahead. I don't have anything in terms of when that will take place, but that was part of it. Go ahead.
And following the recent Texas primary election, the AP is reporting that roughly 13% of ballots were discarded following, new statewide election laws. One, is the White House concerned about these new numbers, and has the White House put in any new plan to try and get some sort of federal voting rights legislation or executive order into implementation?
Well, certainly we will continue to stay, we remain committed, the President and the Vice President remain committed to doing everything we can to get voting rights legislation passed and move forward, and these reports are certainly a reminder of how important that is. In terms of the specifics of it, I'd really point you to the Democratic Party Committee on the political side of this, and I will see if our team has any other specific reaction from here.
Other question, we know next week the Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be going forward with hearings. There's some new accusations from Capitol Hill, some Republicans still saying that she soft on crime. Senator Josh Hawley, for instance, saying that she soft particularly on sex offenders. What is the White House's response to these new accusations, and are you at all concerned that it might taint public view as we go into hearings next week?
I think as we broadly look at it, after weeks of trying hard to find some way to attack Judge Jackson for saying that she was an affirmative action pick, then saying she was the product of dark money, then saying she should be suspect because she was a public defender. A group of far-right Republican senators, as you noted, have launched a last-ditched eve of hearing desperation attack on her record on sentencing in sexual offense cases. What is important here, I think, are the facts, and the facts are that in the vast majority of cases involving child sex crimes broadly, the sentences Judge Jackson imposed were consistent with or above what the government or U.S. probation recommended. And so this attack that we've seen over the last couple of days relies on factual inaccuracies and taking Judge Jackson's record wildly out of context. It dishonestly took a snippet of a transcript out of context when, in fact, Judge Jackson was repeating something a witness said in order to ask a question about their testimony. It also omits that the Sentencing Commission report mentioned was unanimously approved by the Commission and is by law, which is by law bipartisan with equal representation. So we're going to continue from here to reiterate what the actual facts are, and we hope that those who are taking this process seriously or state that they are taking this process seriously will also look to the facts and not disingenuous attacks. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 2 questions about COVID. You talked earlier to Zeke's question about the additional funding being needed to ensure that the 4th dose boosters will be widely available. Secretary Becerra said today that hopefully soon the government will be telling parents of kids under 5 that they can get their kids vaccinated, and he said that will also put strain on the system. Is there any chance that the vaccine doses for the kids under 5 wouldn't be available if this COVID money doesn't come through?
It's not about available. I think it's about making them free. Because obviously these companies are going to produce doses if and when at some point, as a mother of a child under 5, God willing, soon, making them available. What we want to be able to do is continue to make them free. So that is where our focus and our concern is. And obviously beyond that, for people who are uninsured, for people who don't have the resources to cover the cost of a 4th dose or a vaccine for their kid or otherwise, this is pretty important that we move this funding forward so that we can continue to provide these type of programs across the country.
But if there isn't additional funding, would this be the first age group that would not get free shots potentially? Like, are you counting on that money to make sure that those doses are?
I'd have to check with our COVID team on it. Obviously, they look, since it hasn't been approved yet, what we've been able to do is outline for you what programs would have to be ended or halted and the timeline of them, but I can check with them and see if there's any specific planning for this. But obviously, if we don't have funding, it's hard to make vaccines for anyone free. Go ahead.
The Journal reported earlier today that Iran secretly set up a banking and finance system to get around the U.S.-led sanctions. Wondering if the U.S. has a response to that, and if you think it might complicate the negotiations over nuclear.
have to check with our team on that. I don't have any confirmation of the accuracy of that, so let me check with our team and see if we have concerns and what our response would be.
Earlier this week, you were asked whether Jake Sullivan, in his conversation with his Russian counterpart, brought up the hostages at Chernobyl. You said you checked. I'm just wondering if you had any updated.
I did mean to get back to you on that. I apologize, so let me venture to do that this afternoon. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions. First, on the call, there have been in recent days concern voiced by U.S. officials about China amplifying Russian disinformation about the situation there. Did that come up on the call? What was said?
I just don't have more details. We've obviously been very vocal about our concern on that front, but I don't have more details about whether that was part of the discussion.
And secondly, an update on earlier this week, the second gentleman tested positive for COVID. Can you give us an update on the vice president? Has she tested again since?
She did, and she tested negative again today. Go ahead, Patsy.
Thanks, Jen. You mentioned that on the call, the president focused on Ukraine. The Chinese side raised the issue of Taiwan. Obviously, you're not giving us any specifics on sanctions, export controls and such, but was there a discussion about broader trade relations between the U.S. and China? And then I'll have a follow-up question specific about American investments in Chinese tech firms after that.
Well, the vast majority of the call was about those two topics. So beyond that, I don't have more to read out for you, but that was really the focus of the call.
Okay, and so a couple of administration officials have been advocating that the president issues an executive order that would ban American investments in Chinese tech firms. What is the status of that? What is causing the delay? Does it have anything to do with the TikTok Oracle deal? Is there an anticipated timeline?
I don't have any update or preview of what that looks like at this point in time. Go ahead.
One more thing on the global pandemic response.
Yeah.
With the House of Representatives slashing the $5 billion that you've asked from the omnibus bill, do you have a plan B in trying to meet the goal of delivering what the rest of the $700 million now out of the 1.2 billion doses that you have pledged?
Well, I can certainly check on how many of those have already been purchased, which I think would be a helpful piece of information, but there is not a secret fund that we have not told you about to continue to provide the type of free programs we have in the United States or to provide the level of international assistance that we would like to continue to provide. But let me check and see of those doses we've committed if there is a set number that have already been purchased.
So basically, if there's no more money, then there'll be no more doses other than the ones that's already been purchased, because there might not even be any money for the delivery of those doses that have already been purchased.
We need additional funding to continue to be the arsenal of vaccines in the world. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to go back to the Supreme Court nomination hearings for next week. Can you talk, in the president's schedule, you didn't mention that, and obviously he's not testifying in the nomination hearing.
No, not that we're tracking, but yes.
Can you talk about how this White House is preparing, how Judge Jackson is preparing for next week, how the president will be involved, given he's got a lot going on next week as well?
Well, I would say that Judge Jackson, as you know, has a whole team of people internally and externally who has been helping her through the preparation process. And she, which won't surprise anyone, started studying and practicing and preparing as soon as she was nominated to serve on the Supreme Court. And that process has obviously picked up over the last couple of days. And so our team will be closely watching and monitoring the hearings next week. I'm sure we'll be responding to the inevitable doses of misinformation that travel out as well.
I also wanted to ask about COVID testing. The administration announced that families could order a second round of rapid tests a few weeks ago. I don't know when it was, but recently.
Yes, in the State of the Union.
Yes, thank you. Could you provide an update on how many tests you've shipped at this point and whether there's been interest in that second round?
I can certainly check and see if we have an updated number. I know there's been interest, but we'll see if there's an updated number to provide. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I wanted to ask about the rapport between she and President Biden. The two men have shared a meal together. They've known each other for more than 10 years. Yeah. This is an important moment in U.S.-Chinese relations. How did their personal rapport play into today's call?
Well, I would say they know each other. As you've noted, they've spent time together. They've had a range of direct and candid conversations. This is not the first, and that certainly contributes to the president's ability to be as direct as he is, whether it is laying out about where we've come from and why we are at this point, and his great concerns and significant concerns about Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and also what the implications and consequences would be. So there's no question that the president's time on the world stage, his prior relationship with President Xi, having spent time with him, engaged with him directly, had many multi-hour calls and meetings with him, contributes to his ability to have those type of conversations.
Did the president bring up those past meetings in this 2-hour call today?
I don't think there's a reason to bring them up. They both know that they've had past meetings. I think it just starts the meeting from an understanding of where the other is coming from. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the first event with the president today, why didn't the president choose to address the phone call personally between he and President Xi?
Because it was about a different topic. And there's a lot of things the American people care deeply about, so it was his effort to communicate about a range of issues.
But when you have the leader of the largest economy in the world and the second largest economy in the world, and they're talking, they could fall on either side of an invasion. The American people might want to hear directly from the president.
Well, we've provided a range of updates, briefings, readouts, and hopefully you all will be effective, as I'm sure you will, in communicating that to the American people.
One more thing, on the call, did the president push China about business, the Chinese companies doing business in Russia?
Well, I would say first that, the president, as we all have made clear, that there have been implications. As you see, while we have not asked companies to take specific steps, you look at Russia and what's happened there and what the implications have been for the Russian economy of companies pulling out. And, that's certainly something for every country to watch as they're making decisions about which side of this conflict they're going to stand on. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Poland is calling for an international peacekeeping mission in the Ukraine. Is that something the U.S. would entertain or support and possibly participate in?
I'd have to get more details on what that looks like. I'm happy to talk with our national security team about that.
And then I have a fun Friday question.
Okay.
The House passed the Crown Act, which bans discrimination based on hairstyle.
Mm-hmm.
Is this something the administration supports? Would they sign it into law if the Senate passed it?
I have seen that. I have not talked to our legislative team about it. I'm happy to do that, and we'll see if we can get you a fun Friday answer back. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. In response to the mistreatment of African immigrants that were fleeing Ukraine, the White House did put out a statement a couple of weeks ago saying that they received assurances from the UN, Ukrainian authorities, and governments that they're committed to the fair and equal treatment of those seeking departure.
Mm-hmm.
But doubling down on what are those assurances, because we're still hearing a lot of stories of incidents that are happening with those who are trying to flee.
Well, I think it is something we continue to watch closely, and we have seen reports of that we are concerned about. So we would just raise those concerns we have directly, and we felt it was important to put out a public statement at that time to follow up on.
And just a couple more questions. One, how soon can we expect the president to sign the anti-lynching bill?
I can check and see what the timing. I know we were waiting for the vice president, I think, to get back from travel, but yeah.
And then lastly, about a quarter of Americans not vaccinated or partially vaccinated. Numbers aren't really budging. Is there any move or change to the definition of what is fully vaccinated?
That would be for the CDC to determine. There hasn't been a change at this point in time. It still remains 2 doses, but we are continuing to encourage any American who has not received a booster to do exactly that, because it would provide them additional necessary protection. Go ahead.
On Judge Jackson's hearings next week, have some of that prep work included conversations between the nominee and the president, and any advice from the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee?
I'm not going to get into details about their private conversations.
So has he played? So he has not played a role in sort of the prep or the.
He's not participating in the mock preps, no. But he is certainly excited about her hearings next week and being confirmed to serve on the bench.
Thanks, Jen. I've got a quick clarification and then 2 questions about presidential conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. The first brief clarification is the New York Times reported this week that the first son remains under criminal investigation. Does the president still intend to stay out of that case?
Yes, it's the Department of Justice, and I will point you to them.
And my 2 questions about conflicts of interest in foreign affairs. First, I have a question about Russia, and then one about China. On Russia, you told me last year that you were unfamiliar with the Senate report that alleged that the first son, or a company linked to the first son, received $3.5 million from the richest woman in Russia. Subsequent reporting indicates that President Biden, when he was vice president, had a dinner in Georgetown with the same woman in 2015. This yelling complaint about Irina. She has not been sanctioned yet by the U.S. government. How is President Biden navigating conflicts of interest when it comes to sanctioning people who have done business with his family? And can you explain to us what this $3.5 million was for?
I don't have any confirmation of the accuracy of that report, so I have no more further details.
Anything about the conflicts of interest, though, how he's navigating those when deciding sanctions?
What would be his conflicts of interest?
Well, his son's company allegedly got $3.5 million from...
Which I have no confirmation of, and he has continued to sanction oligarchs more than we've ever sanctioned in the past, so I'm not sure that's a conflict of interest. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a question about Russia now.
I think we're moving on because we got to get some more people. Go ahead.
My question about the conflict of interest when it comes to China is last year the first son's attorney said that he divested from a Chinese investment fund controlled by Chinese state-owned entities. We have received not even basic transparency about who bought out his stake, when this happened, and how much money changed hands. Did he actually divest, and if so, can you agree
He's
to
a
basic
private
transparency?
citizen. He doesn't work for the government. I'd point you to his representatives. Thank you. I think we're done here. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Did President Biden talk to President Xi Jinping about the escalate tensions on Korean Peninsula? How did President Xi respond on this?
Again, the vast majority of the call was about Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And again, when President Xi raised Taiwan, the president reiterated the U.S. policy on Taiwan. Obviously, there are a lot of important issues that we discuss with the Chinese, some where we work together, some where we have strong concern, and there's a lot of channels for that. But that was the primary focus of the conversation. Go ahead.
This is Wnba from Airway News TV, Pakistan. Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan requested for a telephonic conversation with President Biden like many months ago. It's like more than 14 or 15 months. We haven't heard anything about that. Is there any specific reason for not communicating with the Pakistani leadership?
I don't have any update on a planned call or engagement. Obviously, we engage with Pakistan and a range of leaders at a number of levels through the State Department, for our national security team, but in terms of a call or engagement with the president, I don't have anything to predict on that front.
After his recent visit of Russia, Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan told a public gathering that he will not be a slave of America like other politicians do. Would you like to comment on that? I don't know why he said that, but...
We have a long relationship with Pakistan, and that is a relationship we'll continue through diplomatic channels, so I don't have any more comments on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim.
Oh, we can go to both of you. Go ahead. Go. I don't know whoever wants to go first. You can rock, paper, scissors.
Thanks, Jen. You might have seen that President Putin held a rally at which he said of the Russian people that we have not had unity like this for a long time. Is that your perception? Do you have any comment?
Well, we're not going to respond to President Putin's misinformation and propaganda rally, which is how we see it.
And secondly, just a bigger picture question. There's been a lot of discussion this week about war crimes and war criminals. You're well aware the United States does not recognize the International Criminal Court.
We're not a member, yeah.
Yeah, we're not a member. President Biden believes that is the correct stance, and if so, doesn't that undercut the United States moral authority?
Well, I would note that there are a range of international bodies that have ongoing international investigations. We would not be the ones prosecuting, of course. There'd be international bodies prosecuting any case on war crimes. We're going to feed data and information into that, and they support their process.
Okay, about the Western Balkans, please. Russia and China are spreading their influence a lot on the Western Balkans, especially Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Kosovo. And the president is a friend of Bosnians and Kosovars. Can you assure people over there that America is still with them?
Absolutely. Please send that directly. Go ahead, Nazira.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. As you know, we celebrate our Nowruz New Year. Afghan people as our expectation. Do you have any message? And also, yesterday, President Biden signed some document, PTS, for new arrival Afghan refugees.
Oh, TPS. Yes. We did. So the president did sign TPS for Afghans, which means that those who have been in the country, and let me get you the exact information on that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So basically, okay, so the TPS will apply only to those individuals who are already residing in the United States as of March 15, 2022, and meet all other requirements, including undergoing security and background checks. And this is a designation decided by the Department of Homeland Security through their process, and they designated Afghanistan for TPS on the statutory basis of ongoing armed conflict and extraordinary and temporary conditions. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services estimates that approximately 74,500 individuals in the United States would become eligible for TPS through the designation for Afghanistan, and that includes 72,500 who have been paroled into the United States through Operation Allies Welcome, and approximately 2,000 Afghan nationals who did not participate in the Operation Allies Welcome and were otherwise in the United States already. So this is a new designation just announced this week.
New Year's, Nowruz, any message for Afghan people, especially Afghan women?
Well, I would say we would send a message of Happy New Year's to the Afghan people, and certainly a special shout out to Afghan women, and we have huge admiration for their courage, their bravery, and we will continue to stand with them during these challenging times. Thank you, everyone. Happy Friday.
Thank you.
I wonder what you said prior to coming out. Well, almost good afternoon. So yesterday in the Speaker's press conference, she made some remarkable statements. She said, Democrats have done a great job. We must take great pride in what we have done. We've got a lot to brag about. I just think they're so out of touch, even from that statement itself. A recent poll showed that the American consumer sentiment has shrunk for the 5th time in the past 6 months. That's nearly an 11-year low of all the great things they have done. And it's for good reason. Whether you're at the pump, the supermarket, or virtually everywhere else Americans are spending money, they're paying the highest prices in living memory. And inflation, which is a tax on every single American, shows no signs of stopping. Now, just this week, the Federal Reserve Chair, Mr. Powell, said he expects inflation to stay high for months. You know, by the end of 2 years of President Biden's presidency, families will be losing more than $6,000 in buying power because of inflation. It's over 2 years. This was not only predictable, it was predicted. Last year, House Republicans, we warned reckless government spending would lead to higher prices. It wasn't just Republicans who warned them. Former Democrats in the administration warned them as well. We warned anti-energy policies would lead to higher gas prices. Democrats have responded with excuses and finger-pointing and unserious solutions, as you can see from the chart. Remember when they first blamed COVID for it? Then they said the inflation was transitory. Remember that? And now it's Putin's fault. You know, I just filled out my bracket for the NCAA. We should fill out a bracket to see who do they blame next. Now they want to blame the oil companies. You know, Americans aren't buying these excuses, but unfortunately they are paying for them. This incompetence extends beyond failures on the economy. Look at the horrible situation on our southern border. And this is something you really need to focus on. The thousands upon thousands of people who are entering here illegally, not being tested, and the amount of drugs. Just last week, you read the headlines of some kids ODing in Florida on spring break. They bought a drug that was laced with fentanyl. You read the number of the kids who have OD'd. 2 of them who didn't take the drug. They were giving CPR to those who went and took it. But the fentanyl was so great, they were ODing as well. The number 1 cause of death in America today between the ages of 18 and 45 is fentanyl. Where do we get it? It comes from China through the Mexican border. We're watching what's happening on the news at the border. You would think it was video from Ukraine. These cartels, the shootouts, the trucks on fire. And what's the response from the administration? Not to secure the border. You've gone 12 consecutive months with more than 150,000 encounters. They'll no longer tell you how many people they're catching who are on the terrorist watch list. Now the proposal is to end Title 42. This is going to cause a gigantic influx, even greater than we've already seen. There's no plan by this administration. And the Democrats continue to block us at every opportunity to secure this border. But another thing we should look at that just came forward, the Democrats have politicized our Intelligence Committee. You've watched it year after year since Adam Schiff has become chair. No, he doesn't warn us about Ukraine or Afghanistan or what's happening around the world. He tells you about politics. But the worst part of it is you cannot trust what he tells you, that he lies to us. Just watch what has happened. 2 years ago, Schiff stated the emails found from Hunter Biden were whole smear on Joe Biden comes from the Kremlin. That's what the head of the Intel said. But if you recall, Jonathan Turley has an article written, I believe, in October 2020, after Schiff said this to the American public. And remember, the election's in November. But the director of national intelligence, John Radcliffe, said no, that's not the case. That there is no intelligence out there to base it upon what Adam Schiff, as the chair of the Intel Committee, was telling the country. And what did we just find out yesterday from the New York Times? Yes, it is Joe Biden's laptop. And yes, Adam Schiff lied to us one more time. Why is he still chair of the committee? And why is he even on the committee? In a new Congress, if it's a new majority, he will not be. You cannot make this committee political. You cannot use it as a position of a chairman to lie. And you should be focused on what the American people want you to be focused on around the world. How did you miss Afghanistan collapsing? How did you miss Ukraine? How have you missed every single part? Why? Because you're out lying about an impeachment and everything else. That's not your job. That's not your role. And we should be able to trust the chair of the Intel Committee to be honest with the American public, regardless of what political realm is in. With that, I'll take questions. How are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Thank you very much.
You want to join the pool? Who do you think they blame next?
I don't know. You tell me.
It'll be someone, though. Huh? All right, go ahead.
Thanks. One of your colleagues, Madison Cawthorn, called Zelensky a thug. He also suggested they're pushing disinformation. Have you spoken to him, and
Yes.
do you support his reelection?
Madison is wrong. If there's any thug in this world, it's Putin. You just watched Putin with Russia, directing Russia bomb maternity ward. We watched yesterday in a theater that's identified in the front and the back from the air that you're housing children. Bomb. This is atrocious. This is wrong. This is the aggressor. This is the one that needs to end this war. This is the one that everybody should unite against.
You support his reelect?
Yes.
So you mentioned Democrats are now blaming oil companies for the rise in gas prices. The chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee has wrote letters to Exxon, Chevron, BP, and several other oil gas executives. Their argument is that that the price of oil, the barrel price, has gone down below $100, but gas prices remain over $4 a gallon nationally. Do you believe there's any merit to that argument that oil companies are not giving the breaks to consumers?
It just begins to go to show how they don't understand the industry. Things don't change overnight. You've got to produce the oil, you sell the oil, you have to refine the oil, and you pass it through. When the Democrats proposed, you first had the Democrats who led the party, Joe Biden, in his campaign for president, said he would eliminate the production of crude. You then had on the very first day when he got into office, ending a pipeline. So you add transportation to that. And when inflation goes up, if you can't move it by a pipeline, you got to put it in a truck, or you got to put it in a tanker if you bring it from somewhere else. That costs a lot more. You can't get things off the port, so they raise the price themselves. Secondly, when they called in all the CEOs, you know what their number one question was? Well, they pledged to produce less. So if they took the advice of why they were called in, why they had to swear in under oath, and the questioning from the majority party, will you promise to produce less like Europe? And where is Europe today? So now they want to turn around and blame them? When you shut in a well, you can't turn it right back on. It's not a light switch. When you go after and you hold a permit because you're building an LNG export plant, you're not going to go produce more, make the investment in, until you have the ability to send it out. Well, they're sitting on them. There's no reason why. When you go after not a committee that you would think is an energy committee, but a financial services committee, and you ask the financial markets, will you pledge not to loan money to the energy industry, then you don't have the capital. But what does the majority party turn around? Well, these leases are not being moved. Do you understand the market? You get a lease, it takes you 3 to 7 years to develop it. And there's no guarantee there's oil or gas underneath it. But then you go to your banker to try to get the capital to go, but the majority committee is going after your capital not to loan you the money. I've never seen anything like this. They made their platform to put oil industry out of business in America and increase the business of Russia, Iran, and Venezuela. They have sent letters, the Democrat Party, Schumer, the president, and begged OPEC to produce more. They have sent the oil out of the spur, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. American oil they sent out, but they never turned around and asked the American companies to produce more and produce more jobs. If the premise of what they care most about is the environment, they should embrace the American companies. American natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. It's their entire party that's been doing it. I live in California. I come from a district that should be very proud about the energy we produce. We're 1 or 2 in solar. We're in the top 4 in wind. We're number 1 in California when it comes to oil. We have hydro. We have all the above, what America would want. But when Gavin Newsom came into office. He's used his executive orders to shut down the ability to lease. And the one thing you have to understand, if you understand the industry, every day that you're pumping, you're depleting. So you have to do something to discover more. That takes investment. But they go after the capital where you can't. You have to do something to get the core open. You either steam it, you frack it, but they've gone after those companies where you can't frack or others to try to put you out. We produce 89,000 barrels a day in California less because of Gavin Newsom, 20% decline. But you know who gained in all that? Because you still provided the oil, Putin. We now increased, you get 50,000 barrels a day from Russia instead of an American job with cleaner energy done in a more environmentally sound way because of policies of Democrats. And they turn around and see the price is high. We have warned them about this time and again based upon their policies. Last week I showed you the video where for every day Biden has been in office and every time he took an action that was going to harm the energy industry, we showed you the prediction of what would happen. Well, that day has come, and I'm sorry, they're out of excuses. Every action they've taken has put us in this place. Yes, sir.
Do you think, so they had to pull their COVID relief from the omnibus last week.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think...
Brilliant move on their part.
Do you think that that you need more COVID? I mean, what's your view right now?
Look, there's certain things you need to deal with COVID, and the unique part is there's plenty of money already out there that has already been appropriated, more than $300 billion. You don't need $300 billion worth of new COVID items. They even admit that. The money's already appropriated and hasn't been spent. That's where they should use it. The challenge is their progressives and their socialists in the party only want to spend more. So they've created this problem themselves, and they created an issue that they're going to have a hard time solving.
Last question. Leader McCarthy, Republicans are about to head down to Florida. Last year, you stood on a stage and said Republicans were more united than ever, and then the whole fallout with Cheney just started to happen during that retreat. What are we going to see this year?
You won't see any fallout now. Yeah.
Following up on Manu's question, beyond Cawthorn.
What was his question again?
His question was about Madison Cawthorn calling Zelensky a thug, but 8 of your members voted against trade sanctions yesterday, 15 voted against oil sanctions last week. One of your members put out a Twitter thread on what she referred to as NATO Nazis. Are you worried that a small group of vocal right-wing members with very large platforms are going to cloud the GOP's otherwise overwhelming support for Ukraine?
No. Next question. Yeah.
I also had a question about the 8 Republicans, but more about the substance of what they were talking about. All of them said they were concerned about a provision in the Magnitsky sanctions portion of the bill.
Yeah.
That would allow the president.
Did anybody report it that way?
Huh?
Did anybody report it that way?
I think
though?
everyone did.
Everyone did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His question didn't align that way. He didn't even ask about Zelensky.
Well, they were concerned about the Magnitsky sanctions portion. They thought that it would allow the president to sanction any foreign person deemed complicit in human rights abuses. Congresswoman Boebert said that she was worried Biden would sanction people who simply hold traditional views of life and family and don't like abortion. I mean, what do you make of those concerns? Do you share them at all?
I felt better protected in how the bill went. They had a legitimate argument that they made, so it wasn't about Russia. It was about what would be gone on a whole nother issue. So I think the reporting in it should be a little clearer. Yes, sir.
Have you spoken to Congressman Wnba since his trial started?
I haven't. He's been in California. I've been here.
Have you been following the developments of it? Or
I saw an article earlier in the day. You going to brief me on it? Oh, okay. Sorry. Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Looking ahead to the retreat in Florida next week, given that the
Are you coming?
I am.
All right.
Given that the former president lives less than 300 miles from where this event is going to take place, what are the chances we see or hear from him?
We'll see him in Dallas. He's going to do an event for us there. Look, this retreat, for those who go down, thank you for coming. Hopefully you have a good time. Really focus just on our policies. As many of you remember, last year, we put all of our members into different task forces, going out to the public, listening, bringing in different experts, walking through. And we've been narrowing. You saw some of our policy gets rolled out, like the Parents' Bill of Rights, the securing of our border. Our members have been not just working through those task forces, we've been doing conferences every single week where everybody's invited based upon a different topic, from making America energy independent, Garrett Graves' committee as well. We're going to narrow those down, so it's real a focus mainly, if you look at our agenda, members' interaction together. Unfortunately, in the Democratic caucus, the majority caucus, I listened to their conference chair say the other day, it's very interesting, that gas prices have never come up in their conference. I don't know what they're talking about. I know they have some interesting entertainment at their retreat. Our retreat is going to be focused on policy, not entertainment. So, thank you all. I hope you enjoy the retreat.
to repatriate ISIS prisoners from their countries. It's a burden that the SDF have primarily dealt with on their own, and the only long-term solution actually is repatriation. We also need to reintegrate thousands of IDPs, many of whom are family members of ISIS fighters. We need to get them back into their communities in order to prevent vulnerable children from being indoctrinated into the ISIS ideology. And if we don't do that, we're going to face ISIS 2.0 down the road. Of course, a long-term political solution to the civil war in Syria that accommodates all stakeholders would be helpful. And that would be key to preventing the return in the long term of ISIS. I continue to see Iran as the greatest threat to regional security and stability. They furnish weapons, support, and direction to proxies across the region who engage in acts of terror and undermine local governments, all advancing Iranian interests. Iran's ballistic missile threat has continued to advance and expand with greater ranges and accuracy. CENTCOM has continued to watch Iran and its proxies as we act as a deterrent to Iranian attacks on U.S. interests. I will say that our partners across the region fully recognize the Iranian ballistic missile threat, and that does actually provide some opportunities for the United States to advance regional cooperation in the area of air defense. CENTCOM has focused on operationalizing the Abraham Accords as we brought Israel into our area of operations, and missile defense is one area of cooperation that all our partners understand. They all understand it's particularly important when you consider the threat that Iranian missiles pose. While it continues to be nascent at this time, we have seen a willingness of traditional regional partners to work together in exercises with the Israeli Defense Force. Air defense is an excellent opportunity for cooperation because improving regional missile defense can begin with the sharing of information, which doesn't require any nation to approve the stationing of foreign forces on their territory. My hope is that this cooperation will continue to advance in the years to come. On Afghanistan, the collapse of the Afghan government was not the result we desired when we began our withdrawal. That said, the courage and hard work of several thousand service members under difficult and dangerous conditions, which allowed the evacuation of 124,000 U.S. partner and Afghan nationals, is something the nation can be very proud of. It came at the terrible cost of 13 U.S. service members and over 100 Afghan civilians killed. And that is a loss that I will deeply regret, and I will regret it for the rest of my life. We owe these heroes our gratitude. My final thought is that the security and stability of the CENTCOM region remains a vital national interest for the United States. It's a place with 3 of the world's most important maritime choke points, through which a large percentage of the world's global commerce transits, and of course, an even larger percentage of the world's energy-related commerce. We remain the partner of choice in this region. Even as we adjust our posture and deployments to account for new global challenges, we still have many friends in this region who look to us for assurance and security. And with that, I'll now take your questions.
Our first question will go to Lita from AP. I believe you're on the phone.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, General, and thank you for doing this. And also, I think from a lot of us, thank you for engaging with us and including taking us on trips. So we greatly appreciate the access we've had. 2 things. One, on the latest exchange of strikes between Iran and Israel. Can you tell us whether you think this signals more aggression by Iran, and do you worry that this might spill over into an impact on the U.S.? And then my second question is on Afghanistan. Can you give us a picture of ISIS in Afghanistan, their growth, training camps? What are you seeing there as far as Islamic State's efforts to expand their numbers and their capability?
Sure, Lita, and I've always enjoyed working with you, and I've enjoyed having you on travel with us. Let me actually take these questions in reverse order and begin with Afghanistan, and I'll begin with ISIS. So we assess probably a couple thousand, more or less, ISIS fighters in Afghanistan. Of course, when the Taliban opened Pol-i-Charkhi and Parwan prisons, that infused new talent and new energy into ISIS. And so they're now reaping the result of that very short-sighted decision. So ISIS is, as you know, committed to attacking the United States. They aspire to do that. They're going to continue to try to do that. The Taliban has in the past conducted operations against ISIS. And we're now coming into the traditional fighting season. Some high-profile attacks have been carried out by ISIS, and even include targets in the Kabul Bowl area, as you know, over the last few months. So I think the Taliban will try to take operations to limit ISIS. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to do it, because ISIS is going to be a tough target. There are more of them than there have been in the past. You know, they are recruiting, and so I think that's going to be a challenge for the Taliban, although my assessment is the Taliban will attempt to act vigorously against ISIS. I think al-Qaeda is another matter. Not nearly so many al-Qaeda fighters, several hundred probably dispersed across Afghanistan. I think the challenge is a little more difficult for the Taliban there because of the cultural relationships, the intermarriages, the linkages of the Taliban to al-Qaeda. And we will watch with great interest to see if the Taliban have done what they said they'd do, which is prevent ISIS or prevent al-Qaeda from conducting external operations and limiting what they're doing. We're watching closely, and we'll see if they actually do what they said they were going to do in the past. I will watch that with great interest. You asked about Iran and Israel. So I think it's obvious that Israel is going to take steps to defend itself when it's confronted with Iranian actions. And of course, Iran is dedicated to the destruction of Israel. That's a matter of public record. They've said that many times. I do worry about these exchanges between Iran and Israel, because many times our forces are at risk, whether we're in Iraq or in Syria. So that in fact does concern me as we watch these series of exchanges. Thank you, Lita.
Okay, our next question here in the room, Mark from Fox.
Hey, General, good morning, sir. Congratulations on the retirement. Mark Meredith with Fox News. Picking up with where you just left off, sir, can you talk a little bit about how soon you believe that ISIS-K would try to actually carry out these attacks? Is this something a period of months? Is it, a year away? And then You mentioned the possibility that they may try to go after U.S. targets. Any idea of what a potential target for them would look like? Are we talking about something small but noticeable, something broad, bigger? Anything you can shed light on, sir?
Sure, Mark. So it's our assessment, and I testified publicly to it this week. We assessed that ISIS-K has about a 12 to 18-month window to regenerate an external attack capability absent effective CT pressure. And so what do they, and that, by that I mean the ability to carry out an attack in the United States. Difficult to do, they aspire to do it, and we believe that remains one of their very highest priorities. At the same time, of course, they're carrying out, and they have been carrying out attacks across Afghanistan, high-profile attacks against the Taliban. As I've noted, we've seen several of those over the course of the fall and into the winter, and I think those are going to continue. But absent effective pressure, it's going to be. We would expect that that the ISIS will continue to regenerate in spaces, principally in eastern Afghanistan, but not exclusively there. And we're going to see them on down the road. Thank you.
Next question, Barbara from CNN. Believe you're on the phone.
General McKenzie, you have had, of course, quite a good deal of experience with understanding Russian forces in Syria. So I'll limit it to that. Can you give us, as you conclude all of this, your sense recently of those Russian forces in Syria? Do they have frontline equipment? Do they have food? Do they have fuel? Do their commanders look after them? How do are they a top-notch fighting force in Syria? And I know you've also spoken a little bit, but could you regroup for us your latest thoughts about Russian mercenaries in Syria, the extent to which the Russians may be either using Wagner or recruiting in Syria to move into Ukraine? Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. So over the 3 years of my command of CENTCOM, we have generally had a brisk, professional deconfliction relationship with the Russians in Syria. We can always contact them if we have a problem. They'll always pick up the phone, and we feel that we respond in kind to them. So that relationship has been very, very professional. I will tell you that they do have good equipment. I mean, we've seen first echelon fighter aircraft down there. We've seen bombers come in and out of their air base in western Syria. My observation is that writ large, the one thing the Russians don't have, which is sort of the key of the U.S. Joint Force, is the middle management level, the NCO and staff non-commissioned officer level, that really form the backbone of our military. They're the people that actually ensure things get done, that people are fed properly, that people have a warm place to sleep at night, all of those things. I just don't believe they're as good at that as we are. And you can draw your own larger conclusions, which I'm really not the person to talk about their operations in Ukraine and what it means for their level of small unit training and small unit effectiveness, which I would again note is the pride really of the U.S. military, our ability to have junior leaders execute independently. That is, I think, something that sets us apart from most militaries in the world, and we stress that as a point of emphasis, and we're very proud of it. You asked about mercenaries in Syria and recruiting. We've seen little evidence of recruiting in Syria to bring people back to Ukraine. Not saying it couldn't happen, and I'm not saying that 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 haven't gone, but we haven't seen any large-scale effort to do that. There is there's something of a Wagner presence in Syria, but it's actually relatively small, and we don't actually interact much with them. You may recall back in the first half of 2018, a Wagner group attempted to attack American forces down around Deir ez-Zor and resulted in a significant defeat for them with a number of casualties numbering in the hundreds. And that's an object lesson that they should probably ponder in Syria as they go forward. Thanks, Barbara.
We'll stay on the phones. Dan Lamoth.
Hey, sir, thank you for your time, and thanks for all the context you've offered over the last couple of years. 2 questions, if I could. You mentioned at the outset of the briefing your regrets on the loss of the service members in August. I've talked with a number of those families, and I know they're still quite frustrated for understandable reasons. As you look back on that month and in particular on that day, anything in particular that you would change, more defense in depth, some other kinds of ways to have more standoff, anything like that? Or was it simply not possible given the circumstances? And then on Syria, we continue to see sporadic interactions between Russian forces and Americans over the last couple of years. It sometimes seems aimless in the eyes of some veterans, in the eyes of some analysts. What do you assess at this point makes sense for U.S. posture in Syria, particularly as it relates to the Russian forces? Thanks.
Sure, Dan. So not a day goes by that I don't think about August of last year and the loss of our 11 Marines, 1 soldier, and 1 sailor there. I think about it a lot. You go back and you always try to find things that you could have done different. But I would just tell you this, Dan, the battlefield is a dynamic place. It is not a business plan. It is a contest of wills. It's a contest of plans where unpredictability, friction dominate. We stopped a number of attacks. We were not able to stop this attack. I don't know what we could have done that would have prevented this particular attack. I know that we, again, as I said, we stopped other attacks. For those family members who've lost a child, a loved one there, my heart breaks for them, and I feel their pain. I understand that. My son went to war twice. He came back, but I could imagine the effect on me had he not come back. So I know exactly the tremendous pain these families must feel. But it is a tough situation. As I noted, we prevented some attacks. We were not able to prevent this attack, and I regret that. Dan, you asked about Syria, and we have no evidence that the Russians are intent on escalating anything in Syria. I think they probably have plans to do that. I'm just guessing they do. I don't know that, but they have not chosen to do so. And you're right, sometimes Russian actions in Syria are puzzling. We went through a phase last year where we had a lot of friction with ground patrols, and we took some measures that seemed to reduce the friction a little bit. We moved some armored vehicles into Syria, and as a signal of our intent to continue to conduct the operations that we needed to conduct, and to not be dissuaded by their bullying behavior. And I think we came to an understanding there. I think in the air it's generally been the same thing, but I don't see any evidence that that the temperature is rising, particularly in Syria as a result of what's going on in Ukraine. But I do think I know it's something we watch very carefully. Thanks, Dan.
Wafa Al-Hura.
Thank you, General, for doing this Wafa Jbai with Al-Hura. In your assessment, would an agreement with Iran help to address the security challenges just that you mentioned would help to stop Iran's malign activities in the region? And another question on Syria. Do you have concerns that U.S. forces in Syria would be targeted by groups backed by Russia in response to the U.S. military and security assistance to Ukraine?
Thank you. So the number one objective of the United States with regard to Iran is that Iran not possess a nuclear weapon. So I think any solution that closes that path to them contributes to regional security, because we'd all like to work with an Iran that is not a nuclear-armed Iran. The best way to get to there is probably through a negotiated agreement. Now, that does not solve Iranian proxies. It doesn't solve the compelling problem of Iranian ballistic missiles, land attack cruise missiles, and small unmanned aerial vehicles, and we need to recognize that. That's a separate problem. But I do think having the ability to take the nuclear option off the table has to contribute to regional security. Now, there are second-order effects with that. If an agreement is reached, and that would be with the Department of State, not the Department of Defense, and not with me to comment on. So I'll leave that alone. But I think anything that where Iran agrees not to possess a nuclear weapon that is verifiable through a process that would be jointly and mutually agreed upon, I think that's a good thing. There are other significant problems in the theater that agreement will not address, and we're going to need to be able to address those, preferably through negotiations, but also through deterrence, which is my contribution, my share of the task, if you will. U.S. Central Command is to provide that military component to our overall strategic approach to Iran. So you asked about Syria. Could you repeat the question on Syria for me, please?
That groups backed by Russia would target U.S. forces there in response to the U.S. military assistance to Ukraine?
So we examine our force posture every day. I talk to my commanders in my overall commander in Iraq and Syria very frequently about this. I think we're well postured for anything that could happen, and we're prepared for any eventuality. We've seen no evidence that Russia intends to escalate in Iraq or Syria, but of course we would be prepared for that should that eventuality come about. Thank you.
Sylvie, AFP.
Hello, sir. I would like also to thank you for all the access you gave us and all the press conferences you gave us. Is there a possibility that some missile defense equipment that could benefit Ukraine directly or indirectly could come from the Middle East?
So, Sylvie, first of all, as you know, I live for these press conferences. They're the highlight of my day. Just kidding. I would tell you, I can't, obviously there are capabilities that Ukraine could reach out from nations in the Middle East. There's a lot of air defense assets in the Middle East, but I really wouldn't be prepared to go beyond that. And, I know that a number of people are looking at ways they can help Ukraine with a variety of air defense systems, and I'll just have to leave it at that. Thank you.
We'll go back to the phones. Tara Kopp, Defense One.
Hi, thank you for doing this, and just want to echo Sylvie and others' comments. Thank you for talking to us, General, even on days when it was really hard. It's deeply appreciated. I wanted to follow up on Syria questions. Are you getting any sense that Russia is overstretched now because it has gone so far in on Ukraine? Has it affected its ability to influence operations in Syria? It seems like there is possibly the possibility of a ground movement in Syria by any government protesters to try and regain somewhat of what has been lost. And then just to follow up on Barbara's question on the Russian professionalism, besides the NCOs, do you assess that their military in Syria has all of the gear, the food, the logistics support that you would expect, given some of the surprises we've seen in Ukraine? Thank you.
Sure. Let me talk about the tempo in Syria. We haven't seen any change really in the force levels in Syria. They go up and down a little bit, but we look at it over the last several years. So we look at it over longitudinally, and we have not seen any significant drawdown of forces in Syria in order to go back to Russia. Over the last 30 days, they've flown aircraft into Syria to do things, mainly look out over the Eastern Med when the Truman and the Charles de Gaulle battle groups were in the Eastern Med, and they've flown those aircraft back to Russia, but they were never permanently based in Syria to begin with. So, that is clearly something that I watch very carefully. I just haven't seen any indication. I would expand that to not only Syria, but also the stands, Tajikistan, where there's a significant Russian presence, and some of the other Central Asian states. We just haven't seen anything yet that would lead us to believe that the Russians are going back. I would just tell you that the standard of care for Russian soldiers is not the standard that we have for service members in the U.S. Central Command AOR. It's just very different, and I would just leave it at that when it comes to how soldiers and airmen are taken care of by the Russians. Over.
Louis?
Sir, thank you again for these briefings. I echo my colleagues' comments, and I'm glad to hear that you two think it's the highlight of your day. Wanted to ask you two things. One about Syria. The United States military presence there is about ISIS. Where do you see that mission going in the future? And the Russians have been there now for many years. Do you envision that they too will become an enduring presence inside Syria? And at what point does it not become feasible for them to continue on? And following on Wnba's point, do you think that the U.S. will be able, if there is a deal, be able to compartmentalize between Iranian malign activity, should there be a deal, with them keeping with the deal restrictions, if there is a deal?
Well, first of all, our principal reason for being in Syria is to continue the fight against ISIS. And we're actually continuing that, by supporting our SDF partners as they do the actual heavy lifting of the fighting. And additionally, supporting our SDF partners as they sit on top of a very large and concerning displaced person population and even more concerning prison population, including over 2,000 hardcore fighters. And we've seen the danger of that as recent as the Hasaka prison break of just a few weeks ago. So I think that probably covers the Syria question. As for what the Russians are doing there, they came in after us, and I think they came in for several reasons. First of all, I think it was opportunism, not grand strategy, because I'm not sure that they're practicing grand strategy. But they came in because we had gone into Syria. It was an opportunity to throw sand in our gearbox. It was an opportunity to prove their relevance on the world stage. It was their opportunity to really give aid and assistance to one of the very few countries in the world that is a client state for Russia, external to the immediate boundary of Russia. So a lot of reasons brought them in. A big one, though, is the naval base on the coastline of Syria. I believe they're going to stay there. As you know, they signed a long-term lease for that. So I think that's a long-term goal of theirs. I think the Russians probably intend to stay there. As to their ability to sustain it over the long term, we'll just have to see if they're able to actually do that. I don't know the answer to that question. But we should remember that they held that naval base through much of the Cold War, and it never posed a particular problem for us. We watch it. I know my good friend Todd Walters over at UCOM, he and his team look at it and what they can do there. So I think the Russians will stay, subject to their ability to, economically, fiscally, and with a forced posture, sustain it in the future. And I just don't know how that's going to shake out. Thank you.
Go to the phones. Megan Meyer, Military Times.
Hi, General McKenzie. I just wanted to ask you a little along the lines of what Louis asked, what the future is for troops on the ground in Syria and Iraq, kind of what the end game is, and, if you guys have thought about the picture of what that looks like when troops are able to leave.
Sure. So let me actually begin with Iraq. Iraq, it's a good news story. We're in Iraq at the express invitation of the Iraqi government. They want us to be there. Not only do they want us, they want the NATO mission Iraq to be there, which are our NATO partners. Small but growing effort on the ground in Iraq. So we're there because they want us to be there. It's important to emphasize that point. Look, as we look into the future, any force level adjustment in Iraq is going to be made as a result of consultations with the government of Iraq. We just finished a strategic dialogue a few months ago. We believe that will continue. As you know, Iraq is now in the process of government formation, and I think, so we're watching that with great interest and wish them well. Despite the many roadblocks that are being thrown up by Iranian-based proxy groups, they're proceeding, maybe not the way we would do it, maybe slower than the way we would do it, but nonetheless, they're moving forward. In the long term, we would like to have a normalized security cooperation agreement and posture with Iraq. And that would inevitably mean at some point in the future, you're going to look at how many people you got there. And what we want to do in the long term in the fight against ISIS, and this is really an important point, is you want to get to the state where nations and security elements in those nations can deal with a violent extremist threat without without direct support from us. Right now, the Iraqis are doing the fighting. We're still helping them. Over time, you'd like for them to take a larger share of all the enabling that we're doing now. Because in the long run, you want local security forces to be able to achieve the security condition of suppressing ISIS. It is not going to be a bloodless future. There's going to be violence. There are going to be more Hasaka prison breaks. There's going to be more explosions. There are going to be more IEDs directed against the Iraqis. They know that. But what you want to do is you want it to be suppressed to a level where forces on the ground can actually deal with that problem. And we are on the path to do that in Iraq. It has been a slow path. It's been a painful path, but we're moving forward. And again, let me emphasize, whatever we do in the future is something we'll jointly arrive at with our partner with the government of Iraq. And again, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, very significant, important, and growing presence in Iraq. Again, at the explicit request of the Iraqi government. So in Syria, again, our principal task is to complete the defeat of ISIS. We are in support of our SDF partners as they continue that operation, and also as they sit on top of the many displaced persons camps and the prison camps that are there. So there's still work to be done in Syria. I don't know how long we're going to remain in Syria. That's just not known to me. Ultimately that'll be a policy decision that'll be made by national leadership of the United States as we go forward based on the situation on the ground. Thanks, Megan.
Staying on the phone, Idris.
Thank you. Let me caveat my question by saying I totally understand the differences between Ukraine and Afghanistan. But as you watch Ukrainian forces put up stiff resistance, do you look back and think, if we did X, Y, Z differently with the Afghan forces, maybe they would have put up more of a fight, or do you think this would have happened inevitably? I'm just curious, do you see any potential comparisons between the Ukrainian resistance and what the Afghans didn't do?
Idris, you're cutting out a little bit, but let me just make sure I got your question. Just based on the fighting spirit that the Ukrainians have shown, could we perhaps look at Afghanistan and postulate what we could have done different to inculcate then in the Afghan army? Is that your question?
Yeah, just generally, what are your takeaways looking at Afghanistan?
So, you can train an army, you can equip an army. What you can't give an army is the fighting spirit of the individual soldier. Clearly, the Ukrainians have tremendous fighting spirit at the individual soldier level, at the small unit level. They're defending their homes, they're defending their country. They feel that right is on their sides. We can all make our judgments about how motivated the Russian soldiers appear, and they don't appear, from where I sit at least, to be particularly motivated or particularly engaged in the campaign that they're undertaking. So what lessons do you draw from Afghanistan? Clearly, the DNA of a Taliban fighter was the same DNA as that of an Afghan army soldier. The Taliban ultimately chose to fight the Afghan army as part of what I would characterize as not just a military collapse, but really a national collapse, ultimately couldn't find the will to stand and fight. And I think frankly, I'm still digesting that. I don't know how you get to that. Many people have said, we tried to build an army that probably looked too much like our own army. But again, I don't know how you inculcate fighting spirit into an organization. There's got to be a way to do it, and we've done it with other armies, and our own forces have it in abundance. But clearly, in the summer of 2021, and really for the years prior, because the events of August 2021 did not suddenly begin in the spring of 2021. You got to go back 10, 15, 20 years in order to gather all the facts that actually came to that culminating moment in the history of Afghanistan. So a long answer to your question. It's a great question, and I'm going to continue to think about it, and I know others will as well. Thank you.
Courtney.
Hi, General
Mackenzie, I want to echo the thanks for talking to us, especially on the hard days, and also add to it. Thank you to your PAO, Bill Urban, who's also been very accessible and helpful to us during your time. I know you guys are very busy, but you both always made time for us. Two quick questions. One, following on what Sylvie was asking about the missile defense systems, because you talked about the importance of those in your opening statement. I'm wondering if you have any concerns about losing any of those systems, given the ongoing need for them in places like EUCOM and Ukraine, or if you think that you have enough. I know you frequently say that you never have enough of anything, but do you feel like you actually need more missile defense systems in CENTCOM? And then also, there's been a lot of talk about delisting the IRGC as a foreign terror organization as part of these negotiations with the peace talks. And I'm wondering if you can talk about sort of the operational impact, if there is one, that could have on the theater if the IRGC is no longer an FTO.
Hey, thanks, Courtney. First, on air defense systems, let me say we have enough for the mission that we've been given here in Central Command right now. So, and the Secretary and I are in a constant dialogue through the Chairman about what the appropriate posture is here in Central Command. I think the real story about air defenses in CENTCOM is not the U.S. air defenses. It's really the air defenses, and particularly the Patriot systems and other high-end systems that our Gulf and other partners possess, and how that is knitted together. Because it's what you got to do is Saudi Arabia has a number of Patriot batteries, UAE has a number of Patriot batteries, as does Kuwait, as does Bahrain. So the task in the theater is really how do you knit those together so that you create more than the simple sum of the component parts. We call that, tipping and cueing, advanced early warning, and you build what we know, and you've heard me say this, the common operational picture. So everybody sees the same thing. Everybody gets early warning. Everybody can be prepared to react very quickly to a potential Iranian attack. That's where the future in this theater is. And so why is it important now? And why are we suddenly at a state where it looks like people are increasingly interested in it? I'll tell you, it's principally because of the Iranians. They have invested enormous resources into improving the number and capabilities of their ballistic missiles. And, in the Al-Assad attack in January of 2020, their missiles hit within tens of meters of the targets they were intended to hit. So you have to respect that capability. And believe me, our partners in the Gulf respect that capability. So nothing focuses the mind, of a nation like an imminent threat just over the horizon with malign intent. So it's not only ballistic missiles, it's also land attack cruise missiles, and it's also unmanned aerial systems. All of those things are now at a greater state of danger than we have ever seen in the Central Command AOR. So, so now there's pressure that really is immediate, that maybe hasn't been there in the years prior, for nations to come together and develop that defense architecture that will allow them to share information. And again, it's a form of defense cooperation it's easier to get to than other forms of defense cooperation, because as I've noted, you're really sharing information. And so when we think about what's in the theater, what do we need? That's really the heart of the matter. It is not the U.S. systems. It is actually our allied and partner nation systems, and they have a bunch more Patriot batteries than we do in the theater by a factor of 3 or 4 or 5. So there's a lot of capability there. Courtney, you asked about the IRGC, and first I would tell you the IRGC is the centerpiece of Iranian bad behavior in the theater. The IRGC and the elite sub-element of the IRGC, the Quds Force, they're the principal malign actor in the theater, so they're very concerning to me. As to what the effect delisting them would have, I don't know that. I would defer to the Department of State. I don't know that in terms of operationally, in terms of the way we think about them, in the terms of the way we think about the threat and what they do on a daily basis across the theater, I don't think much would change as a result of that. But again, I would wait to see what the actual agreement is, what actually the parties contract to undertake as a result of that. And thanks, Courtney.
We have time for about 2 more questions. Go to the phones for Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you, General. I just wanted to read you something from an article in The Atlantic. It said that when you met with Abdul Ghani Bandar, that you had agreed that you said you only needed to control HKIA and not the rest of Kabul. And you said, and in the article it says, the exchange between Bandar and McKenzie will contribute to making the evacuation the nightmare that it became. In retrospect, should you have asked the Taliban to be able to control all of Kabul instead of just the airport? Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Absolutely not. I categorically reject that idea, and I'll tell you why. First of all, it wasn't a serious offer. It was off the cuff offer from Berater, and as we can see now with the fullness of hindsight, he does not actually tend to speak for the hardliners and the Taliban. I don't believe he would have been able to deliver that, even if he had intended it to be a serious offer, number one. Number two, if we had gone in to do that mission, it would have required the introduction of vastly more U.S. combat power, at least a division with enabling elements from a corps in order to conduct that mission. The Taliban would never have stood for that. So I reject that completely. I think it's a complete misreading and a misunderstanding of the situation. Thanks, Jeff.
For our final question, we'll go back to the phones. Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Thank you, General, and thank you for your accessibility and your team's accessibility over the years. I wanted to end with Iran and give you time for a kind of classic question about what you're telling your successor. So Iran, are you seeing any change in Iranian behavior across the theater in these days that appear to be the final days before a possible deal is signed? And the big question, is this the obvious greatest challenge your successor inherits? And what's been your advice to him as he begins the job when it comes to Iran? Thanks.
Nick, thanks. First of all, my successor is a magnificent Army General Officer, Eric Kurilla. I had the pleasure of working with Eric. He was my Chief of Staff here at Central Command for part of my first year in command here. He knows the theater deeply. He knows the issues deeply, and he's going to be a remarkable leader, and will take CENTCOM on to do even better and more and greater things in the years ahead. So I could not be more pleased with the opportunity to pass the guide on to him here in just a couple of weeks. As for Iran, the point I would make is the Iranians want a couple of things writ large. They want sanctions relief, and I think, and I believe they're probably willing to talk about the nuclear issue in order to get to sanctions relief. So that's sort of bucket one. Bucket two, the Iranians want us out of the theater. And for a while, I believe they thought they had and they see the principal, but not the only battleground for that being Iraq. So over the past couple of years, they have worked political solutions to try to eject us that have not panned out for them. So they've turned to kinetic solutions. And the Iranians have believed that they can undertake a certain level of kinetic action against us, and it won't affect the larger negotiations state on state. Now, I'll tell you, over the last 6 months, as you know, we've been attacked a number of times in Syria and Iraq. and through very good action on the part of commanders on the ground, through good counter UAS action and a couple other things, we've been able to avoid U.S. casualties. Had U.S. casualties occurred, I think we might be in a very different place right now. But we've been able to avoid that, and we'll continue to use those best practices as we go ahead. But I think Iran wants a deal. We'll see in the next, maybe today, maybe in the next few days, if we're actually going to get a deal there. But they still hold that long-term view of wanting to eject us from the theater. So, having said all of that, as I've noted earlier today in my comments, I think we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And the best way to get to that is probably through a negotiated solution. That will not solve the other problems of Iranian behavior in the theater. And I don't think anybody in the United States government is blind to that fact. I think everybody knows it. But I'll tell you, Nick, if you can take nuclear weapons off the table, that's a powerful capability that you don't have to worry about, assuming you can get all the verification that all the things that we would want in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. Then you move on and you deal with the other elements of Iranian behavior. Again, what you'd like to do is negotiate that. But if you can't negotiate that, that's where U.S. Central Command comes in. It's our job to demonstrate to Iran the concept of deterrence, that the things they want to pursue are too painful for them to achieve. And so we work at that every day. We work at that with force posture. We work at that through our other activities that we carry out across the region. And we have had some success in doing that. Not perfect success. The phrase I use is contested deterrence when we talk about the state of affairs that exists between us and Iran in the theater. But we will be ready every day. So what I leave my successor with is my central problem in my 3 years at command was Iran. There were other problems, other huge problems, but the headquarters as a whole, as a joint warfighting four-star headquarters, focused on the Iranian problem and everything attendant to that. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, with that, we're just about out of time. Thank you very much for your time today, sir. It has been an honor working with you and your public affairs team there at CENTCOM. Do you have any closing remarks for us here?
Sure. I'd just like to say that I think reaching out and being available to the press and talking to the press is a very important responsibility for all senior leaders. We got to do it. And there have been days, I'll tell you, I would rather have my leg taken off below the knee than come in there and talk to you guys. And but it was an important thing to do. And in the long run, it's better for the country. It's better for everyone if we're accessible to you and we share what information we've got. And I have enjoyed the very professionally rewarding and personally rewarding relationships that I've had with members of the media. You're trying to do your job, and your job is very important, and I support it. Thanks very much. It's been a good opportunity to talk to you today. I wish you all the best, and thanks very much. Out from Tampa.
All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's press briefing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. 3 weeks ago, Russia launched its unprovoked war on Ukraine. With every day that passes, the number of civilians, including children, killed and wounded, continues to climb. Russia continues to attack civilian sites, including this week alone, a hospital, 3 schools, a boarding school for visually impaired kids in the Luhansk region of Ukraine. Yesterday, Russian forces bombed a theater in Mariupol where hundreds of people had been taking shelter. The word children had been written in Russian in giant white letters on the pavement outside the building so that you could know from the air that there were children inside. Russian forces also opened fire on 10 civilians who were waiting in line for bread. These incidents join a long list of attacks on civilian, not military locations across Ukraine, including apartment buildings, public squares, and last week, a maternity hospital in Mariupol. I doubt that any of us who saw those images will ever forget them. We've seen Russia use similar tactics before, in Grozny, in Aleppo. They stepped up their bombardment with the goal of breaking the will of the people. Yesterday, President Biden said that, in his opinion, war crimes have been committed in Ukraine. Personally, I agree. Intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime. After all the destruction of the past 3 weeks, I find it difficult to conclude that the Russians are doing otherwise. The consequences of Moscow's war are being felt around the world in rising food costs, concerns about fuel supplies, more broadly in worries about how this war will affect the global economy and the fight against COVID-19. These are serious issues that the global community urgently needs to address. This war is making that much more difficult. In this way, Russia's actions are having an impact on every person on the planet, wherever they live. We also feel the impact right here in this room. There should be a seat reserved here today for Benjamin Hall from Fox News, who was injured badly when his vehicle came under attack near Kyiv. Many of us, myself included, have gotten to know Ben very well as part of the traveling press corps. He's an incredibly talented reporter, always asking tough questions. He's a lovely person as well. Our thoughts, my thoughts, are with him and his family, including his 3 little kids. 2 of Ben's Fox News colleagues, Pierre Zavchevsky and Sasha Kushanova, were killed in the attack. And Brent Renaud, a reporter on assignment with Time magazine, was killed in a separate attack a day earlier. I know that everyone in this room, in particular, feels these losses deeply. Being a war correspondent is vital work. They make sure that the world knows what's really happening when armies move in and bombs start falling. It also takes incredible courage. They go into war zones when others, understandably, are heading out as fast as possible. So these are huge losses, of course, for families, for friends, but also for their colleagues, their profession, their readers and viewers who understand world events because of them. Our experts are in the process of documenting and evaluating potential war crimes being committed in Ukraine. Beth Van Schack, whom the Senate finally confirmed this week as our ambassador at large for global criminal justice, will be leading that effort within the State Department. We'll make sure that our findings help international efforts to investigate war crimes and hold those responsible accountable. I'd also mention that there are several other nominations before the Senate with a direct bearing on our ability to support Ukraine, including for Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Refugees, and Migration, Assistant Secretary of State for International Security and Nonproliferation, and our Coordinator for Sanctions Policy. So I urge the Senate to confirm these nominees quickly so that they can get to work as soon as possible. A few weeks ago, just days before Russia's invasion began, I went to the United Nations Security Council to lay out what we believed was about to happen. Again today, we have a strong sense of what Russia could do next. We believe that Moscow may be setting the stage to use a chemical weapon and then falsely blame Ukraine to justify escalating its attacks on the Ukrainian people. Manufacturing events and creating false narratives of genocide to justify greater use of military force is a tactic that Russia has used before, including in Georgia. We believe Russia will bring its mercenaries from private military groups and foreign countries to Ukraine. President Putin acknowledged as much over the weekend when he authorized the recruitment of additional forces from the Middle East and elsewhere. Another indication that his war effort is not going as he hoped it would. They're also likely to systematically kidnap local officials and replace them with puppets. Again, this has already begun. The mayor of Melitopol was grabbed off the street several days ago, released yesterday in a prisoner exchange. The mayor of another city in southern Ukraine was also kidnapped. He hasn't yet been let go. This is a terror tactic. Grab local officials, depose local governments, put proxies in their place. After devastating Ukrainian cities, Moscow may bring in officials from Russia to serve as local government officials and surge what they describe as economic support in an attempt to make the people dependent on Moscow for survival. Again, something that Russia did in Georgia. President Putin's invasion of Ukraine is not going to plan. The Ukrainian people haven't welcomed the Russian military. They haven't submitted. On the contrary, they're fighting with extraordinary courage to protect their homes, their families, their country. Russia has been hit by unprecedented sanctions and cut off from the global economy. Its own economy is in free fall. Hundreds of corporations have closed operations. In a matter of weeks, President Putin has destroyed 30 years of opening to the world and economic opportunity for the Russian people. Dozens of members of the Kremlin's corrupt power base have been sanctioned. Several have lost their mega yachts and villas. President Putin has derided those sanctions, using recent public diatribes to mock Russians living abroad as too dependent, as he said, on foie gras and oysters. Meanwhile, he sits in his mansions, having accumulated billions, taking wealth from the Russian people while they stand in long lines to access cash and watch as stores close and the ruble plummets in value. It's no wonder that brave Russians continue to protest the war and be beaten and arrested for it. And Russian journalists are resigning from their jobs at state media outlets because they can't stomach parroting the Kremlin's lies any longer. Still, President Putin is not relenting, and in fact may be growing more desperate. And so yesterday, President Biden announced, and I authorized another $800 million in military aid to Ukraine. That brings our support for Ukraine's frontline defenders to more than $2 billion during this administration, $1 billion in the last week alone. We're grateful to have a determined and generous partner in Congress, which this week provided more than $13 billion in urgent support to Ukraine. And we'll continue to work with lawmakers to support Ukraine and hold the Kremlin to account. As President Biden described, this new security assistance package includes 800 anti-aircraft systems to stop attacking planes and helicopters before they destroy more of Ukraine, 9,000 anti-armor systems to destroy tanks and armored vehicles, 7,000 small arms, including machine guns and grenade launchers, and 20 million rounds of ammunition. We're also helping Ukraine acquire longer-range anti-aircraft systems and munitions at President Zelensky's request. And I've been in almost daily contact with Foreign Minister Kuleba, coordinating to respond swiftly to Ukraine's most urgent needs. Our allies and partners continue to step up with their own significant shipments of security assistance. I've authorized more than a dozen countries to provide U.S. origin equipment, and dozens more around the world have provided security assistance of their own. I'd also note that in addition to assistance from the Department of Defense, we're sending support from other agencies, including $10 million worth of armored vehicles from our own diplomatic security service. And yesterday, I announced another $186 million in humanitarian assistance to help the more than 3 million refugees who fled Ukraine in the past 3 weeks, the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, as well as internally displaced people still in Ukraine. This brings our total humanitarian aid since last month to $293 million. And of the more than $13 billion for Ukraine that Congress is putting forward, more than $4 billion of that will go to humanitarian assistance. Ukraine's neighbors in Europe are generously welcoming, supporting refugees. The United States will do our part to help those governments and the humanitarian organizations on the ground meet this tremendous need. All the steps that we and our allies and partners are taking are aimed at one goal: to end the war. The support we're providing Ukraine, as well as our financial and economic measures against Moscow, will strengthen Ukraine's hand at the diplomatic table. And we commend Ukraine for staying at that table and continuing to pursue diplomacy while the Kremlin's brutal aggression continues. We'll support Ukraine's diplomatic efforts however we can. We continue to call on all nations, especially those with direct influence with Russia, to use whatever leverage they have to compel Moscow to end this war of choice. We believe China in particular has a responsibility to use its influence with President Putin and to defend the international rules and principles that it professes to support. Instead, it appears that China is moving in the opposite direction by refusing to condemn this aggression while seeking to portray itself as a neutral arbiter. And we're concerned that they're considering directly assisting Russia with military equipment to use in Ukraine. President Biden will be speaking to President Xi tomorrow and will make clear that China will bear responsibility for any actions it takes to support Russia's aggression, and we will not hesitate to impose costs. Let me close by saying that President Zelensky's message to Congress and to the American people yesterday was incredibly powerful. He's asked for more help, which we are providing and will continue to provide. And he said that the people of Ukraine want the same things for themselves that we want for ourselves: democracy, independence, freedom. No one who's watched the events of the past 3 weeks could ever doubt the depth of Ukraine's commitment to these ideals. We'll continue to stand with Ukraine as it fights for its future. We'll continue to increase the costs on Russia until it ends this war of choice. And we'll continue to provide life-saving aid to the Ukrainian people as they endure the brutal consequences of Russia's aggression. With that, happy to take some questions.
Paul.
So what do you think about the talks between Ukraine and Russia? Are they making any progress? President Zelensky seems to suggest there are things they are talking about.
So we're in close contact, as I said, with Ukraine's leaders, including, in my case, Foreign Minister Kuleba. We're in close contact with other countries that have, in one way or another, been engaging on diplomacy. And to date, I have to say, on the one hand, we commend Ukraine for being at the table despite being under bombardment every minute of the day. At the same time, I have not seen any meaningful efforts by Russia to bring this war that it's perpetrating to a conclusion through diplomacy. We support Ukraine's efforts to try to de-escalate through diplomacy, to reach a ceasefire, and of course the withdrawal of Russian forces. We appreciate the efforts of other countries, including France, Germany, Israel, Turkey, and others. But again, from where I sit, diplomacy requires both sides engaging in good faith to de-escalate, and I don't see signs right now that Putin is prepared to stop. On the contrary, if you listen to, just for example, his most recent remarks yesterday, that suggests that he is moving in the opposite direction. But never mind the words, what we're really focused on is actions. And the actions that we're seeing Russia take every single day, virtually every minute of every day, are in total contrast to any serious diplomatic effort to end the war. So we're looking to see Russia take meaningful actions to de-escalate, to stop the violence that is perpetrating on Ukraine, and to engage in good faith talks. We will support any effort that Ukraine makes to do that. We're certainly doing everything we can to back them, but also to make sure that they have the strongest possible hand if there are any real negotiations and if diplomacy does advance. Hence the support that we're giving to Ukraine, as well as the pressure that we continue to put and even increase on Russia.
Thank you, Secretary. There is, this department is confirming that an American has died in Ukraine today. So I'm wondering if you can share any more with us about the circumstances, about who that person is, and if there will be specific consequences for Russia because an American died. And then second, earlier this week you said on CNN that one way or another Ukraine will be there and at some point Putin won't. But we're watching every day Ukrainians are getting killed, their cities are being demolished. So how can you be so confident to say something like that? And are you suggesting that Putin should be removed as the leader of Russia? Thank you.
Holly, first with regard to the American citizen, I can confirm that an American citizen was killed. I don't have any more details for you than that, but I can confirm that. Second, it is, I think, not only clear to me, but clear to the world that an independent Ukraine will be there long after Vladimir Putin. And it's also clear that this could horrifically go on for some time. But when all is said and done, an independent Ukraine will be there, and at some point Vladimir Putin will not. The real question is how much death and destruction is going to occur in the meantime. And we're doing everything we can to bring this war perpetrated by Russia to the quickest possible end. That's where the support for Ukraine comes in. That's where the pressure on Russia comes in. That's where the work, the coordination that we're doing with countries around the world comes in. But I think the world has seen this. The world has seen the absolute determination of the Ukrainian people to hold on to their country, to hold on to their future, to hold on to their freedom. And there is nothing that Vladimir Putin can do to subjugate that to his will. But as I said, this could go on for some time, and we're going to continue to work to bring it to an end as quickly as we can.
And should Putin
Kylie,
remain
we're
the
trying to
leader of
overrun.
Russia?
Connor?
Mr. Secretary, you described what you called Russia's terror tactics. Is the State Department considering designating Russia a state sponsor of terrorism? And then second, everything that you described, the words that the president has used in recent days, war criminal, murderous dictator, pure thug, do you think that there can ever be normal relations between the United States and Russia so long as Vladimir Putin is in power?
So our focus first and foremost is on doing everything we can to help bring this war to a quick end, to stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. That's the result of Russia's aggression on Ukraine. That's our focus. As we're doing that, and as I said earlier, we're also looking very carefully at what is happening, what is being done, and in particular looking at the question of whether war crimes are being committed, and among other things, the intentional targeting of civilians would constitute a war crime. You heard President Biden speak to this yesterday. You heard what I said a few minutes ago. So we are documenting. We welcome the efforts of various groups, institutions, organizations that focus on this to bring all of the evidence together, to continue to document things, and then for there to be accountability one way or the other. In terms of other designations based on actions that that Russia's taking, we are and we will look at everything.
Yulia Yarmolenko.
On the second question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but remind me.
Just as long as Putin is in power, can there be normal relations between Russia and the United States?
Again, our focus is on ending this war. I don't want to speculate about the future, but there's going to have to be, one way or another, accountability for this war of aggression.
Yulia Yarmolenko, VOA Ukrainian.
So, on possible negotiations between Ukraine and Russia, if Russia agrees to stop attacks and withdraw its forces from Ukraine, are there any security formats that will guarantee that Russia would not renew its aggression against Ukraine? If it's not membership in NATO for Ukraine, then what? And another question, President Biden said that U.S. will accept Ukrainian refugees with open arms. And so far, there is no official visa or other program for Ukrainians who are fleeing war or who want to come to the United States or reunite with their families. Is the Department of State working on some special expedited program for Ukrainian refugees? And if yes, when it might be launched?
Right. Thank you. First, on the diplomacy, look, I'm not going to speculate on the substance of any negotiations, where that might go. As I said, we fully and strongly support whatever the government of Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, does. We very much welcome sentiments that we've heard expressed for trying to bring this to a diplomatic end as quickly as possible. I think in the first instance, what Ukraine needs is de-escalation. It needs Russian forces out of Ukraine. It needs to have its basic freedom and independence returned. But I leave it to Ukrainian partners to work on advancing the diplomacy if they believe that can be productive. We will look at whatever we can do to support that. And if there are issues that wind up being negotiated that require in some fashion our participation, of course, we'll look at that and see where we can be helpful. We want to be able, in the first instance, to do what we're doing, which is to support the government of Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, along with putting pressure on Russia. If diplomacy finally carries the day, and there are things that we can do to support that diplomacy and to support any outcomes that restore Ukraine's independence, we will, of course, look at that, and I'm sure do that. With regard to refugees, a couple of things. First, as I said, this is the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The numbers are staggering. And of course, what gets lost sometimes behind these numbers are the real lives that are at stake and that are being changed, maybe not forever, but are being changed in profound ways. I saw some of that firsthand when I was on the border between Poland and Ukraine with a number of you just a couple of weeks ago, talking to people who had made the journey across the border looking for safety in the face of this Russian onslaught. And in many cases, most cases, women and children, the men staying behind to fight. And we see the impact, of course, in Ukraine. We see the impact on neighboring countries, Poland, Moldova, Romania, others, that are taking in very large numbers of refugees. The generosity, I think, is extraordinary. But the numbers are growing. The challenge is growing. I was on a call, a video conference this morning with our G7 partners. And this is one of the things that we talked about, having a coordinated approach to dealing with and helping refugees coming over. The United States is already and will remain the largest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Part of the package that is in the supplemental includes about $4 billion in humanitarian assistance. And that will go both directly to Ukraine. It will also go to neighboring countries and others, and Ukrainians outside of Ukraine to support them. Second, we are working closely with UNHCR to see how we can support this effort. Finally, we're looking at things that we can do ourselves and do directly. For example, looking at steps we may be able to take on family reunification and other things that we can do to be supportive and to really take part in this effort. Last thing I'll say is this. And of course, there is the refugee referral process, but that takes time. But if people apply for refugee status and seek to come to the United States, of course, we will take referrals. But we're looking at steps that we can take in the near term. Last thing is this. I think what we're seeing, at least initially, is that so many people coming out of Ukraine understandably want to stay close to home. They hope, we hope, that they'll be able to return home as soon as possible. They also want to stay close to home because, as I said, in many cases, it's women and children who have left behind spouses, husbands, fathers, brothers, and they want to be reunited as quickly as possible. So they want to stay as close as possible. But as this, and if this goes on, as the numbers increase, as the burden increases for European partners, we will certainly do everything we can to help. So I suspect we'll have more to say on this in the coming days. It's something we're very focused on right now.
Time for one final quick question from Andrea.
Mr. Secretary, you outlined, recounted a litany of horrific attacks on civilians. You've said you agree with the president's comment that they are war crimes, as the UN ambassador said last week. I know there has to be an investigation, but where will the accountability be? What should happen to Vladimir Putin if he is found guilty, since he is the state? What should happen to this leader? Tell the world.
So, Andrea, a few things. First, we're all seeing what, and you're showing powerfully on television, these devastating images coming out of Ukraine. And we are seeing the destruction of so much of the country by Russian bombs and artillery. We're seeing civilian sites being devastated. We're seeing people being killed. Hundreds, thousands of people, civilians. And yes, as I said, again, as the president said yesterday, in his opinion, war crimes are being committed. I agree with that. After all the destruction that we've seen, it's really hard to conclude otherwise. But what we're doing is this, and I'll come to your question. We are, in the first instance, supporting the very important work that's being done, the evidentiary process, to bring the evidence together, to document what's happened, to support and to work with human rights activists, with civil society, with independent media, as well as with the appropriate organizations and institutions that look into this. So we need to go through this process of compiling the evidence, collecting the evidence, understanding the evidence. We'll share that, and our allies and partners, I'm sure, will do the same with all of the investigations that are ongoing to support accountability using every tool that we have available. I'm not going to get ahead of, first of all, what the outcome will be or what the consequences will be, but I can say with conviction that there will be accountability for any war crimes that are determined to have occurred.
How can you say that after Aleppo and Grozny? He does it repeatedly. He's a repeat offender.
You know,
as a war criminal.
Andrea, when we said before Russia's aggression that there would be massive consequences for that aggression, including unprecedented sanctions on Russia, I know some people had their doubts. I think we've demonstrated that we've been good to our word. When we said that there would be sustained, powerful support for Ukraine and its efforts to defend itself, we've demonstrated that we're good to our word. So when I tell you that there will be accountability and consequences for any war crimes that have been committed, I hope you'll take me at my word, but actions always speak louder than words.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
inspiring to hear President Zelensky give his impassioned presentation. First, as you saw, in Ukrainian, then very explicit, heartbreaking film of what the Russians are doing to even little children in Ukraine, and then in English, his impassioned plea. It was all very, very powerful, and his leadership, he's a hero. It just was remarkable to see him. And I was so pleased that so many members, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, filled the House yesterday and filled the air with their applause, first to welcome him and then to appreciate what he had to say. It was quite remarkable, quite historic. It was an honor to be there to see him. But the purpose of the visit was tragic and heartbreaking. Later that morning, I had a meeting with the G7 heads of parliament. It was presided over by Germany, which heads up the G7 at this time, and it was with the G7, the parliament head of the EU, as well as Stepanchuk, who is the Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament. Again, it too, I felt with emotion to hear the stories of what is happening there. We put forth a proclamation, which you all should have received yesterday, talking about humanitarian, economic, military assistance in great detail. But it also says that we have to continue to isolate Russia in the global economy and society, as well as address the disinformation that Russia is putting out. Again, yesterday, 2 days ago, we went to the White House and the president signed the omnibus bill, and that was quite remarkable for us, because here we've been talking about bills that are $1.7 trillion over 10 years. This bill, the $1.5 trillion omnibus bill, passed in a very strong bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people and to protect them, had very strong bipartisan support. It was signed by the president. We were very pleased that same day, Shalonda Young was confirmed as the director of Wnba with her history in the Congress. That's just a personal aside. In that omnibus bill, we are defending democracy in the Ukraine, $13.6 billion in emergency funding for security and humanitarian needs, making a difference for America's families, lowering the cost for education with bigger Pell Grants, and establishing the president's ARPA-H, something very exciting. It's an initiative to defeat cancer and other diseases, unlocking billions more in federal dollars under the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That bill was very important, but it needed an appropriation to free up billions and billions of dollars that were in it, and now that is done. And historic bipartisan legislation reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, establishing a new, again, in addition to that, establishing new cyber provisions against Russia. The bill goes on and on. It's $1.5 trillion. This victory in that bill, this victory for the American people, builds on Democrats' actions to lower costs for families. Congress and the presidents have been hard at work to create jobs. How about this president? 6.6 million new jobs were created last year. Grow the economy, fastest rate of growth in 40 years last year. Lowest unemployment last year, saw the biggest one-year drop in unemployment in history, and today unemployment claims were the lowest in 50 years. Supporting small business last year, a record 5.4 million small businesses were created, 1 million more than the year before, and lower prices for Americans through strong action in the Congress. But we need to do so much more. The kitchen table concerns of America's working families are tangible, they are ongoing, and we need to address them. Over the kitchen table, people have to decide. Are they going to pay for food, for rent, for education, for credit card bills, whatever their needs are, the same needs that keep them up at night, the decision as to what to pay for. So we must continue to lower costs, increase jobs, increase pay. Let me see what else was going to tell you. But, oh, in that regard, we have to address the Putin price hike, gas hike. It has, since he started amassing troops earlier this year, the price at the pump has gone up 75 cents. We're doing everything we can to minimize the Putin price hike at home. The White House announced the release of 90 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We call on industry to boost production and stop hoarding profits. Oil prices are down. But the price of price of oil goes up, the price of gasoline goes up. When the price of oil goes down, the price of gasoline does not necessarily go down. This is not right. It's not fair. And again, we want to say, there are 6,000 permits out there where people could drill, where industry can drill, so they don't need to be upending our initiatives to save the planet from the climate crisis. If they want to drill, they have places to drill. Use it or lose it. Let somebody else drill there. We had passed a bill last week on banning Russian oil. That's still a work in progress because in the meantime, as we were discussing that, the president issued an executive order. So the question is what needs to be done in addition to that. As I mentioned at the start, and as you well know, today is St. Patrick's Day. Last night I had the privilege of sitting with the Taoiseach at a dinner, at the Friends of Ireland dinner, at which I was had the honor of giving him an award, an International Leadership Award, on behalf of the Friends of Ireland and on behalf of our members of Congress. Right before I was supposed to give him the award, the Taoiseach left the table, and then I was told that the ambassador would be accepting the award on his behalf and giving his speech. So we're very, very sad that on St. Patrick's Day, the Taoiseach has this diagnosis, and also the luncheon that we would be having today, we won't be able to have the benefit of the honor of his presence. Just so you know, this is a lunch that was started by Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan when Tip was Speaker and Reagan was President. The first luncheon, this luncheon, didn't have the Taoiseach. It was just the Speaker and the President. That's what it'll be today, the Speaker and the President. We would rather, of course, have the Taoiseach. And subsequently, the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland, was invited. The first luncheon, Tip O'Neill invited 16 members, 12 from Massachusetts. And it's grown since then. We'd have, well, perhaps you'll cover what we say in that meeting, but we'll have a wonderful turnout of members. I don't have Irish grandparents, but I do have Irish grandchildren, and I always brag about them, as you can imagine. I just wanted to say that in consultation with the Office of the Attending Physician, I will continue regular testing, following CDC guidelines. Our Friends of Ireland lunch will proceed today without the participation of the Taoiseach, in case those of you in green had any concerns about that. Any questions? Yeah, we got.
We've heard from you and heard from other members, expressing the gratitude and moved by the speech by Mr. Zelensky yesterday. He asked, however, for some very specific things. No-fly zones. He came close to almost admonishing members to say, you don't help us. We're on the precipice of history here. We hear a lot of these heartfelt messages from members saying we want to help Ukraine, but when it comes to the specific things he's asking for, Congress is not willing to do so. Can you square that, please?
Yes, and I'm so pleased. A substantive question from Chad. Oh my God. Usually it's about this, that, or the other thing. In any event, it's right on target, Chad. I appreciate your question. Yes, it was a very moving speech. Yes, the President Zelensky once again asked for open skies. I've had that conversation with him individually as recently at the end of last week when he asked for the presentation that we all witnessed yesterday. We're not doing open skies. And he did say, as did the speaker on this will be my third interaction with the Ukraine speaker, they know that's not, we understand your position on that. These are the things we need otherwise. These are, it just seems very clear that, let me back up for a second and just say, President Biden has done a masterful job in managing this situation in a way that is collaborative, not condescending or dictating, but collaborative. The unity of the G7, not only the G7, but the NATO alliance has been remarkable to behold. They are all unified with how we go forward. And how they are unified on how we go forward is that we are not going into Ukraine. It is not an Article 5 situation. We are, however, prepared to supply Ukraine with very sophisticated equipment, some of which was alluded to yesterday, and some of which the president already announced. Was it 11:30 yesterday? A couple hours after President Zelensky's presentation. The leadership of some of the committees of jurisdiction, intelligence, armed services, foreign affairs, and appropriate subcommittees, and the leadership had a briefing later in the day on what some of the possibilities are, the upside, and the challenges that other requests make.
Is it appropriate for them to ask for those things?
Of course.
Even if your side is so, even if the Congress is in a position that they're not willing to give him what he's asking for?
Of course it's appropriate. The fact is what he wants is a result. He wants a result that says we have to, if you are not going to give us air cover with your own personnel, we need air cover, or we need equipment to effect air cover so that we can take out whatever the Russians are putting forth. So I think I thought he was completely appropriate in saying this is the impact we need. If it's not going to be affected by what I'm asking for, then this is another way we can get that done, and that's what people are looking into. What you saw yesterday was history. Later at the lunch, just maybe you might want to watch, I'm going to be reading a poem written by Bono about Ukraine, which you might find interesting.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker,
I'll
two quick
come
questions
back
on
to you.
COVID. First, on the COVID funding. Yesterday, Chair Jeffries suggested that you have time until September to act on a
No.
relief package. Is that your view? Are you going to take your time with this, or do you want to do something sooner rather than later? And then just with respect to the dinner last night, can you say roughly how long you were sitting next to the TSIC, and do you have any concerns about your health at this point?
No, I don't, and I get tested almost every day anyway, because, says she immodestly, many times I see the president, and you have to be tested to do that. And really, for the safety of my colleagues with whom I come in contact. The Taoiseach had on a mask when he sat down, but then when he started to eat, he took off the mask, and then was right during the appetizer. They called him aside. We didn't know why. But then sometime later, when it was my turn to speak, they told me how we would proceed, that he would not be speaking. So I wasn't measuring it minutes, but part of it was masked, some of it while he was eating, but it was during the appetizer that they took him away. I think we need all the money we can get to have the resources that we need to fight COVID. The last thing we need is another variant. The resources that we would have had in the bill, I think, need to be enhanced now, because we're another week later and we still don't have it. Because you know the history. In the beginning, we had these therapies, which were the vaccines, which were in sub-zero ice temperature, ice protection with a short shelf life. And that was a fragile therapy, but it worked. And now we have pills that come in a box that can last a long time. You can take at the onset if you feel a symptom, and it can prevent it from going forward. What's important about that, and why we need that money, is because you want to stop transmission. Transmission creates variants. Variants are different, and they present, if they are different, present different challenges. So this is nothing to mess with. I think we need even more money than the compromise was. The Republicans did not want to spend money on COVID, and they don't like the state funding. So we took some of the state funding, only half for the money. I was very disappointed, I have to be very honest with you, because we need the money to buy the pills. The pills exist, the science is there, but there's a market out there as well beyond the U.S. And we have a responsibility to other countries. So I think we have to get on with it. I respect what the distinguished chair said about, well, we have time. Well, we have a little. But we need more. The more time we have, the more money we need. You know, Ms. Jake.
I just want to dig into that a little bit more on the COVID relief.
This will be your third time.
My third time, what, ask about COVID relief?
Yeah.
Well, it's substantive. You like substantive questions, so I just want to.
Yeah, well, while people are dying in the Ukraine and all of that, yeah.
People are dying
Anyway, go
from
ahead.
COVID too. Do you plan to offset it? How do you?
Yeah, we have to offset it.
You do have to offset
We
it.
have to offset it, and that's what we'll have to go to. And I would hope that the sensitivities of those to any offset would be, the equity would be weighed, as to what we need to do to save lives and livelihood and prevent the creation of a new variant. Yeah, it would be
You
offset.
said you're disappointed. I mean,
Yeah, that
what is
is,
your
we don't have it
message-
right now. That we don't have it right now. We have everything else right now. That we don't have it right
What is
now.
your message to those colleagues who nitpick kind of over that?
I've communicated my message to them.
Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
ma'am.
You mentioned that you have hoped for more money in this COVID aid.
Yes.
The president originally requested 22.5
Yeah.
billion. Have there been conversations with you and President Biden about the disappointment last week? and-
No, we've been, frankly, our conversations have been about Ukraine since then. We're happy that he signed the bill. There's so much else in it that meets the needs of America's working families. But I speak regularly with the president about one subject or another. So we know we have to do more. Now, what I've said to the administration is we can't ask for more. You must ask for more because you need more, and you can't expect money, this to turn around like that because the legislative process takes time. We want it to be bipartisan. We need it to be paid for, and so let's just go for a bigger chunk. I think they should be double what they asked for, because even with when they were asking for like 20 some, it was only going to get us to June. It was only going to get us to June, so we need more. And it shouldn't even be a big conversation. We need it. The science is there. The need is there. All we need is the money. And the money will be a great investment because it will keep us safe. It will help our economy turn back, our kids to be safely in school, our people safely at work, again, the therapies that are needed. It's, you know, look, just think of this. The Taoiseach of Ireland, the Prime Minister of Ireland, visiting the United States for St. Patrick's Day. This is very important to the people of Ireland and the people of the United States. Meeting with the president in a bilateral way, meeting with friends in Congress, accompanied by people from, not accompanied by, but in that lunch with people and the dinner last night, people from Northern Ireland, everyone who should be in conversation on all of this. With all the protections of the Taoiseach of Ireland, he gets a positive diagnosis. Barack Obama, the former president of the United States, has a positive indication. What chance does a poor person with a big family living in a small apartment with not, working in a situation that may or may not be safe, or with people who may or may not have a pre-existing condition or a circumstance which makes them more susceptible. This is not, everything is great. If I ask this room, how many of you think we should just go on with it? Forget about it. No mask, no this, no that. Let's just get on with it. There'd be some spirit of let's get to normal, right? But there'll also be people here who'll say, I have a child under 5 who's not vaccinated. I have a senior over whatever who has a pre-existing condition. I have a problem going to work under those circumstances. So we have to deal with the reality as it is, mixed. We want to move on, but we don't want to move on and leave people behind. So we need the money. So when the other side says we don't want to do COVID, well, you know what? Unless it's paid for, let's pay for it. We'll find some money to pay for it. I have one more question because we have the president coming.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker? I
Yeah,
have a
right here.
question about, with everything happening in Ukraine, it being an election year, members now open to President Biden using more executive orders. Where exactly does the domestic Democratic agenda stand right now? Can anything get done before November?
Plenty has been done. We passed the ARP, the American Recovery Rescue Plan, 1 year ago, and it has produced remarkable results. Remarkable results. Millions of shots in the arms, money in pockets, children out of poverty, into schools, people in the workplace. The bill is remarkable. Child tax credit and the rest. without one Republican vote, without one Republican vote in the House or the Senate, unfortunately. We passed the bipartisan, barely bipartisan, but nonetheless proudly bipartisan infrastructure bill to create jobs, and we unleashed some of that money yesterday, a couple of days ago, when the president signed the bill. So in terms of job creation, nearly 7 million jobs, unemployment cut in half, people off of poverty, we've done a great job. But more needs to be done, as I said before. Until the kitchen table concerns of America's working families are more safely under wraps, we have much more to do. And we have to take great pride in what we've done, as the president did in the State of the Union. He showed progress, but he gave hope, because he recognized with his empathetic heart, with his empathy, that people still need concerns. So we have a lot to brag about, but we are not finished yet, and we will continue to do that work. I'm very proud of the work of our members. They are remarkable. I get a lot of compliments for the work of the House Democrats. I accept all of them on behalf of the members, because they're the ones who have done the work and had the courage to take the votes, even when there wasn't one vote on the other side. We'll continue to talk about this, I'm sure. We still want to get some things done that in our other agenda, the Build Back Better legislation. I don't know what that will be, but what it will be paid for. It will be non-inflationary. It will help reduce the national debt while it meets the needs of America's working families. Lowers cost for health care, lowers cost for child care, lowers cost for home health care. At the same time, enables children to go to school, universal pre-K, and again, goes a long way to save the planet for the children. We won't get everything in the bill just yet, maybe, but whatever we get will be important, and it will be paid for. And I couldn't be prouder than the work. And again, I'll come back to praising our president. And I was in Munich, I think I told some of you, he was so acclaimed by all of the heads of state that were there, and defense ministers, foreign ministers, and all the rest, for how he was a unifying force. You heard me say, John F. Kennedy, don't ask not what your country can do for you. You all know that. The very next sentence I said to the president was about him. To citizens, people of the countries of the world, ask not what America can do for you, what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. It's exactly what Joe Biden did, working together. Not condescendingly, but very respectfully. So I couldn't be prouder of him, and I look forward shortly to welcome him to the Capitol, where he will once again take pride in his Irish heritage. Again, we all take pride in the pride he takes, because the pride he takes in his heritage is the spark in him that enables him to take pride in your heritage. Thank you.
لممثلة الولايات المتحدة.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the briefers for your briefing today. Just 3 weeks ago, Russia launched its unprovoked, unjustified, unconscionable, full-scale invasion into Ukraine and assault on democracy. Now over 3 million refugees have fled the country, creating a devastating humanitarian crisis felt around the world. These refugees are mostly women and children. They stuffed their lives into backpacks and left their homes and everything they knew behind. Today, many of them know that their apartment buildings and streets have been bombed to rubble. And the horrors continue for those who remain in Ukraine. We just heard from the WHO DG that 43 hospitals have been attacked by Russia. 43 hospitals and health facilities. AP reporters on the ground showed the world a mass grave in Mariupol, a narrow trench filled with the bodies of children. Yesterday, Russian forces dropped a powerful bomb that hit a Mariupol theater where hundreds of civilians were hiding. The Russian word for children was written outside the theater, both front and back, in large white letters that could have been seen from the sky. Yet Russian forces bombed it anyway. Local officials have told families to leave their dead relatives lying outside on the streets, exposed to the world, because it is simply too dangerous with the bombs and shellings to hold funerals. I just met with Ukrainian civil society leaders. They reported that people standing in a bread line, trying to get food to feed their families, were shot dead by Russian soldiers. They reported terror, the terror that Russia is inflicting across Ukraine on the Ukrainian people. Russia will be held accountable for its atrocities. There's only one way to end this madness. President Putin, stop the killing, withdraw your forces, leave Ukraine once and for all. Yesterday, I listened to President Zelensky's speech to the United States Congress, and I was so moved by his words, his bravery, and his calls for help and for peace. Immediately afterward, President Biden announced another $800 million in security assistance to help Ukraine defend itself. That's more than $1 billion in the past week alone. We're not doing this by ourselves. Our allies and partners are fully committed to surging assistance to the Ukrainians. And we are grateful to all of our allies and partners who have opened their borders and their hearts and welcome Ukrainian refugees. We're also going to continue to provide humanitarian relief to support people within Ukraine and those who have been forced to flee, including the $186 million in additional assistance that Secretary Blinken announced on Tuesday. Here at the United Nations, we believe the best way to address the humanitarian crisis is through a resolution in the UN General Assembly. The resolution in the General Assembly will reflect the views of the overwhelming majority of UN member states and Ukraine itself. The International Court of Justice issued a profound and important order yesterday to the Russian Federation, and we call on Russia to comply immediately. Russia has clearly violated international law by violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia's brutal tactics have killed civilians, medics, and some of the journalists who have been showing us all the truth of this war. Russia has attacked so much of what we hold sacred and everything the United Nations stands for. Russia's actions must be condemned in no uncertain terms. As President Biden said, Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. No matter what advances he makes, no matter whom he kills or what cities he destroys, Ukraine will never be a victory for him. The United States stands with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and we will do everything in our power to end this tragic, unnecessary war. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل ألبانيا.
And give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Rosemary, for your clarity and the very valuable information you provide every time you come to brief the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mazou and Director General Ghebreyesus, for your sobering information. Dear colleagues, 3 weeks into this unprovoked, unjustified, illegal, and deadly aggression by Russia, and the terrible facts are hardly surprising since anticipated nearly to the detail. Massive casualties among civilians, mass graves, widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure, ruined homes, schools, and hospitals, lives blown away by bombardments, children's dreams teared into smoke. There is no need to describe this devastating situation. Yet, as we just heard, and by the top UN representatives, not by the so-called West hysteria, is soul-wrenching and coincides with the shocking media reports on the horrors of the war and the misery unleashed upon Ukraine for no reason. I will maybe just recall the summarizing words of the Secretary General when he said 2 days ago, Ukraine is in fire and is being decimated. Guess by who? Over 3 million refugees in only 3 weeks, more than the entire population of my country. Some 2 million people displaced internally. 12 million people affected in the areas hardest hit by the war. UNICEF has evidence that since the start of the war, forced by this brutal aggression, every second a child has crossed the border of Ukraine. SRSG pattern warns that abuse, risks of sexual and gender-based violence, as well as trafficking, continue to mount amid wide-scale displacement. Several appeals for humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians went unheeded. Many people remain trapped in areas of conflict and with essential services disrupted or unable to meet their basic needs, including food, water, and medicine. For the estimated hundreds of thousands who remain, there is simply nowhere to go. They can be killed even for queuing for bread, as it happened. This is the angry and the true face of the Russian aggression. Mr. President, the director of WHO that we just heard confirmed that there have been 33 attacks on Ukrainian healthcare facilities, infrastructure, and workers since the beginning of the invasion, otherwise 2 every day. There are, unfortunately, nearly a dozen conflicts in the world today. Out of 89 attacks on health system around the world this year so far, 33 have been only in Ukraine. Therefore, attacking healthcare facilities and workers is becoming a tactic of war in Ukraine. Nothing is being spared. First, there was this maternity ward in Mariupol. Then there was a mosque. Yesterday, Russians bombed the drama theater in Mariupol, a shelter for nearly 1,000 citizens who were not able to flee the city. And as it was mentioned, the word children in large Russian script was painted on the ground outside the theater. Everything must be bombed. Despite this grueling picture, the main news is not just what I said. The main news is that Ukraine is holding on, that Ukraine is resisting, that Ukraine is winning and Russia is deep in the mud. On the ground, morally, legally, and internationally. And we know now that for Russia to win this war of choice, it has to Grozny the entire Ukraine. It has to Aleppo all its cities. It has to Mariupol everything there. And even after that, we will be told here again that it's not their fault. C'est la faute à Voltaire. Mr. President, Ukraine won yesterday the first legal victory at the International Court of Justice. ICJ, the guardian of international law, ruled that there was no evidence to support Russian claims that Ukraine was committing genocide in the Luhansk and Donetsk. The court called for immediate suspension of any kind of military operations by Russia and entities, organizations, or persons under its control. So the question is, will Russia respect the court's order, or will it unplug and cancel itself completely, entirely, from the international law? Mr. President, beyond the human toll, the infrastructure and residential deliberate destructions and large-scale humanitarian crisis, there is another major crisis, the economic impact of the aggression. UNDP has warned that every day of delayed peace will accelerate a free fall into poverty in Ukraine. UNDP again projected yesterday that 90% of the Ukrainian population could be facing poverty and extreme economic vulnerability should the war deepen. In the event of a continuing protracted war in Ukraine, almost 1/3 of the population will fall below the poverty line, and a further 62% will be at extreme risk of falling into poverty within the next 12 months. It warned, again the UNDP, that 18 years of social economic achievement could be lost. And this would set the country, an entire region, back decades, leaving deep social and economic scars for generations to come. Who in this room or outside it believes then a single word from Russia about SDGs, about Agenda 2030? Because these terrible effects will not only be felt in Ukraine, but in the entire world. Mr. President, Russia has proposed a text for a humanitarian resolution. We think it is wrong. It is worst. It's a mockery of proportions, a move worth of the Guinness record of hypocrisy. Russia cannot shoot first and then come disguised as a doctor. The only way to minimize humanitarian consequences for the Ukrainian population is simple. Russia has to stop the war, withdraw its troops, and go home. No one should get confused by a text just because it is called humanitarian, when the only aim is to provide cover for the war. So colleagues, don't fall for the new clothes of the emperor. The Russian aggression is naked out there. Thank you.
أشكر ممثل ألبانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة المملكة
and give the
المتحدة.
floor to the representative of the UK.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I join others in thanking our briefers today as well. As we've heard, it's 3 weeks since we met in this chamber to make one final effort to avert a Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's 3 weeks since we were interrupted by the news that President Putin had abandoned diplomacy and chosen war. These have been 3 devastatingly long weeks for the people of Ukraine, for the 3 million people who have fled, and for those who have stayed. As we heard from the UN, Russian forces are laying siege to populated cities and towns and indiscriminately shelling residential areas with high-impact weaponry, including cluster munitions. 43 healthcare facilities, including a maternity hospital, have been attacked, killing the most vulnerable
and depriving civilians of access to medical assistance. And President Putin's war is causing suffering well beyond Ukraine's borders. Thousands of students, many from nations around this table, have been caught up in the violence. The war is spiking food and energy prices, bringing further pain to countries in the developing world already suffering from the impact of COVID and famine and conflict and climate. Millions of refugees have been taken in by countries across Europe. Mr. President, colleagues, 3 weeks since the start of Russia's invasion, one point should be clear in our minds. This is an unprovoked war of aggression waged by Russia. Russia is responsible for the suffering it has inflicted on Ukraine and beyond. Russia alone can end this war. 141 UN member states have unequivocally condemned Russia's illegal invasion. The International Court of Justice has issued a legally binding order requiring Russia to suspend military action in Ukraine immediately. This week, perversely, Russia tabled a resolution that, among other things, called for the protection of civilians, including women and children. This is cynical game playing in the face of human suffering. Just yesterday, in Mariupol, Russian forces reportedly targeted civilians taking cover from the onslaught, despite the word children written on the ground where they sheltered. If Russia really wanted to protect women and children, it would withdraw its troops from Ukraine and end this illegal invasion today. Thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثلة المملكة المتحدة على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل فرنسا.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie la secrétaire générale adjointe aux affaires politiques, le haut-commissaire adjoint aux réfugiés et le directeur général de l'OMS pour leurs interventions. Celle-ci démontre, avec l'impartialité et la rigueur qui caractérisent le travail des Nations Unies, la réalité de cette guerre, menée depuis 3 semaines par la Fédération de Russie. Cette réalité, c'est la mort de civils innocents, ainsi que de journalistes et de personnels médicaux. C'est le chaos créé partout en Ukraine et bien au-delà, notamment par l'aggravation de l'insécurité alimentaire dans le monde. Ce sont les millions de vies brisées de toutes celles et tous ceux qui sont forcés de fuir leur foyer et qui ne trouvent répit ni dans les hôpitaux ni dans les écoles. Avec ses partenaires européens, la France continuera de se mobiliser pour l'accueil de ces réfugiés. Elle continuera d'apporter son soutien aux Ukrainiens. Elle a débloqué 100 millions d'euros à cette fin. La France appelle la Russie à cesser immédiatement cette guerre sanguinaire et à se conformer à l'ordonnance de la Cour internationale de justice rendue hier. Elle condamne, dans les termes les plus forts, le siège de plusieurs villes ukrainiennes et les bombardements indiscriminés visant les populations civiles. Elle appelle la Russie à se conformer au droit international humanitaire, à protéger les civils et les infrastructures civiles et à permettre l'acheminement de l'aide. Les attaques contre les hôpitaux sont constitutives de crimes de guerre. La France condamne également les actions qui ont pris les journalistes pour cible et elle rappelle l'obligation qui incombe aux forces armées de les protéger. La France est particulièrement préoccupée par les informations faisant état de l'emploi par la Russie de bombes à sous-munitions. Elle condamne une fois de plus le soutien que le régime biélorusse apporte à cette guerre meurtrière. Elle dénonce l'utilisation par la Russie de mercenaires, notamment syriens, qui ne sauraient exonérer la Russie de sa responsabilité. Celle-ci devra rendre compte de ses crimes. Nous saluons l'ouverture d'une enquête par le bureau du procureur de la Cour pénale internationale. La France dénonce enfin le cynisme de la Russie qui prétend à New York se soucier de la situation humanitaire en Ukraine alors qu'elle en est la cause unique. Le projet de résolution russe ne trompe personne. Il ne doit pas être soutenu. Le soutenir serait donner un blanc-seing à la Russie pour qu'elle poursuive cette guerre. Monsieur le Président, malgré les destructions et les souffrances, la guerre en Ukraine a révélé une autre réalité. Le peuple ukrainien fait preuve d'une résistance admirable. La France salue son courage et celui des autorités ukrainiennes. La communauté internationale est unie dans la condamnation de l'agression. De nombreux pays, dont la France, ont immédiatement pris des mesures visant les autorités russes et les cercles économiques proches du pouvoir pour les priver des ressources et les empêcher des moyens de poursuivre cette guerre. Ces sanctions ont déjà démontré leur efficacité et continueront à être renforcées pour enchérir le coût de la guerre jusqu'à ce que les autorités russes renoncent à la violence. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
أشكر ممثل فرنسا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة إيرلندا.
I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. I also would like to thank Under Secretary General DiCarlo, Assistant High Commissioner Mazou and Director General Dr. Tedros for their very sobering briefings. Their messages are grim, very grim. We commend all humanitarian organisations working to alleviate the man-made catastrophe being visited on Ukraine. President, the cause of this catastrophe is clear. 3 short weeks ago, as we sat in this very chamber, as the Secretary-General pleaded for peace, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine. Since then, we have witnessed wanton devastation in a sovereign, independent nation with no regard for human life. To date, over 3 million people have had to flee Ukraine, becoming refugees in neighbouring countries. We heard today 90% of those forced out of their homes and into uncertainty are women and children. Families torn apart At least 2 million people are internally displaced, increasingly vulnerable and in need of immediate support. Ordinary people traumatized by a cruel and reckless war. Women and girls face heightened risk of being subjected to sexual and gender-based violence, including rape and trafficking. Their right to protection is being ignored. The destruction of the basic services all of us here at this table take for granted, food, water, sanitary systems, health and education, is having a devastating effect in Ukraine. Civilian casualties, we know, are in the thousands. Irish journalist Pierre Sachevsky was tragically killed alongside Ukrainian journalist Sasha Kushnova. They were both working to shine a light on Ukraine's plight. Our thoughts are with their families and every grieving and suffering Ukrainian family. Courageous journalists are showing the horrific impact of Russian aggression. I salute the free media putting their lives on the line to show us the truth. The humanitarian impact of this war is being felt around the world. It will affect the food security of countries heavily reliant on Ukrainian agricultural products, including in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. It will cause severe harm far beyond the borders of Ukraine. President, I they need for daily existence, for survival. It's a damning indictment that we in this Council have not been able to speak with a united voice to save innocent lives in this war. President, the images from a besieged Mariupol are shocking. We see once again that urban warfare takes the heaviest toll on civilians. We deplore the targeting of healthcare facilities, doctors taken hostage, life-saving care interfered with by military forces. Last week's attack by Russian forces on a maternity hospital in Mariupol plumbed new depths, resulting in the death of a mother and her newborn baby, a baby that never had a chance. We have to ask how many more. The residents of Mariupol are now melting snow or siphoning water from heating systems to quench their thirst. They're cutting down trees for firewood for cooking and to stay warm in freezing night temperatures. The city's supermarkets emptied because the basic necessities of life cannot be safely brought into the city. It is chilling to think that the suffering forced on Mariupol may be visited on other Ukrainian cities. There can be no justification for this brutal aggression. It should never have been perpetrated. It must be stopped. Ireland calls on the Russian Federation to comply with its obligations to protect civilian healthcare facilities and medical and humanitarian personnel. It must facilitate the safe passage and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance, including medical and food supplies. Whatever is agreed or not agreed on humanitarian corridors or other measures, civilians and civilian infrastructure must be protected under international humanitarian law. This applies both to those who choose to leave and those who choose to remain. Surely, the most basic respect for human life must mean something to the aggressor even now. Let's be clear, the provision of humanitarian assistance is not dependent on a ceasefire. It is dependent on those bombing cities doing the right thing in accordance with their obligations. President, attacks directed against civilians and civilian objects, indiscriminate attacks and disproportionate attacks are all prohibited under international humanitarian law. Ireland remains gravely concerned by the humanitarian harm arising from use of explosive weapons in populated areas in Ukraine. There have been reports of the use of cluster munitions and thermobaric weapons by Russian military forces. These weapons cause mass casualties. They pose great risk for civilians when deployed in urban areas, including long after fighting has ceased. Their use is unconscionable. Equally, any use of white phosphorus against civilians or civilian infrastructure is abhorrent and contrary to international law. President, not only is Russia's war in Ukraine morally wrong, it is illegal. Yesterday, in granting Ukraine's request for provisional measures against the Russian Federation, the International Court of Justice was clear, it was emphatic. Russia must immediately suspend the military operations in Ukraine. In light of the court's decision, which is binding on the Russian Federation, which it cannot ignore, Ireland once again calls on the Russian Federation to comply with its obligations under international law and immediately end its aggression, unconditionally withdraw its forces from the entire territory of Ukraine, and refrain from further threat or use of force of any kind against Ukraine or any other member state. President, colleagues, for 3 long weeks, diplomacy has proved unavailing. For 3 long weeks, the world has watched this war with horror. Yet, we believe there is still a chance for peace. We urge the Russian Federation to do the right thing and commit to the diplomatic path in good faith. It is never too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة إيرلندا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة النرويج.
Thank you, President. I join others in thanking briefers for their sobering presentations. 3 weeks ago, Russia launched its military aggression and invaded Ukraine. And since the start of the war, a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every second. Over 3 million civilians have crossed the borders into neighboring countries seeking protection, and over 2 million people are displaced inside Ukraine. They are fleeing from the horrors of Russia's unjust and illegal war against Ukraine, from the destructive power of one of the world's biggest war machines, from Russia's shelling of homes, schools, and hospitals, from Russia's indiscriminate use of explosive weapons and their deplorable use of cluster bombs, weapons that destroy cities, killing civilians even while they are fleeing or hiding. The human suffering is unacceptable. We encourage countries to keep their borders open to all those seeking safety outside Ukraine without discrimination. And we commend the generosity of the neighboring countries and their solidarity with those fleeing the war. Many of those fleeing are in a vulnerable situation, as we heard from Dr. Tedros, at risk of sexual and gender-based violence, trafficking, and other forms of exploitation. Traumatized children and adults in need of mental and psychosocial support. We encourage the humanitarian organization to give priority to these issues in their response. President, civilians must be protected at all times, and humanitarian and medical workers must also be protected and allowed safe, rapid, and unhindered access to people in need. The protection of civilians and humanitarian access are not a matter of choice. They are legal obligation under international humanitarian law, obligation which must be respected. And those responsible for violation must be held accountable. President, Russia's war is causing despair and suffering with global implication. Russia is responsible for the increased food prices and higher risk of food insecurity that many countries now face. Russia's war against Ukraine will further exacerbate humanitarian crisis, death and disaster for people across continents. Russia, and Russia alone, bears the sole responsibility for the war and humanitarian crisis. Russia must stop its military aggression against Ukraine. Russia must comply with the order by the International Court of Justice to immediately suspend its military operation in Ukraine. If Russia cares about the humanitarian suffering this war is causing, then Russia should stop its senseless and illegal war. The Russian draft resolution has no credibility. It will not stop the war and the suffering. We echo the call of the Secretary General that political dialogue, negotiation and mediation are the only way forward. We need to see genuine talks that translate into concrete results on the ground, and they must be inclusive. We need to see women included meaningfully in all talks, negotiation and mediation efforts. And for the sake of humanity, this war must stop. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة النرويج على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل.
I thank the representative of Norway, and India has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank USG DiCarlo, UNHCR Assistant High Commissioner Mazzo, and WHO Director General Dr. Ghebreyesus for their respective briefing on the security and humanitarian situation in Ukraine. India continues to remain deeply concerned at the ongoing situation, which has progressively deteriorated since the beginning of the hostilities. The conflict has resulted in death of civilians, displacement of thousands of people internally, and outflow of more than 3 million refugees to neighboring countries. The humanitarian situation has worsened, particularly in the conflict zones. There is an urgent need, therefore, to address the humanitarian needs of the affected population. In this regard, we support the initiatives of the UN and its agencies who have mobilized whatever is possible in the shortest possible time frame. We hope the international community will continue to respond positively to the humanitarian needs of the people of Ukraine, including through extending generous support to Secretary General's flash appeal and the Regional Refugee Response Plan on Ukraine. Keeping in view the dire humanitarian situation unfolding in Ukraine, India has already sent over 90 tons of humanitarian supplies to Ukraine and its neighbors as a part of the 9 separate tranches of humanitarian assistance delivered thus far. These supplies have included medicines and other essential relief material. We are in the process of identifying other such requirements and sending further supplies in the coming days. India has ensured the safe return of about 22,500 Indians from Ukraine. We have also assisted nationals from 18 other countries in that process. We are deeply appreciative of the facilitation rendered by the authorities of Ukraine and its neighboring countries in ensuring their safe return. Allow me to underscore that it is important that the humanitarian action is always guided by the principles of humanitarian assistance, which is humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. These measures should not be politicized. We reiterate our call for immediate cessation of hostilities across Ukraine. Our Prime Minister has reiterated this on several occasions and called for immediate ceasefire and emphasized that there is no option but the path of dialogue and diplomacy. We stand ready to continue to engage on these objectives in the Security Council as well as with the parties in the coming days. We continue to underline the need to respect the UN Charter, international law, and the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states. I thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الهند على بيانه.
I thank the representative of India, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana. The representative of Ghana.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this meeting and also thank the distinguished briefers for the updated information on the prevailing humanitarian situation in Ukraine. I also welcome the participation in this meeting of the representatives of Poland and Ukraine. Mr. President, Ghana reiterates once more the call on the Russian Federation for an unconditional and immediate ceasefire and for the withdrawal of all its invading troops from the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. The cessation of hostilities is critical to save lives and prevent further devastation to the Ukrainian people. It remains fundamental to addressing the worsening humanitarian situation. We remain deeply concerned about the military escalations and the disproportionate use of unconventional munitions in bombarding the cities and civilian populated areas of Ukraine, and we are disheartened by the trauma that the situation has caused, especially to the aged, women, and children. The parties to the conflict must urgently commit to a humanitarian pause to enable the evacuation and safe passage of civilians and facilitate the delivery of food, medicine, and other essential services to those in critical need and those who have been caught up in the cities under siege. We also deplore the attacks on medical facilities and call for the protection of humanitarian workers and medical personnel. We urge the parties to comply with their commitments under international law and international humanitarian law, in particular, the provisions of the 4th Geneva Convention of 1949 relating to the protection of civilian persons in the time of war. We continue to urge the parties to accept the path of diplomacy and dialogue in resolving their security concerns. We believe that the good offices of the Secretary General should be leveraged to facilitate a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Mr. President, in concluding, I wish to emphasize that the interest and safety of the Ukrainian people should be prioritized and must be at the forefront of the actions of this Council and all other international actions. I thank you for your kind attention.
أشكر ممثلة غانا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة.
I thank the representative of Ghana, and I now give the floor to Gabon. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to thank Madam De Carlo, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and Mr. Ralph Mazou for their briefings on the situation, the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. The intensification of fighting and the massive exodus of civilians ensuing from this and the deterioration in the living conditions and health conditions of those are all causes for concern.
Les parties au conflit doivent saisir toutes les possibilités qu'offre la diplomatie pour parvenir, par le dialogue, à un règlement négocié et éviter l'enlisement. Je vous remercie.
أشكر ممثل غابون على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثلة كينيا.
Mr. President, I thank the briefers for their presentations this afternoon. Kenya is gravely concerned that 3 weeks on, the armed conflict in Ukraine has continued unabated. The continuing reports of loss of lives and displacement and separation of loved ones, including through millions of refugees in just 3 weeks, is deeply disturbing. Kenya extends its condolences to the families who have lost loved ones to the conflicts and stands in solidarity with all the affected. We commend Ukraine's neighbors for opening their borders to refugees of multiple nationalities, and we urge them to continue ensuring that protections sought are offered with no discrimination on any basis, and particularly in regard to race or religion. Kenya condemns the targeting on and destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure, particularly residential homes, hospitals, and shelters. The parties are obliged to comply with international humanitarian law. We remind that civilians, including foreign nationals in Ukraine, are not party to the conflict and must not be a target. In this regard, all actors, including the parties, must consider to prioritize the safety and interest of civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law. The imperative to ensure that humanitarian passages are open and functioning in all times cannot be overstated. We believe that there is an urgent need for humanitarian resolution that reflects the unity and the resolve of this Council to assist the people of Ukraine. Ultimately, the only way out of this crisis is an immediate and unconditional cessation of the military campaign. We urge the parties to do this to allow humanitarian assistance to flow and create room for diplomacy and constructive dialogue, including through the good offices of the UN Secretary General, towards a sustainable political solution. We underscore the need for an urgent resolution of this armed conflict. Its impact is already being felt through increased food prices, fertilizer, oil, and other essentials by multiple countries. If it is not quickly prevented, this trend, including the added effects of unilateral sanctions, will aggravate state fragilities and fuel ongoing conflicts across the world, especially in the global south. In closing, Mr. President, Kenya restates its recognition of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the political political independence of Ukraine. I thank you.
أشكر ممثلة كينيا على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل البرازيل.
And I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you. Mr. President, at the outset, I would like to thank for their briefings Ms. Rosemarie De Carlo, the WTO Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus, and Mr. Raouf Mazou from UNHCR. As the conflict in Ukraine lingers on, the dire humanitarian situation in the region is further deteriorating. Brazil is deeply concerned with the growing number of civilian casualties, including children, as well as the increasing flows of refugees and internally displaced people. According to some estimates, the number of people impacted by the conflict is around 18 million, of which more than 6 million are internally displaced and nearly 3 million people have fled Ukraine. The destruction of infrastructure has caused food shortages, energy outages, and intermittent communications. Under these circumstances, supply chains have been disrupted. The access to medical facilities is impaired. Medical supplies are running low, their distribution is uncertain, and some stockpiles are out of reach due to military operations. Hospitals and medical personnel are struggling to provide care to the sick and wounded. In response to the most pressing needs for humanitarian assistance, the Brazilian government has sent last week a donation encompassing water purifiers, around 9 tons of foods, and half a ton of medical items, totaling approximately 20,000 items donated by the Brazilian Ministry of Health. With the assistance of the Embassy of Brazil in Warsaw, the supplies were landed at that capital and delivered to Ukraine in coordination with the country's authorities. The international community must come to the assistance of the people most in need, not only those directly afflicted by the hostilities in Ukraine territory, but also refugees in the neighboring countries. We commend the World Health Organization for its work to ensure the delivery of health supplies to Ukraine and its neighboring countries. The availability of medical personnel, medicines, and health equipment is crucial to meet the urgent needs of those sick and wounded. At this moment, Ukraine's health system is under critical pressure to cope with the demands for assistance from the many victims of this conflict. It is distressing to know that as of 12 March, the World Health Organization had verified 31 attacks on healthcare facilities in Ukraine, resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries, including health workers. The attacks against healthcare are particularly worrisome since they deprive people of life-saving services. Attacks on healthcare are violations of international humanitarian law. We reiterate our position that the immediate cessation of hostilities in Ukraine is the main condition to guarantee the passage of civilians from conflagrated zones to safe areas. Moreover, only with a comprehensive and effective ceasefire, it would be allowed the rapid, safe, and unhindered access to humanitarian assistance to those in need. I thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل البرازيل على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الاتحاد الروسي.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Мы внимательно выслушали наших бриферов. Разделяем озвученные озабоченности ООН гуманитарным кризисом, который разворачивается в ряде регионов Украины. На него справедливо указывают и наши коллеги по Совету Безопасности. Однако разница в том, что оценки некоторых, в частности, западных государств, базируются помимо ситуации с беженцами на раздуваемой с самого начала российской специальной военной операции на Украине кампании дезинформации, которая берет все новые и новые высоты. Вот и сегодня мы услышали целый ряд подобных сообщений из уст наших коллег. Это и обвинение в обстреле, ставшего уже нарицательным роддома в Мариуполе, и бомбежки Мариупольского театра, и о том, что Россия не выпускает беженцев, и о том, что Россия бомбила мечеть султана Сулеймана в Мариуполе, и о том, что российские войска из автоматического оружия расстреляли в очередь в Чернигове. Все эти фейки неоднократно опровергались. Я, во-первых, хочу сказать своей американской коллеге, когда она сослалась на генерального директора ВОЗ, который якобы сказал, что Россия разбомбила, что 33 госпиталя были подвергнуты бомбардировке Россией. Я хочу обратить внимание, что генеральный директор ВОЗ, спросите у него, этих слов не говорит. Насколько нам известно, не в правилах ВОЗ осуществлять атрибуцию о том, кто произвел те или иные удары по медицинским учреждениям. А вот к вопросу об атрибуции, о том, кого считать виновным в разрушении медицинских учреждений на Украине, у нас много вопросов. Мы еще к этому вернемся. В Чернигове расстрел очереди. Это было давно уже опровергнуто. Российских военнослужащих в Чернигове нет. Это все, скорее всего, последствия бездумной раздачи оружия кому угодно на Украине. Хочу сказать, что было за это время, помимо других видов вооружения, было роздано населению бесконтрольно 25 тысяч автоматического оружия. Мечеть султана Сулеймана в Мариуполе. Президент фонда мечети султана Сулеймана в Мариуполе опроверг сообщение о том, что турецкая мечеть с 80 мирными жителями была обстреляна российскими войсками. Так что я не знаю, кто войдет в книгу рекордов Гиннесса по цинизму, но я точно знаю, кто войдет по рекорду фейков за одно заседание Совета Безопасности. Книгу рекордов Гиннесса. Как я уже говорил, своего рода символом, работающим сейчас на полную мощность западной и украинской фабрики фейков, стала ситуация в Мариуполе вокруг него. Хочу пояснить для тех, кто не знает, в чем особенность этого города. В ходе событий 2014-2015 годов, когда украинская военщина бросила на несогласных с новой майданной властью жителей востока страны самолеты и танки, Мариуполь был одним из главных центров сопротивления в Донецкой Народной Республике. Его жители почти единогласно поддержали независимость республики в ходе референдума, активно выступали против националистического киевского режима. Этого украинские нацисты не забыли. Утопив город в крови, они превратили его в своего рода штаб-квартиру и оплот добровольческих нацистских батальонов. Прежде всего Азов, а также правого сектора. В аэропорту Мариуполя находилась печально известная тюрьма пыточных со всей соответствующей атрибутикой. Рвами с телами замученных, карцеры и бензопилы. Это не средневековье, это неонацизм. Именно поэтому украинские радикалы так цепляются за этот город. Во-первых, он скрывает множество доказательств их преступлений. А во-вторых, они они
And
понимают,
second of
что
all,
за
they
них придется
understand that
отвечать.
they will have to be held accountable for
Поэтому
this.
они
And that's
готовы
why they
утянуть за
stand
собой в
ready
могилу
to
хоть все
drag
население Мариуполя.
to drag into the grave almost entire population of Mariupol.
Так же, как это делали нацисты в
Exactly the
осажденном
way it was
Берлине
done
в
by the Nazis in Berlin
1945
in
году,
1945 when it was
они
besieged.
удерживают
They
жителей в качестве
also
живого
hold
щита,
people as human
не давая
shields.
им
They do not allow
эвакуироваться и
them to
размещая рядом
evacuate, and they
с
place
жилыми
right
объектами
next to
тяжелое вооружение
residential
в нарушение
buildings
норм
heavy weaponry
международного
in
гуманитарного
violation of
права.
international humanitarian law.
Этого ни наши
And this is
западные
something that our
партнеры, ни, к
Western
сожалению,
partners and
представитель
unfortunately
секретариата
the
ООН
Secretariat
упорно не
representatives
желают
is
замечать.
something they do not
Однако правду
persistently do
скрыть
not want
трудно.
to
Мы
see.
отмечаем
But it's very
заявление
difficult to
НКК,
cover up facts,
высвечивающее
and here
такие
we would
факты.
like to point you to the ICRC statement, which sheds light on these facts.
В подобной обстановке
In
неудивительно,
such a
что
situation,
Мариуполь
it's
стал
not a
едва ли
surprise
не
that
лидером
Mariupol has
по числу и
become almost a
изощренности
leader on
фейков,
the
производство
number
которых
and ingeniousness of the
является
fakes,
одним из главных
and
занятий
their manufacturing has
украинского
become almost a
режима.
main job of the Ukrainian
Выделю
regime.
тройку
And let
самых
me just
шокирующих.
dwell on the three most
Первый
egregious
это,
of them. And the first one, of course,
безусловно,
is
бывший роддом
the
Мариуполя, якобы
former
разрушенный
maternity
российской
hospital in
ракетой.
Mariupol, allegedly destroyed by the
Не
Russian
буду
missile.
на нем
I'm
подробно
not going to dwell on this too
останавливаться.
long.
Мы уже об этом
Let
говорили,
me just simply say that we
мы
covered
изложили
this
данную
earlier,
информацию в
and
письме
this
на имя генерального
information is
секретаря ООН.
something that we put into a
Сложно
letter sent to
найти
the
разумное
Secretary General.
объяснение тому, что
It
наши
is very
западные коллеги
difficult to find a rational
решили не
explanation for the
только
fact that
не
our Western
замечать наше
colleagues decided
заблаговременное
not only to
предупреждение
notice a warning in advance,
о том,
the
что
warning
роддом
we
давно превращен в
issued,
огневую точку
telling everyone
украинских
that the Rodom
националистов.
had become a
Но
military firing
неоспоримые
post for the
данные о
nationalists.
постановочном
They also
характере
ignore the
устроены
irrefutable
там в
fact
лучших
about the
традициях белых
staged
кассок
nature
фотосессий,
of the situation there,
равно как и мнение авторитетных
along the
баллистических
lines of what
экспертов
was being done
о
by
том,
the
что в
white
здание ничего не
helmets.
попадало,
And they also
а имел место подрыв.
ignoring the opinion of ballistic experts who say nothing hit the building, but rather there was an explosion there.
О втором фейке
The
мы
second
услышали, в том
fake is
числе
something
сегодня от
that we
наших западных
heard
коллег.
about today also from
Россия
our
якобы
Western
нанесла
colleagues.
удар по
Russia
Мариупольскому
allegedly
драмтеатру,
hit the
где
Mariupol
укрывалось
theater,
более
where
1000
more
человек.
than 1,000 people had sought refuge.
На самом
In
же деле,
actual
еще
fact,
13
already on
марта
the
в широком
13th of
доступе
March, there
частными
was
лицами была
widely
опубликована
available
информация,
public information
полученная от жителей
provided
Мариуполя,
by private
чудом
people in
вырвавшихся из
Mariupol
города,
who managed miraculously to
что
escape the
Азов
city. They
удерживает
were
в этом
saying that
здании
Azov is holding
огромное
in that
количество
building a
людей и
huge
готовит кровавую
number of people
провокацию.
and is preparing a bloody
Не
provocation.
случайно поэтому это нас не удивляет, что там было написано слово «дети».
Are not surprised by the fact that in front of the building you can see the word children.
Вооруженные силы России были информированы о ситуации.
The Russian armed
Да и
forces were informed
изначально
about the
здание театра
situation,
не
and the
расценивалось
building
российскими
of the
войсками
theater
как цель
was
для авиаудара.
never considered as a target for a strike.
Своевременное же нахождение в местах подобных провокаций западных журналистов, рапортующих о случившемся, уже становится трагической приметой происходящих на Украине провокаций, покрывающих беззаконие со стороны ВСУ и нацбатальонов. После того, как маховик западной пропаганды разгоняет по мировым СМИ трагическую фотографию мужчины, потерявшего жену из-за удара ВСУ ракетой .У с кластерными боеприпасами, по центру Донецка, выдавая происходящее как сцену из Киева, призывать вас к какой-то объективной оценке сложно. Еще раз напоминаю, что никто из вас, из западных СМИ, не сказал ни слова о трагедии в Донецке, унесшей жизни более 20 мирных жителей. Наконец, третий фейк. Россия якобы насильно пытается вывести жителей из Мариуполя и других украинских городов к себе, поэтому открывать следует лишь гумкоридоры на Украине. Это откровенная ложь. С начала специальной военной операции на горячую линию Минобороны России поступило свыше 2,5 миллионов запросов о эвакуации в Россию. К сожалению, вынуждены констатировать, что пока не получается эвакуировать всех, потому что им запрещают это делать украинские власти. Но только за предыдущие сутки из наконец разблокированного нами многострадального Мариуполя была обеспечена безопасная эвакуация свыше 31 тысячи мирных граждан, в том числе 89 иностранцев, среди которых 71 сотрудников
71 OSCE staff,
9 граждан Греции,
9
9
Greek
граждан
nationals,
Пакистана.
and 9 Pakistani
Из
nationals.
31 тысячи
Out of the
эвакуированных, только
31,000
36
evacuees, only
человек
36
перебрались на
people
подконтрольные Киеву
moved to
территории
the Kiev-controlled
Днепропетровской области.
territory. In the
Остальные выбрали путь в Россию и в населенные пункты Запорожской и Херсонской областей под контролем вооруженных сил России, выразив категорический отказ переезжать на контролируемые киевскими властями территории. Вся гумоперация проводилась силами подразделений ДНР и вооруженных сил России без какого-либо участия украинской стороны. Обращаю ваше внимание, что сегодня автомобильная пробка на выезд из Мариуполя в направлении освобожденных от укронацистов Бердянска и Мелитополя составила 10 километров. Пока в город не вошли российские силы, такого мы не наблюдали. И это неудивительно, ведь мирные жители, как я уже сказал, нужны были нацистам в качестве щита. Те, кто спасся из Мариуполя, рассказывают о массовых бесчинствах и преступлениях батальонов территориальной обороны, издевательствах над стариками, женщинами и детьми. Всем этим людям оказывается индивидуальная медицинская и психологическая помощь. По-разному пока складывается ситуация на других направлениях. Вчера нами в полном объеме был соблюден режим тишины по ранее предложенным украинской стороне гуманитарным коридорам на Киевском, Запорожском, Житомирском, Сумском, Харьковском и Полтавском направлениях. Это неоднократно подтверждено средствами объективного контроля, в том числе с использованием беспилотных летательных аппаратов. По открытым в сторону России гуманитарным коридорам неонацисты никого не выпускали, угрожая физической расправой. А те, кому удавалось прорваться, безжалостно обстреливали. Вчера на Харьковском направлении в очередной раз под обстрел попала автобусная колонна с беженцами, двигавшимися по гуманитарному коридору в сторону России. В результате 4 человека погибли, есть раненые. Однако, несмотря на все трудности и препятствия, только за прошлые сутки, без участия Киева, из опасных районов нам удалось эвакуировать 12 440 человек, из них 2242 ребенка.
children.
Всего с начала специальной военной
Overall,
операции
since the beginning of special
271
military operation,
231
already
человек, из которых 58 422
out of them
это дети,
58,000 children have been evacuated.
пересекли границу России.
They have crossed the border of Russia.
Включая 31 тысячу
This
единиц
includes
личного автотранспорта.
31,000 individual cars.
Мы готовы принять и
And we
больше
stand ready
людей. В
to take
субъектах
even more.
Российской Федерации
In
продолжает
subjects of Russian
функционировать свыше
Federation, we have more than
9,5 тысяч пунктов временного
9,500
размещения.
points of temporary housing.
На освобожденных же территориях нами создаются все необходимые условия для беспрепятственного доступа желающих к гуманитарной помощи, которая в ряде мест фактически остается единственной возможностью выжить. При этом медикаменты, одежда и продовольствие, поступающие от международных организаций, в частности от МККК, мэры украинских городов перепродают местным предпринимателям. Такие факты нами достоверно установлены в городах Житомир, Ивано-Франковск, Винница, Ровно, Луцк, Дубна, Владимир-Волынск и Львов. Заложников, по сути, в заложниках у батальона территориальной обороны продолжает оставаться 6910 иностранных граждан из 22 государств, а также экипажи 70 иностранных судов, заблокированных в морских портах Украины в связи с высокой минной опасностью, созданные киевскими властями в своих внутренних водах и территориальном море, а также в связи с возможными провокациями ВСУ со стороны Беларуси. Мы продолжаем осуществлять поставки гумпомощи нуждающимся жителям Украины. Только в Мариуполь нами было доставлено уже более 450 тонн продуктов питания, медикаментов и предметов первой необходимости. Всего же со 2 марта силами МЧС и Минобороны России в отдельные районы Украины, включая Донбасс, в общей сложности уже доставлено без малого 3000 тонн гуманитарных грузов, а также стройматериалов. Другой вопрос в том, что в ряде случаев местная администрация просто-напросто угрожает расправой за получение российской гумпомощи. На этом фоне почти каждый день мы видим сообщения из западных столиц о новых поставках Киева очередных партий всевозможных вооружений.
Information from Western capitals that they are providing Kiev with yet another cargo of all kinds of weaponry.
Только вчера Вашингтон объявил, что уже на этой неделе передаст Украине оборонную помощь на $1 миллиард. Вы подливаете бензин в этот конфликт. Уже сейчас очевидно, какой трагедии привела бесконтрольная раздача простого легкого оружия всем желающим. А знают ли западные избиратели и налогоплательщики о рисках попадания этого вооружения, включая ПЗРК, тергруппам в Европе? Да и в целом, осознаете ли вы опасность подогревания ситуации на Украине для собственной безопасности? Все читали новости про упавший на территории Хорватии начиненный взрывчаткой беспилотник, прилетевший с территории Украины. Слово сказать, он остался незамеченным, хотя пролетел над несколькими странами, при этом от самой западной точки Украины до Загреба свыше 700 километров. Господин председатель, с сожалением констатирую, что Украина, как была для наших западных коллег пешкой в геополитической борьбе против России, такими и осталось. Западным политикам было наплевать на то, как все эти годы от украинских обстрелов страдали и погибали донбассы, включая женщин, детей и стариков. Если бы это было не так, мы бы сейчас не сталкивались с неприглядной вознёй вокруг проекта гуманитарной резолюции Совета Безопасности Украины. После того, как ее текст разработали Франция и Мексика, он сразу же перестал быть гуманитарным и наполнился политическими формулировками, не имеющими никакого отношения к гуманитарному вопросу. Без этого, как нам было четко сказано, западным странам проект не нужен. С тем, чтобы получить антироссийский продукт, они готовы продвигать его не в Совете Безопасности, а в Генассамблее игнорируя то, что такой документ гуманитарщикам ничего не даст. Поэтому Россия внесла в Совет свой проект, содержащий все то, что нужно гуманитарщикам. Там нет только политических оценок, которых вы не найдете в других гуманитарных резолюциях Совета. Мы открыли документ для коспонсорства всех членов ООН. Однако нам говорят, что гуманитарная резолюция, представленная Россией, западные страны не устраивают. Это выдает истинные цели наших спонсоров первой гуманитарной, так называемой гуманитарной резолюции Совета. И это как раз и является настоящим лицемерием и цинизмом. Еще одним цинизмом является то, что на нас выходят коллеги из многих делегаций и жалуются на беспощадное давление и выкручивание рук со стороны западных партнеров, вплоть до экономического шантажа и угроз. Соединенные Штаты и Албания распространили письмо, в котором члены ООН призываются не спонсировать нашу резолюцию. Мы понимаем, как этим странам не просто противостоять этому натиску. По этой причине мы приняли решение пока не запрашивать голосование по нашему проекту, но проект резолюции мы не отзываем. А вместо этого завтра утром мы запросим срочное заседание, чтобы обсудить, вновь обсудить тему биолаборатории США на Украине с учетом новых документов, попавших нам в распоряжение в ходе специальной военной операции. Прямо сейчас направим соответствующее письмо эмиратскому председательству. Благодарю.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل الصين.
谢谢主席先
Thank
生
you, Mr. President.
主席先生
Mr. President,
我感谢迪卡洛
I
副秘
thank
书长
USG DiCarlo,
谭德赛总干事和
Director General
马祖助理
Gabrieses
高专
and Assistant High Commissioner
刚才所
Mazu
做的通报。
for their briefings just made.
中方对乌克兰人道局势的不断恶
China
化
is
深
deeply
表担忧，
about the
对有
worsening
关平民
humanitarian
伤亡
situation in
增加、
Ukraine and
难民人
deplores
数
the
增加的
reported
报道
increase in
感到
civilian
痛心。
casualties and refugees.
当务之急是要呼
The
吁各方
pressing task
保持
now
最大
is
的
to call
克
for
制，
maximum restraint
保障
from
妇女、
all
儿
parties
童在
and
内
to
的所
ensure
有平
safety
民
and
安
security
全
of all civilians,
和
including
基
women
本
and
人道
children,
需求，
and meeting their basic
防止发
humanitarian
生更
needs
大规模
so as to
的
prevent
人
the
道危
occurrence
机。
of a larger
中
scale
方支持有
humanitarian
关当事
crisis.
方保持
China
沟通，
supports the work
确
by
保
the
人
relevant
道走
parties
廊
in
安
maintaining
全畅通，
communication,
继
ensuring
续
safe
为
and
人员
unimpeded
撤离
humanitarian
为人
corridor,
道救
and
援
further
提供便利。
facilitating personnel evacuation and
当前冲
humanitarian
突造成
assistance.
的难民和流离失所
The
者
number
人数
of
仍
refugees
在
and displaced
增加，
persons caused by the conflict
对
is
乌克
still
兰
on
和
the
周边
rise,
国家
bringing
造成
huge
巨
impact
大
on
冲击。
Ukraine and the surrounding
中方
countries.
支持联合国人道协调办公室、联合
OCHA,
国难民署、世
UNHCR,
卫组织等
and
机构
WHO,
积
among
极开
others,
展行
in
动，
actively conducting
动员国
operations
际社会
and
向
mobilizing
所
the
有有
international
需要的
community
人
to assist
提供救
all
援。
those in need.
前段时间，
In the recent
一
past,
些非洲裔、
some
中
people
东裔
of
人
African
员
or Middle
在
East
撤离过
descent
程中遇到
encountered
困难，
difficulties during
应当引起
evacuation.
重视，
This
并予
should
以
be
妥
taken
善解决
seriously。and addressed
所有难
properly.
民，
All
无论肤
refugees,
色、
regardless
种
of
族、
color, race, or
宗教信
religion,
仰，根据国际难
shall
民
be
法，
accorded
都应
the
获
necessary
得必要
protection
的保护。
under international refugee law.
中方高度重视乌克
China
兰人道
pays
局
high
势，
attention to the
提出
humanitarian
了
situation
6
in
点倡议
Ukraine
主张
and。has put forward a 6-point
中国红十
proposal.
字会
The Red Cross
已经向
Society
乌克
of
兰提
China
供
has
3批
provided
援
Ukraine
助
with
物
3
资，
batches of
其中
humanitarian supplies,
第3批物
with
资
the
包
third
括
one
儿童奶粉
containing milk powder and quilts for children, specifically helping the Red Cross Society of Ukraine assist displaced children affected by the conflict. We welcome any initiative or proposal from any party that contributes to alleviating and resolving the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. The Security Council bears the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, and should therefore play a positive role in easing the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. China hopes that the Council can stay united on the humanitarian issue and demonstrate a constructive attitude. Mr. President, the international community shares the common aspiration for ceasefire at an early date to alleviate the situation on the ground and to prevent civilian casualties. This is also the aspiration of China. To date, Russia and Ukraine have held 4 rounds of negotiations. Keeping the negotiations going means there is a chance for ceasefire and that there is a chance for a peaceful future. China remains committed to promoting peace through negotiations. We support the UN and the parties concerned in vigorously carrying out good offices. We also hope that all parties will do more to facilitate peace talks and not to add fuel to fire. Facts have proven that wanton use of sanctions will not solve any problem, but will instead create new problems. Given the sluggish recovery in global economy, ever-escalating sanctions are undermining stability in international industrial chain and supply chain, thus exacerbating food and energy crises, damaging people's livelihood in all countries, developing countries in particular, and triggering new humanitarian consequences. This is also an issue that the Security Council shall pay attention to when addressing the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
أشكر ممثل الصين على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل المكسيك.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Agradezco a la secretaria general adjunta, Rosemary DiCarlo, al subcomisionado para operaciones de la ACNUR, el señor Masou, y al director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, el doctor Ghebreyesus, por sus presentaciones. Han transcurrido 3 semanas desde el inicio de la invasión rusa a Ucrania y el saldo es realmente devastador. Hemos escuchado cifras trágicas. Más de 3 millones de refugiados y cerca de 1.8 millones de desplazados internos. Son números exorbitantes, sobre todo si recordamos que hace exactamente un mes estábamos sentados en esta misma sala evaluando la implementación de los acuerdos de Minsk. Y en esa sesión, por cierto, se nos dijo que lo que ocurría en el terreno eran solamente ejercicios militares. ¿Cuál es entonces la perspectiva humanitaria si continúa el patrón que ha imperado hasta ahora? Quiero empezar por reconocer la disposición solidaria de todos los países que han recibido refugiados, especialmente aquellos quienes han asumido el influjo más numeroso. Pero las necesidades de las personas que no han podido salir o no han logrado ser evacuadas de las áreas urbanas acosadas han aumentado y seguirán creciendo, especialmente aquellas que no tienen acceso a servicios básicos, agua potable, alimentos o medicinas. Resulta, pues, imperativo garantizar el acceso seguro e irrestricto del personal humanitario, del personal de salud. Son los únicos que pueden brindar esos servicios básicos a la población civil. Señor presidente, como hemos escuchado, la Organización Mundial de la Salud ha registrado 43 ataques a instalaciones médicas en Ucrania. Y el hecho incontrovertible es que atacar instalaciones sanitarias está expresamente prohibido por el derecho internacional humanitario. Urge entonces garantizar que se respeten las más de 300 instalaciones médicas que se encuentran a lo largo de las líneas del conflicto o dentro de ellas. Deploramos también los ataques contra el personal de salud, así como de sus medios de transporte o del equipo que requieren para poder operar. Las consecuencias a corto y a largo plazo de estas acciones sobre la población civil y en contra de los sistemas de salud pueden en efecto ser irreversibles y por eso mismo son inadmisibles. Reiteramos nuestro llamado a cumplir con las resoluciones del Consejo de Seguridad en la materia, la 2286, que incluye menciones específicas a la protección del personal sanitario y humanitario, y la 2573, que se refiere a los bienes civiles considerados como indispensables. En el mismo sentido, encontramos la decisión emitida ayer por la Corte Internacional de Justicia, en la que se ordena la suspensión inmediata de las operaciones militares que comenzaron el pasado 24 de febrero. Como lo hemos reiterado ante este Consejo, la premisa fundamental para la asistencia humanitaria es el cese de las hostilidades. Señor presidente, en tanto que las Naciones Unidas y diversos actores humanitarios concentran sus esfuerzos en proveer la ayuda urgente que la población necesita, es oportuno reiterar también que la única solución a este conflicto será por la vía del diálogo y de la diplomacia. Reconocemos las iniciativas en curso, incluyendo el reciente encuentro en el marco del foro de Antalya. Cualquier intento genuino de negociación debe ser bienvenido. Por ello lamentamos que a pesar de nuestros esfuerzos genuinos de buena fe en los que hemos estado activos en estas 2 últimas semanas junto con Francia y otros estados cuya participación constructiva mucho agradecemos, no haya sido posible aún que este Consejo haga un llamado inequívoco al cese de las hostilidades. Un llamado en este sentido por parte del Consejo sería el mayor apoyo humanitario que pudiera recibir la población civil en Ucrania. Muchas gracias.
أشكر ممثل المكسيك على بيانه. أدلي الآن ببيان بصفتي ممثل الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أشكر كل من السيدة روزماري دي كارلو والسيد رؤوف مازو والدكتور تيدروس غابريسوس على إحاطاتهم الوفية. ما استمعنا إليه اليوم يعكس التدهور الخطير للأوضاع الإنسانية جراء استمرار الصراع في أوكرانيا، حيث تواصل أعداد اللاجئين الارتفاع بوتيرة مثيرة للقلق، كما تستمر معاناة المدنيين في المناطق الأوكرانية بسبب العراقيل أمام وصول المساعدات الإنسانية مثل الغذاء والمعدات الطبية وغيرها من الاحتياجات الأساسية. وفي الوقت نفسه فإن الضرر الذي لحق بالبنية التحتية المدنية سيفاقم من تردي الوضع الإنساني في المدن الأوكرانية الرئيسية لا سيما ماريوبول. وفي هذا الإطار تود بلادي التركيز على 4 نقاط رئيسية. أولاً، أننا ننظر بإيجابية تجاه المفاوضات الجارية بين الاتحاد الروسي وأوكرانيا، ونأمل أن تسفر عن تهدئة تسمح للمنظمات الإنسانية بأن تقوم بمهامها وأن تلبي احتياجات المدنيين. وفي هذا السياق هناك ضرورة ملحة لاتخاذ خطوات ملموسة تهدف لتهدئة الأوضاع على الأرض وبناء الثقة بين الطرفين، بما في ذلك عبر التوصل لاتفاقات تمكن المنظمات الإنسانية من إيصال المساعدات للمحتاجين بطريقة آمنة، وإنشاء ممرات لخروج المدنيين، والتوصل لتفاهم يضمن حمايتهم. ثانياً، تثمن بلادي الدور الرئيسي لدول الجوار، وبالأخص بولندا ورومانيا ومولدوفا، بالإضافة لغيرها من الدول، في التعامل مع الأزمة الإنسانية من خلال استقبالها للاجئين وتوسيع شبكة الأمان الاجتماعي لتراعي احتياجاتهم. وفي الوقت نفسه ندرك من تجارب منطقة الشرق الأوسط أهمية دعم هذه الدول لتتمكن من رعاية اللاجئين بشكل كامل، خصوصاً وأن الصراع ما زال قائم، مما ينذر باستمرار موجات اللاجئين. ثالثاً، وبالتزامن مع جولات التفاوض الجارية، تشدد بلادي على أهمية الالتزام بالقانون الدولي، وبالأخص القانون الإنساني الدولي، والذي يمثل خرقه ليس فقط انتهاكاً لحقوق المدنيين بل تهديداً للنظام الدولي. ونكرر هنا دعوتنا لجميع الأطراف المعنية إلى احترام التزاماتها الدولية ووقف استهداف المدنيين والبنية التحتية المدنية. وأخيراً، تؤمن دولة الإمارات بضرورة أن تركز استجابة مجلس الأمن للأزمة الإنسانية الناتجة عن الصراع في أوكرانيا على العمل الإنساني بطريقة عملية وهادفة، وذلك بالتنسيق مع مكتب تنسيق الشؤون الإنسانية والجهات الإنسانية الأخرى ذات الصلة. ونؤكد بأن الحل الوحيد للأزمة يكمن في تكثيف الجهود الدبلوماسية والوقف الفوري للأعمال العدائية في جميع أنحاء أوكرانيا، والسعي إلى سلام مستدام يحفظ استقلال وسيادة أوكرانيا وسلامة أراضيها ويعزز الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة والعالم. أستأنف مهامي كرئيس للمجلس. طلبت ممثلة الولايات المتحدة الكلمة لإدلاء ببيان آخر. أعطي لها الكلمة.
Thank you very much. I was momentarily pleased to hear that the Russians were pulling down the vote on their farcical humanitarian resolution, which was doomed to fail. We know if Russia really truly cared about humanitarian crises, the one that it created, it could simply stop its attacks on the people of Ukraine. But instead, they want to call for another Security Council meeting to use this council as a venue for its disinformation and for promoting its propaganda. Let us not forget that Russia is the aggressor here. They are the ones that are creating a pretext for attacks on their own people, and we can't be fooled by their efforts here. They have troops inside of Ukraine. They are killing people inside of Ukraine. That is the reason for us being here today, not to deal with their propaganda. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها. أعطي الكلمة الآن لممثل أوكرانيا.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Under-Secretary General DiCarlo, Director General, Assistant High Commissioner, I also recognize the representative of the aggressor state present here in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. Let me begin with a quote. The operation is developing successfully and in strict accordance with plans that have been previously approved. End of quote. Said by Putin yesterday, 3 weeks after the unprovoked and unjustified Russian invasion of Ukraine started. Over these weeks, the international community was wrestled with the question, why? Why has the Russian Federation decided to cosplay the Nazi Third Reich by attacking the peaceful neighboring state and plunging the region into war? What are the reasons and what is the plan? And yesterday we got the answer. Killing Ukrainian children, 108 innocent souls so far. Let me quote again, success in the strict accordance with the plans approved previously, according to Putin. Children are deliberate target, given yesterday's bombardment of the Mariupol Drama Theater, a shelter for hundreds of local residents, mostly women and children. Despite the big signs, children painted on the road on both sides of the building being clearly visible, Russian pilots dropped an aerial bomb. The building was fully damaged, but the shelter fortunately withstood. It did not turn into one of more mass graves, as Putin's plan probably envisaged, previously approved. Of course, Putin's plan does not limit murders to children only. All civilian Ukrainians and foreign citizens are under threat. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights recorded 726 confirmed cases of killing of civilians, while believing that the real figures are considerably higher. And they are indeed. Just yesterday in the city of Chernihiv, 53 civilian residents were killed by Russian bombs and shells. On the same day, in Merefa, Kharkiv region, 21 people were killed following Russian shelling that destroyed the local school and residential buildings. The plan is also to raise Ukrainian cities to the ground: Kharkiv, Sumy, Volnovakha, Akhtirka, Izium, and Mariupol. Pain for Ukraine and the entire world, and an eternal shame for Russia. Almost 2,400 confirmed victims among the civilian population. 90% of the city's infrastructure has been destroyed. Russian troops seized one of the hospitals, gathered 400 civilians there, and used the building as a military position, hiding behind civilians as a human shield. Let me quote, "The sufferings of Mariupol must not become the future of Ukraine," end of quote, said by Peter Maurer, the ICRC president, who is currently in Ukraine. The plan of Putin is to violate the agreements on ceasefire and safe passage for the civilian population from the temporarily occupied territories. Yesterday, Russian troops shelled a convoy of civilian vehicles headed from Mariupol to Zaporizhzhia. 5 people were killed, many injured, including children. And the plan is previously approved: to terrorize local residents who remain in the territories seized by Russian troops. Small villages where the Russian soldiers stay suffer the most. Russians break into houses, throw people out into the streets, take their food. Eyewitness reports of tortures, abductions of local officials, and even extrajudicial killings come from across the occupied territories. Enforcing Ukrainians to flee their homes as refugees has also been a part of this Barbarossa-style plan. Almost 3.2 million refugees have left Ukraine so far. Against the backdrop of the increasingly aggravated humanitarian situation, Russia has dared to table a draft humanitarian resolution of the Security Council. An appeal by a serial killer to the UN members to co-sponsor this most egregious hypocrisy is outrageous. They may like to think twice if they want before they dive into the blood of children and adults executed by the Russian military in Ukraine. And let me quote St. Patrick in this regard: "Never trust a dog to watch your food." At the same time, there is no doubt that action on the humanitarian front in the UN is urgently required, and I encourage all responsible nations to support the relevant efforts in the General Assembly. I also encourage all to join the group of Friends of Accountability following the aggression against Ukraine, co-founded by Albania, Colombia, Denmark, the Marshall Islands, the Netherlands, and Ukraine. This group will act as a forum among UN member states for the discussion and promotion of accountability measures in Ukraine following the Russian military aggression. Distinguished members of the Security Council, yesterday, the International Court of Justice delivered its order on provisional measures in the case concerning allegations of genocide under the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Ukraine versus Russian Federation. The court ordered that the Russian Federation shall immediately suspend the military operations that it commenced on the 24th February 2022 in the territory of Ukraine. Despite the order being binding on Russia under the UN Charter, today the Kremlin has openly and blatantly disregarded it, stating that they, and I quote, "cannot take this order into account," end of quote, because there is no, I quote, "agreement between the sides," end of quote. And should it be surprising for us? I don't think so, as from the very first instance of Russia's presence in the UN, it was in contempt of the UN Charter. That was the case when Russia was allowed to occupy the Soviet seat in the UN and the Security Council. That was the case in Georgia, in Syria, as well as in Ukraine's Crimea and Donbass in 2014. I encourage the Security Council members to exercise their duties envisaged by the Article 94.2 of the UN Charter to make recommendations or decide upon measures to be taken in the case of Russia's failure to comply with the obligations incumbent upon it under the judgment rendered by the court. Mr. President, perpetration-induced traumatic stress, although known as PITS, is a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Its symptoms are caused by being an active participant in causing trauma. Sufferers of PITS may be found in many roles, such as soldiers or executioners, where they are expected to cause trauma, including death. But diplomats, especially here in the United Nations, especially here in the Security Council, compared to the more well-known and understood PTSD, there appears to be greater severity and different symptom patterns for those affected by PITS. The case of the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine and the mass atrocities perpetrated by the Russian army, ordered by Putin, and defended by the Russian diplomats, will be examined by scholars and scientists, including in the areas of sociology, history, philosophy, psychiatry, and theology. Today, however, I would like to quote from Into the Abyss, a documentary about executioners of the death penalty. One guard began crying and shaking uncontrollably when, I quote, "the eyes of all the inmates he had executed began flashing before him," end of quote. Ambassador, do the eyes of Ukrainian children, women and elderly killed by the Russians flash before you? If they do, we may consider how to sponsor a decision to help you deal with perpetration-induced traumatic stress. But now have some decency and stop the egregious manipulation of the Security Council. It is obscene. It would be too much dignifying for the Russian delegation if I ended like here, like that. Instead, I would like to quote a tweet by Dario Franceschini, the Italian member of the government, who tweeted today, "Italy is ready to rebuild the theater in Mariupol. The Cabinet of Ministers has approved my proposal to offer Ukraine the resources and means to rebuild it as soon as possible. Theaters of all countries belong to the whole humanity," end of quote. And I thank you.
أشكر ممثل أوكرانيا على بيانه وأعطي الكلمة لممثل بولندا.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I would like to thank Undersecretary General and the briefers for their important interventions today. And I shall start by paying tribute to the fearless Ukrainian soldiers and civilians alike who defend their homeland, freedom, and the UN Charter. They fight also for those who were forced to flee. I should also express gratitude to the work done by the UN OCHA, UNHCR, WHO, and its partners for maintaining their presence across Ukraine and continuing to deliver the assistance. Excellencies, the Security Council has gathered here today to discuss the fastest growing humanitarian and refugee crisis since the Second World War, the consequence of the Russian aggression on Ukraine. In light of this, I would like to stress the following points. Firstly, this is 100% a war of choice, and the methods of waging it is also the matter of choice. It is Russia that decided to refer to brutal force, indiscriminate weapons, as well as brutal siege tactics. Now they go as far as targeting journalists and kidnapping mayors of Ukrainian cities. In other words, the aggressor decided to change the nature of this conflict. It is a clear manifestation that Russia deliberately chose to create a humanitarian catastrophe in Ukraine and bluntly disregards all the principles of international humanitarian law. And this should worry us all. Actually, disregarding the international law has been a pattern that Russia pursued in Syria and other places. To underpin this approach, earlier today the Kremlin has rejected an order by the International Court of Justice and the United Nations highest court to cease its attack on Ukraine. Secondly, without resolving the dire humanitarian situation, there will be no peace. Therefore, we urge Russia to change its military modus operandi and allow full and unimpeded humanitarian access and relief to those in need. The safe passage of civilians from different cities affected by the conflict must be allowed. Take the situation in Mariupol, where still around 350,000 residents remain trapped in the city as food, water and medicines continue to dry up. These people require urgent humanitarian assistance and are exposed to safety and security risks. Therefore, we call for immediate ceasefire and humanitarian access to most affected areas. Thirdly, the humanitarian consequences of the ongoing war are not limited to Ukrainians in their own home territory. Those who had fled remain affected too. Already more than 3 million were forced to leave Ukraine as a result of Russia's military aggression. We have already reached the number of over 1.9 million people who crossed our border since February 24th. Most of them found a shelter in Poland. We have registered already 170 nationalities on our border. That means it considers us all, and we are all the victims of this aggression. Excellencies, as a neighbor and close friend of Ukraine, we see firsthand the dramatic humanitarian consequences of this war. Every day on the Polish-Ukrainian border, we are witnessing a growing number of people who cross the border severely traumatized. We believe that the involvement of UN bodies and agencies experienced in dealing with this kind of needs, together with the continued efforts of the Polish authorities, will bring rapid and appropriate solution. In the spirit of solidarity, Poland will continue to admit and provide shelter, food, healthcare and safety to every person in need, regardless of their nationality, race or religion's creed. Aside from the institutional care, thousands of Polish people are organizing in a bottom-up way, showing the solidarity with Ukraine, opening their homes to refugees, and volunteering at reception centers. Excellencies, as I'm delivering this speech, Poland's president's spouse, Agata Kornhauser-Duda, is building up an international coalition of first ladies and highnesses and all the peoples of goodwill to effectively protect those in vulnerable situations, namely women, children, elderly persons, and persons with disabilities, many of them with post-traumatic disorder. The Polish government has urgently implemented new immigration measures for Ukrainian citizens fleeing their country. The new law that took effect on Monday legalizes the stay of citizens of Ukraine in order to enable them to take up employment and provide them with healthcare, education and accommodation in Poland. It also offers temporary financial help to Polish citizens who welcomed refugees in their homes. Ukrainian citizens may apply for one-time subsidy to answer their basic needs. The government will allocate funds for schooling of Ukrainian students. Every Ukrainian citizen fleeing the war has been guaranteed the access to the public healthcare system in the same way as Polish citizens have. We will continue to provide assistance to Ukrainian citizens fleeing the horrors of war brought on them by Russia. And I can tell you already we got 45,000 of pupils subscribed to Polish schools from Ukraine. But we and the other countries of the region, which I see the ambassadors here in the room, we all need urgently an assistance of international assistance in these good deeds. Excellencies, today Ukraine pays a high price for defending its independence, territorial integrity and democracy and UN Charter. The determination and courage of Ukrainian people inspires the world. We cannot fail them. It is crucial to show our solidarity with Ukraine and its people by acting now, and I thank you.
أشكر ممثل بولندا على بيانه. لم يعد هناك أسماء مدرجة على قائمة المتحدثين. رفعت الجلسة.
The meeting is adjourned.
Me now to discuss all the latest on Russia and Ukraine and this phone call with his Chinese counterpart. Tomorrow is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you as always. But from the White House statement saying that this call is going to happen, they say this is part of ongoing efforts to maintain open lines of communication between the United States and the PRC. The two leaders will discuss managing the competition between the two countries, as well as Russia's war against Ukraine. What do you make of the timing of this, and what do you think is going to be on the agenda specifically?
Well, Andrew, I think what they're going to do is they're going to talk about, basically it's going to be very blunt, would be my guess. China's trade situation with the U.S. and North America is 10 times over what they have with, I think, with Europe and Russia combined. So it's a huge relationship. It's very powerful, and they're gonna make sure that they understand that. Xi already understands the issue with the potential for sanctions, what that could do to them. Within China, they already are looking at this abyss because of the real estate crisis that they have, with one firm collapsing, going bankrupt. But the fear is, with the perilous way that real estate has been priced and valued, and the failure of China to ever institute something like generally accepted accounting principles like we have in the US and the West, that this could have a cascading effect that could drive them into a deep recession. Add on to that the fear of sanctions akin to what they've seen happening with not just the US, but with Europe, aimed at Russia, and they have a lot of reason to be nervous. The basic premise that keeps the CCP in power could be challenged through the sanction regime. So I think that they're going to use diplomatic language to remind them of this perilous condition and to remind them that supporting Russia in these crimes, literally getting, if I may use the term, certainly war crimes, but in some ways it won't be too far off before they call them crimes against humanity, that China does not want to be associated with that.
Yeah.
And frankly, Xi's pretty smart. He knows.
Yeah. Hal, do you think, though, that U.S. officials in this call will press the Chinese leader about not giving in to this request by Russia to offer military assistance? That must be front and center tomorrow, wouldn't you think?
I think it'll be in the call, but I think it's already been in calls. You know, before the heads of state call, there's a whole bunch of communication and a lot of things are worked out as best they can. Rarely do you leave everything to the president to work out all the details. You try to iron this out. And you know, whether China's kind of trying to not come right out and condemn what Russia has done. Obviously, I think everyone would assess that China knew it was coming. I think that report that it was held off until the end of the Winter Olympics Games is a very credible report. So, on the other hand, they want to slow roll this. I think Xi realizes that he could maybe split this thing by not openly condemning Russia and not openly saying no, but then moving things so slowly that nothing ever gets over them. And I think that's what he's going to try and do. We'd like to, obviously, to have him just say no. And there's a lot of reasons why Xi may want to do that too.
All right, Hal, let's get to what's happening down on the ground. A senior U.S. defense official in a briefing today with reporters said there has been little activity in the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the last 24 hours, meaning that almost no shelling has taken place in the last 24 hours, although they said, that same official, we've observed naval activity in the North Black Sea off the coast of Odessa, but no shelling over the course of the last 24 hours that we observed. They also went on to say Ukrainians are putting a lot of effort into defending Kyiv, as you would expect them to do. Lastly, they say the war is not at a stalemate. Rather, the Ukrainians are actively resisting. So what do you make of that? We now know that the number of long-range missile fires has exceeded 1,000, and now we are, into week 4 of this. But that is a pretty optimistic assessment from U.S. defense officials about where this stands right now. How do you see it?
Well, I think they're running low on ammo is part of it. There are reports around today that they may have expended almost all their precision-guided munitions. One of the reasons you're not seeing, certainly with the long-range rockets and the missiles, one of the reasons you're not seeing those is because, frankly, they just don't have them or have them in enough supply that they want to use them. A lot of the destruction that we have seen in these cities, this is just, in the age of smart munitions, dumb munitions. These are just artillery shells and rockets fired the old-fashioned way. You just set it and it hits a general area. And that's one of the reasons you see such widespread destruction. That's one of the reasons you also see civilian targets being hit, and you scratch your head and go, why would they attack that? Well, part of it is obviously they're attacking civilian targets intentionally to put pressure on the Ukraine government and on the Ukraine resistance. The other part, though, never to underestimate it, is just plain sloppiness. And everything the Russians have been doing indicates just a lack of operational art, if you will. There's a lot of sloppiness in what they do, not just in the fire support, but also in the maneuver. And the fact that they have not been able to move these units. They have tried. That's one of the things that doesn't get out there that much. I look at a lot of different sources, obviously, and they have tried some offensive movements. They just haven't gone that well. And I'm not saying that the Russian units there can't do offensive operations, but they have not been able to do successful offensive operations. they're doing some probing stuff. They're doing some scouting, especially around Kyiv, trying to find vulnerabilities, trying to find someplace where they could maneuver in with the least resistance. But they just don't seem to be able to do offensive operations well. And with all the logistics problems and everything else we've seen, I'm watching for that tipping point to where the Russian unit or the Russian forces can't really prosecute offensive operations, at which point they go into defensive operations. And once they go into that, that gets into that issue we've been talking about for some time. Can they really occupy those areas that they have uncovered? In Kherson, as we've seen, they haven't really been doing a great job. You know, they went in there and that was their, you know, they touted that because it's a strategic city and it's right on, you know, the Wnba River. They said, look, we've taken this, you know, we've taken the city. Well, they basically got pushed off the airport, lost a lot of helicopters, and there's been a number of counteroffensives there. There have been counteroffensives up in Kharkiv.
Yeah.
There have been a number of counteroffensives up around Kyiv and very successful. So I'm wondering if they're getting to that tipping point where they can't do offensive and then they're having a tough time with the defense.
Okay. Hal, let's talk about this address on Russian state television by Vladimir Putin yesterday. I'm going to read a quote from what he told the Russian people. He said, "The Russian people will always be able to distinguish true patriots from scum and traitors and simply spit them out like a fly that accidentally flew into their mouths." He says, "I am convinced that such a natural and necessary self-purification of society will only strengthen our country, our solidarity, cohesion, and readiness to respond to any challenges." He went on to say he believes there is some type of fifth column in Russian society, meaning those Russian citizens who don't necessarily live in Russia, they live in the West, they're more inclined to the West, to the Western economies, Western values. Pretty stark terms there, separating essentially two segments of the Russian population. What did you make of that? And we've seen this so many times before from autocrats, haven't we?
Well, we have, but I have to tell you, it was as if he was channeling Stalin.
Oh, wow.
What he was saying was the same language, the same tone, the same force, if you will, and the same thinking that Stalin used to use when he do his famous purges. And he would purge all sorts of things. In fact, one of the reasons that at the beginning of World War II, when the Russians got bogged down in Finland, where they should have just gone in there and been able to take over, they got bogged down by Finnish resistance. And certainly when Nazi Germany turned around and attacked Russia and just moved all the way across, certainly all the way across Ukraine, and that long campaign, much of that was due to the fact that Stalin had used that exact type of language, and he had purged the military of its best officers. So when the war kicked off, the officer corps had been decimated by Stalin. I don't know what's going to happen in Russia, but I have to tell you, certainly within the military and the security services, they have to be a little bit nervous. As you know, a few days ago, he fired 8 senior generals who were involved with the planning and the operations in Ukraine. He put under house arrest 2 of his top intelligence officials, both ostensibly handpicked by him, and we've seen 4 generals killed killed in action in Ukraine, and there's just been a whole roll up of a bunch of others. He is trying to scapegoat this. I think in his own mind, he's having a tough time accepting the reality on the ground and accepting what's happening. And I think he is savvy enough to know that unchecked, the streets of Moscow could suddenly erupt like what they saw in 2014 in Kyiv.
Yeah.
When the puppet was kicked out.
Yeah. Hal, is anyone telling Putin, do you think, what is actually going on? Or does he just have yes men surrounding him? And does it present a danger to someone who might want to say the truth? They could end up on house arrest. They could disappear, what have you. Because, if no one is there telling him what is happening on the ground in Ukraine, this is going to go on for a very long time.
You know, I kind of wonder about that, Andrew. I would believe that within their bureaucracy, there are those who are trying to tell truth to power, if you will. I would think that there would be someone there, probably those who are career intelligence officials or somebody trying to get the word up there. What I wonder is whether he is receptive to this. You know, we're seeing parts of his personality which seem to be rather mercurial, and I could see where he may just be pushing back. And of course, the other side too is, and you see this with autocrats, they will say, well, if they were just tougher, if they would only fight stronger, if they were just more loyal to me, and they come up with all these rationalizations why those around them are unable to carry out what their plan or carry out what their policy. And I think some of that's showing. There's obviously the psychological, I'm not a psychologist, but obviously they're doing a lot of psychological, psychological makeup, if you will, of what's going through his head. And they're trying to piece this together. And I having seen those sorts of analytical products, I imagine this one is looking at everything he's saying and they're deriving some results. In fact, I think what they're deriving from this may actually end up in the conversation tomorrow with Xi. And they may actually try to convince Xi that Putin is more than a little bit off his rocker.
And bit off more than he could chew.
Well, by a long stretch. You know, that's, you know, when he's saying, you know, he's going to stick to the objectives of the mission. The reality is there's no way that Russia can achieve what they set out to do. It's just, you know, if they mass forces in a operationally astute way, which they have demonstrated no capability to do, and they went to one city to try and take that city, they could go downtown. All right. If they did it, but the question is, how long could they hold it?
Right.
You know, I'm seeing numbers 800, 900,000 Russians to occupy Ukraine. They don't have that many soldiers in their entire army. Yeah. And they can't afford it. They literally can't afford it. And by the way, every day with the sanctions, everything they're doing is becoming less affordable to Russia.
Right. And we're seeing the fact that, just to your point, that they can't hold on to cities. We saw this with the city Melitopol, I believe is the pronunciation, where a prisoner swap was done with some Russian prisoners of war and the mayor, the Ukrainian mayor of that city that was held captive. And I'm not sure if that entirely means the city is back into Ukrainian control, but we're seeing some of these prisoner swaps kind of evince that a little bit. Hal Kemper, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. There's lots more to talk about when we come back. Stick around. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Thursday night. Let's continue our conversation, though, with national security expert Hal Kempfer about all the latest headlines with Russia's war into Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us. You know, I want to bring up to you because it seemed, and I read this quote, it was in a New Yorker piece the other day, that essentially a historian who covers this says, you know, Ukraine is winning this war only on Twitter. Russia has all the, you know, military advances, might going for it. And I just want to play devil's advocate because I don't want to get caught, you know, in kind of wish casting something that might not be, you know, true, that might not be happening on the ground because, you know, a lot of people, they are rooting for Ukraine, no doubt, as we are. But I just want to, I don't want to, you know, get caught in the trap of not seeing clearly here about what's happening. So in your estimation, are we seeing clearly? I know you and I have spoken so much about this, but is that in fact what we're seeing, that the Ukrainian resistance is holding, Russian losses are mounting, and they have a shot?
Andrew, they do. On the other hand, I do the same thing. And in the intelligence business, we do what's called red teaming all the time, which is basically being a devil's advocate. We think like the bad guy. What do they have? Well, they have artillery and rockets, and they can cause massive devastation. And it is possible that they could put enough firepower on a particular city if they did it right in such a way and amass their forces that they could take one or two cities. I think that's within the realm of possibility.
And the question is, why have they not done it?
I think they planned so badly.
Okay.
You know, one of the things I do is with working with the Department of Defense, we actually train foreign militaries, foreign countries, on how to do planning, and we have them go through our we have them do the Marine Corps planning process, and I mostly focus on humanitarian assistance missions, disaster relief missions, things like that. That's my little niche, if you will. But it's the planning process. It's that detailed planning process. That actually is something that we do in the U.S. military and in the U.S. probably better than anywhere else. We're just extremely good at it. And I can see very clearly that they didn't go through all the rigorous steps to include wargaming or testing their assumptions with this. It looks to me like they put together a plan based on some untested assumptions, and of course the plan literally fell apart within about 24 to 48 hours after departing the line of departure, so to speak. They assumed that all this armor, all these tanks, everything they had was so intimidating that the Ukrainians would roll over and let them come in, and it didn't. That ripples through the entire plan. That ripples through logistics, that ripples through manpower, that ripples through, you know, pre-operational training, everything that they're doing. So now they've got forces in country committed. They don't have the resources they need to sustain the forces that they have to continue offensive operations. Now, there are reports that they are trying to marshal logistics, that they have troops coming from all the way across the country from Siberia, which sounds a little bit like World War II, into reinforce Ukraine. But I just start doing the math, and I don't see enough forces to really turn this around. And at the end of the day, even if they take Kyiv, the resistance is not going to disappear.
Right.
I mean, you know, heaven forbid, if they were to capture or kill President Zelensky, the resistance would not disappear. And the entire West is backing Ukraine. And that's going to continue. And they don't have enough forces to occupy. And over the long term, I just don't think they can sustain this campaign. The sanctions are causing GDP, causing the economy of Russia to plummet so fast and so precipitously. It's, you know, there's you know, as we say, there's two fronts. There's the front that Putin's fighting in Ukraine, and there's the front at home. And even if he bolsters the Ukraine side, the one at home is going to crumble. And as that crumbles, they can't sustain Ukraine. So I'm not trying to be overly optimistic. I think they've still got a long road ahead. I think the Russians could turn some things around and make some advancements, but I don't see the resistance falling apart or disappearing anytime soon.
Right, and Hal, I mean, I don't want to minimize it all. The losses have been staggering, especially civilian losses and civilian targets that we have seen, you know, struck and shelled and the like. But, you know, day and day and day again, I keep seeing rosy assessments, I guess I would say, from, you know, UK defense, in U.S. intelligence, U.S. defense officials. So I just wanted to make sure, especially for our viewers, you know, that we are presenting this not how we want it to be, but how it actually is. And I thank you for, of course, all of your expertise and you doing that alongside me. Let's get into some more of these headlines, Hal, because today a U.S. citizen was killed in Ukraine. It was the first American citizen killed in Ukraine, confirmed by the State Department on March 17th. They say, we offer our sincerest condolences to the family on their loss. We're learning that that gentleman from Minnesota, he was in basically a bread line waiting to get food. And so does that do anything to our posture when an American citizen is killed in Ukraine? Do we escalate or do we keep things even-keeled?
I think we're going to just stay even-keeled. I would say that every American needs to be prepared for more Americans dying. We have Americans who have gone over there to join the fight.
Yeah.
They're going on the front lines. They're not all going to survive. And we have Americans that live in...
Americans of their own volition, by the way.
Of their own volition. And Americans that live in Ukraine that simply aren't going to leave, and by simply being there, they have put themselves in harm's way. And by definition, when you do that, not everybody makes it. So we're going to see more tragedies like this occur, and we just need to be ready for it. You know, in fairness to the White House, they have been saying consistently for Americans to get out of Ukraine before the invasion happened. And, you know, they can't force them to leave, but they have been saying that. So if they're there, that's their decision. That's of their own volition.
Right.
And you know, there's only so much that can be done.
Hal, you know, now we're going almost into the weekend here. Do you expect anything, you know, in the next couple of days, kind of the posturing, the changing on the ground? Of course, we're looking ahead to next week for this NATO summit that President Biden will be attending in Brussels. The Secretary of Defense, Austin, was in Slovakia today, meeting with his counterpart there. We heard from Secretary Blinken as well today, but it seems, and I thought this was an interesting quote today, I think it was from Macron, who essentially said that, if I can find the quote here, that the NATO alliance had an electroshock, and that before this, it essentially had been dull and quite lax, quite dead. And I think that is very safe to say. But will the pressure sustain itself going forward now into the fourth week?
I think as we see the attacks on civilians, as we see the devastation, that keeps us energized. You know, it's interesting to see. I kind of, sometimes when I'm watching the news, I just sit there and look at my watch to figure out how long they're covering the story. And the story is very persistent.
Yeah.
And I'm still seeing news shows that are putting a lot of time. Now, we're seeing other stuff crop up, more domestic things and things like that. And that happens with every war. You know, Iraq, I mean, you couldn't stay totally galvanized on Iraq forever. At some point, other things would creep in. And I can remember at the time, and I won't say why, but I was actually talking on the news at the time. And one of the big decisions they were looking at was whether the Academy Awards were going to go that year, because that was a big show. And so they were all wondering if the war was going to knock out the Academy Awards. So there are other competing interests. With that said, in Europe, with the 3 million, which could get to 5 million refugees coming in, I don't see Europe's attention getting diverted.
Okay.
They're going to stay focused. And I think Russia's going to do more things that are beyond the bounds. They're going to do more artillery. There are going to be more rockets. I could see that happening this weekend.
Chemical weapons?
Chemical weapons? I hope that by going out there, we've done some very smart, what we call information operations. When we find out that they're planning to do these false flag things, we get out there and we tell them what we're going to tell them, we tell them and we tell them again, and we say it over and over and over again, which really ties Putin's hands, because he can only run this false flag thing and then maybe try and sell it to the Russian populace. Now, keep in mind, that's his most important audience. But even in this day of age, he's playing with fire. At some point, reality is going to sneak into what's going on in Russia. And when that gets into the body politic in Russia, and when that truth metastasizes, I don't see his regime surviving. It can't happen. So.
All right, Hal, well, that was a great half hour there. We always appreciate you guiding us through this war there in Ukraine as it enters, like I've been saying, a fourth week. Major cities like Kyiv, like Kharkiv, Lviv, they still stand in Ukrainian hands, and we will continue to follow it alongside you. Hal, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you tomorrow, Andrew. Have a good night.
So we always like to keep you with the latest updates coming from Ukraine, and what better way to do so than joining one of our journalists who's stayed behind. He's been staying in a bunker and is now joining us right here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you again to Mark Savchuk, who is coming to us from Kyiv. I know, Mark, that things have been kind of hectic over these last few days. Why don't you talk about some of those latest developments that you've been seeing? What have been some of the happenings around the city as Putin continues his attack on your people in your country?
Right. Okay, so basically what happened through the last week is that most of the advances of the Russian army is stopped. Basically, they have stalled. We have managed to cause so much damage to their army that they have basically ran out of steam, so to speak. We have several key points where the main fighting is currently happening. So the first is Kyiv, obviously, because that's their target number one. They would really, really like to take Kyiv. They would really like to take Kyiv and put their own government in place. As you have seen from the reports of the media, there has been like a huge column of armor and trucks, 65 kilometers or whatever they have been calling it. So this column has now reached the northern west point of Kyiv, and they're trying to assemble their army, and they're slowly moving south, trying to encircle the city. But currently, they haven't been really successful at doing that. Our artillery keeps shelling them at night, so they don't sleep. So they are constantly under pressure, constantly demoralized. And to be frank, they really lack the motivation to fight, because they don't really understand what the hell are they doing here. And our resistance is incredibly fierce, and they know it. They know that when they will push towards Kiev, lots of them will die. And obviously that's not really a shiny prospect for them. So Kiev is currently fighting really hard. The next point is obviously a critical point, is Mariupol, that is currently encircled by the Russian forces, and our armies in there really put up heroic fighting. I mean, you can't really put another word to it. For 12 days, they're cut off from the main army, from the main supply lines, and they keep on fighting. Every day, a Russian army tries to storm the city, and every day they repel their attacks. Just, yesterday, they have our guys have made a big, they have destroyed a couple of tanks, sorry, when they were storming the city. Unfortunately, Putin's army, of course, when they can't achieve any military goals, they are desperate, and they try to bomb civilians, which is exactly what they've done yesterday, bombing a huge theater right in the middle of the city, knowing that this theater is a shelter place for residential, for civilian population, and they have put a bomb right in the middle of it. And luckily, from what we've heard in the news, civilians were in a bomb shelter. So even though that the building was destroyed, people, that's exactly what you see right now. And you see on each side of the building, it's written children. So they have bombed a building that is specifically saying that there are children inside, and they have put a bomb right in the middle of it. And today, when the rescue came along in order to deblock the people who are in the bomb shelter, they have bombed this very building with artillery, knowing that there are paramedics working on site trying to help the people there. So as you can see, this is nothing but genocide and war crime. And that's why Ukrainians are pushing the West in order to introduce more and more sanctions against Putin and Russia, because what he's doing has nothing to do with any military goals. All he's doing right now is just bombing residential areas, bombing innocent civilians, women and children. So, but we are managing quite successfully to stop their advances, and currently they have completely stalled on all major fronts.
And I'm glad that you mentioned this too, because I know this is one of those latest big stories coming to us here from across the world. And so I want to just retouch on that point, because your fighters down on the ground have been doing such a good job holding off those Russian forces. That is what you're saying is the reason why we're seeing more of these attacks continuing to happen from the air instead of from the ground.
Yes, exactly. Because, they see that they can't achieve their goals. They want to take Kiev, but they simply fail. Every single time they attempt to storm, they have huge numbers of tanks completely blown off by actually Javelin missiles and Stinger missiles that the US provides and the West provides, which we are really grateful for. As you know, from Ukraine, we have like 3 main demands: more sanctions on Russia, more guns, and more resources in order to fight Russia. And that's exactly basically what happened yesterday. Is we had additional sanctions on Russia. We had additional big army shipment, military shipment towards Ukraine, anti-air missiles, which are desperately needed in Ukraine. That's exactly what the West is providing to Ukraine. And we had like a big package of monetary assistance, which is, I think it's like 13.6 billion USD, which not all of it goes to Ukraine. Some of it goes to close countries like Poland that accepts a huge number of refugees from Ukraine. But still, in any case, it's a help towards the fight against Russia. So, the West is doing pretty much what we asked them to do. But in order to actually turn the tide and not just stopping their army, but actually starting to push forward, we will need additional support and continuation of this support that is coming from the West.
And I want to touch on, Mark, I don't know if you know, but yesterday we did have President Zelensky who had spoken to our U.S. Congress members. Today we also had some video showing him visiting a hospital. So we know that he's still there in Ukraine, obviously showing his support to his people who continue to fight on those front lines day in and day out. As far as you know, after that speech happened, a lot of people have been wondering, what is communication like coming to you when you're getting these updates on what's been happening in different regions across Ukraine? Because another thing that had happened was some false messaging. There had been some hacks into some TV stations, so some of their scrolls had some false messages that it's time to put your weapons down. What is it like trying to get information when you're there inside of a bunker?
Yeah, well, come on. We know that our president is not going to say something like that. Especially when Kiev was in real danger of being encircled and stormed. Mr. Biden, as we know, has communicated with Mr. Zelensky and said that, they can transport him away to safety. And he famously said that I don't need a ride, I need a gun. Which I think just, shows his resolve in order to fight this war till the end. So, if we do see some images like that saying that it's time to end the fight, clearly this is a lie. His communication, the communication from the president, from Ukrainian President Mr. Zelensky, is currently, I would say, pretty solid. I mean, he's very concrete on what he wants. He's very concrete on what he asks of the West in order to help the fight. So, for us, we currently understand what the leadership of the country wants to do. And currently, his communication towards a Russian army is that you will all die here. So, your Russian president is insane, and you know that. There are no fascists in Ukraine. There are no ultranationals in Ukraine. So just give up, stop fighting, throw your guns away, and, we will treat you like normal people. And actually, they're not treated like normal people in the army. So, his message towards the Russian fighters is clear. His message towards Putin is also clear. He says that, this war, you can't win it. So why bother? So, just stop the fighting and, let's start talking. And his communication towards the Western allies is also clear. That we need additional support. We need more sanctions against Putin until he stops, basically. So that's what the message is. We need to increase the sanctions constantly, almost every day, that, eventually Russia will feel the pressure, so much pressure that they will not be able to continue the fight. And that we need additional monetary support because, millions of Ukrainians have been displaced and their ability to earn money to support their families has also been ruined. So that's exactly what we need. And currently, the West has been doing a good job providing the help. But as I said, in order to actually turn the tide, we will need more.
And as you guys are waiting for some of these items, more supplies to be delivered to you, more aid to be provided as well, talk about what your typical day is looking like right now, because now we're into, 3 weeks of this invasion happening. I know a lot of people are interested, Mark, right now you're in a bunker. What does it look like for you day in and day out right now?
Actually, to be completely honest, it's the same as day number one. So we wake up and we try to fundraise as much money as possible. We try to buy as many supplies as possible, and we try to solve logistical tasks on how do we get this stuff from America, from Canada to Poland, and then to Ukraine, and then to Kiev and to the front line. So to be honest, every single day is almost the same. We're just like a logistics company that is solving logistical tasks. So constantly we have like lots of stuff in our, as you said, bunker that is coming in and is waiting to be distributed to the front line. So that's like some kind of military gear, gloves, kneecaps, helmets, stuff like that, medical care, which we then give specifically to some regiments or troops that are on the line that are around Kiev or in other hotspots like Chernihiv and Kharkiv and other places that is currently experiencing some heavy fighting. So that's what we do day by day.
And as you are going out there on the streets, you're speaking with some of these other people who have decided to stay behind. Have you been able to understand why they're there? I know obviously there is that law saying men ages 18 to 60 have to stay in the country, but why have others chosen to stay instead of flee to some of those neighboring countries that we've seen so many times?
Yeah, well, you have several groups here. The older people, they just don't want to leave. I don't understand that as well. You know, even though they are provided, how shall I say, evacuation, you know, they can evacuate if they want to, but they still want to stay. That I really don't have an answer why. They just don't want to leave. Other people, you said that men can't leave. They actually can. They can't go abroad, but, you know, they can go from city to city, so they can migrate. And not actually, not all of the people are enrolled in the army. Because currently we have more volunteers that want to join than actually the army is able to take in. We hope that in the next months or so, we will receive more weapons and we'll be able to put additional volunteers to work, and so they can be enlisted in the army. So, you know, that's also happening. But actually, lots of people in Kiev want to stay because they want to help the fight. They actually do the same thing that we do, you know, just in maybe some different areas. Some people volunteer in medical care. Some people volunteer in delivering food to the front line because, you know, our guys needs to be fed. So to boost morale, obviously. And so there are so many tasks in order to sustain the army, because we have mobilized like several 100,000 people, and, you know, all of these people need to be sustained in order to fight. And we really do our best in order to supply them with the best care we can. That's obviously affecting the morale of the army. The morale is high. The guys want to fight, and obviously that's partly why the Russian army is losing, because you know, they just can't succeed against the army that really wants to kick their ass.
I know so many people like you that we've been checking in continue to have that fighting spirit in them. Finally, Mark, I just want to ask about, I know you'd said obviously there are some corridors available for people who do need to leave the country. Have you been seeing any increase of attacks on civilians through those? Because unfortunately, we have been hearing some reports of increased attacks on civilians from Russian forces that are there. I mean, the other day we just talked about people waiting in line for bread who had been shot and killed.
Yes, exactly. That was happened in Chernihiv. Unfortunately, again, this is the acts of terror. Okay, so this is what Putin does all the time. I mean, this is exactly what he did in Syria. You know, is his policy, his strategy for fighting is not to gain military advantage, as we can see, because they can't, because their army is so bad, but to terrorize the people and try to scare them. So he thinks that by attacking civilians, we will be afraid of him and we will run, which obviously is not going to happen, because we understand that this is it. You know, we're fighting for our country. We're not going to go anywhere. You know, we will eventually kill all of them. It's just going to take time, and your support, obviously. So unfortunately, as you said, yes, but this is his strategy. This is his unfortunate, you know, this is his way of thinking, is that he thinks that if he will kill lots of civilians, we will get scared and run. And that's not going to happen.
Right. And as you mentioned, a lot of people know his playbook. They knew that this could be possibly something that he might have to take some of these drastic steps, as he has been trying to play catch up ever since this invasion happened. And thankfully, the spirit of your people continuing to push through day in and day out. So we appreciate you checking in again here with us, Mark. I know that it's been a lot to take in over these last few weeks. So thank you again for your time and joining us here live from Kyiv.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Joining me now here on Live Now from Fox to discuss the particulars of this case, legal expert Andrew Tchaikovsky. Andrew, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. This is really interesting because Americans get detained abroad all the time, though Russia is one of those countries that presents a whole host of challenges. And we know, and we've talked to national security experts, that Vladimir Putin would definitely use something like this as leverage, especially during the Russia-Ukraine war. But just legally speaking, what recourse is available to American citizens in a country like Russia when they get detained?
Well, I think it's just really important to know that when you travel abroad, when you cross those international borders, you're subjecting yourself to the legal system of the country that you're in. There is no magic agreement. There is no magic thing that the U.S. State Department or the U.S. government can do to intercede or intervene in a case where you have allegedly violated those foreign laws. That's the danger of going abroad. Now, there are certain diplomatic efforts that the countries can engage in, but for a minor offense like this, typically you don't see that happen. And I've dealt with many of these cases.
And Andrew, essentially you're saying, you know, just because you're an American, just because you're a star Wnba player, does not kind of give you immunity in another country, and you have to abide by those laws. You know, that's what we've been hearing. And as we know, diplomatic relations between U.S. and Russia right now are practically nil. So the fact that her detention has been extended till late May, do you see her getting, I guess, you know, her due time in court? Do you think she's been given a Russian lawyer? How do you think the defense is going to work itself out here?
Well, it seems as though she has a Russian defense team that have been filing their appropriate paperwork. They were trying to get her removed from a confinement status and put onto house arrest. So she seems to be able to be putting up some degree of a defense. The Russian legal system isn't going to be anything like the American justice system. You're not going to have any sort of notions of the constitutional protections that we have in the United States available to her, and that's absolutely normal for a U.S. citizen abroad. Unfortunately, because of the current diplomatic crisis that's going on, the war that's going on, I think that this sort of drug offense isn't going to rate very high on the State Department's list of things to be negotiating with the Russians on, because cases like this can be negotiated between governments, and there could be certain types of agreements reached diplomatically outside of the bounds of the typical law. But I think in this case, unfortunately, it's going to be very low on that list of priorities between the United States and Russia.
And we've heard, you know, U.S. officials, especially at the State Department, at the White House press briefing as well, and they're being very, very mum about this, and particularly because maybe they don't want to interfere in some of the back-channel negotiations that might be ongoing. We don't know what those are. We're not privy to those. But there's a lot of things, culturally speaking, let's just say, working against Brittany Griner right now. She doesn't speak a lick of Russian. Also, she's a member of the LGBT community. She is a lesbian. She has a wife here in Phoenix. And of course, Russia is not very friendly to that community as well. So does this just add to the difficulty of an American being detained there?
It absolutely does. On every level, it does. I mean, even down to the point that it seems that she doesn't have an appropriately sized bed in her jail cell.
She's 6'7".
Being 6'7", exactly. So there seems to be a whole bunch going against her right now. I mean, this isn't much to say in the way of good news, but in terms of drug offenses, she's going to be exposed to probably not a whole lot more than what she's going to end up serving ahead of the trial timeline. And, you know, if any of the viewers out there have watched Broke Down Palace, they know how terrible the stories and legends are of Americans abroad being treated absolutely terribly by the countries that they're visiting.
And to your point, Andrew, it's talking about conditions of the jail. I would imagine they're not very great in Russia. They don't really kind of take stock of that, you know, keeping, you know, the conditions, you know, tidy or somewhat manageable for detainees. But does it strike you, and maybe this is not a surprise, but the charge itself, has she been charged with a crime, or is she being detained until that happens, or is she being detained and charged and then she'll appear in court? Because we have not seen her since this surveillance video where we're looking at the airport. And this was in February.
Sure. The mechanisms used by foreign governments and foreign countries to run their legal systems don't always use the same nomenclature that ours use. So when you think of somebody being charged, it may not even work the same over in another country. And so what it seems like to me is this is an ongoing preparation of the prosecution. It's effectively a charge that's in front of her, and it's for some degree of possession of marijuana, of a controlled substance. She seems to be being held with people of the same sort of allegations against them. The conditions aren't going to be great. It sounds as though from the little bit of involvement that has happened that we know that she's in acceptable conditions according to an agency that went and viewed her. But it also seems as though there's a debate as to whether the U.S. consulate is having access to her when international agreements typically allow for at least a State Department visit or to have some degree of information about the status of their condition.
You know, Andrew, because this is a Russian law that she violated, on its face, yes, Americans should follow the laws of where they travel. But knowing Russia, knowing the history of show trials, kangaroo courts, it's not, a certitude that she would face a fair trial if it is brought to that, is it not?
Well, if I was her defense attorney, I would absolutely be curious or skeptical, highly skeptical of what's being alleged here. Now, one of the news stories that has run recently suggests that her legal team has not directly denied responsibility for the alleged crime, but that may be strategic under the way in which the laws are written there. So in this case, it could be that something like that's planted on her, that there's some sort of conspiracy aimed at her because she's a public figure. That's absolutely something that I think the Russian government has a history of at least being notorious for doing. So it is an absolutely terrible and very sympathetic situation for her. And I hope that she is able to have a good legal defense raised against her and that the Americans have at least some access to be able to supervise and understand what's going on, even if they can't directly intervene in the actual action.
Andrew, last question for you as you kind of monitor and watch this case. What should we be looking for? Should we look, after May 19th, maybe something in the interim there? Will there be some type of break in the case, maybe if some of the diplomatic overtures are restored?
Well, that's exactly what we're looking for. I did this sort of trial observation for the State Department when I was stationed in Italy. And really what you're looking at between these big court dates are that there might be some sort of back channel diplomatic communications going on, some sort of deal being reached, something that happens kind of outside of the court system to see some relief granted to her. If that's not the case, I think the next time that we're going to hear anything is on that May trial or that May date for court and have a much better idea of what's going to happen from that point forward.
All right, Andrew Cherkasky, thanks for always breaking down these stories for us and making them easier to understand. And we'll continue to follow this alongside you. We'll talk to you again.
Good to see you, Andrew.
consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Next week, the Judiciary Committee will hear firsthand from President Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Judge Jackson. It'll be a serious and dignified process. The American people need answers to more important questions than what somebody wrote in the nominee's high school yearbook. The Senate needs to examine Judge Jackson's qualifications. We need to examine her judicial philosophy and see if she will apply laws as written and weigh cases without favoritism. And we need to explore why the farthest left activists in the country desperately wanted Judge Jackson in particular for this vacancy. Judicial philosophy is a key qualification for the Supreme Court. There are plenty of smart lawyers in the country, but they don't all understand that a judge's proper role is to apply the text of the laws neutrally. Some would rather start with liberal outcomes and reason backward. So it's unsettling that senior Democrats have lauded Judge Jackson for the, quote, empathy they suggest shapes her judicial approach. So if you're the litigant for whom the judge has special pre-existing empathy, well, it's your lucky day. But the other party's being denied their fair day in court. The Senate Democratic leader, the House Majority Whip, and multiple legal academics all say Judge Jackson will rule with, quote, empathy, end quote. Hopefully, one professor clarified which kinds of litigants would benefit from her empathy. He proposed that because of Judge Jackson's, quote, ample criminal defense experience, end quote, she would, quote, bring a measure of empathy to the criminal defense cases, the Fourth and Fifth Amendment cases, end quote. So, liberals are saying that Judge Jackson's service as a criminal defense lawyer and then on the U.S. Sentencing Commission give her special empathy for convicted criminals. Her supporters look at her resume and deduce a special empathy for criminals. I guess that means that government prosecutors and innocent crime victims start each trial at a disadvantage. That isn't my assertion. That is what the nominee's liberal supporters are all saying. In fact, the nominee has all but said it herself. Here's what the Washington Post reported last year when Judge Jackson was nominated to the D.C. Circuit. Quote, she and her allies credit her work as a public defender as helping her develop empathy. And here they quote the nominee herself. This is a direct line from my defender service to what I do on the bench, and I think it's beneficial. So look, nobody is saying that public defenders ought to be disqualified from judicial service. It's an important role. But as the New York Times reported this week, the Biden administration is on an intentional quest to stuff the federal judiciary full of this one perspective. Even amid a national crime wave, a disproportionate share of the new judges President Biden has nominated share this professional background that liberals say gives judges special empathy for criminal defendants. Here's the New York Times quote. It's a sea change in the world of judicial nominations. The type of high-profile murder cases handled by some of the Biden's nominees would have been considered disqualifying only a few years ago. Now the president is actively seeking to name more jurists who have such experience. It's not just Judge Jackson, quote. At least 20 other lawyers with significant public defender experience have been nominated by the Biden administration. One soft-on-crime advocate marveled to the reporter, quote, we've never seen anything like this. Such enthusiasm. President Biden is deliberately working to make the whole federal judiciary softer on crime. Even liberals admitted much. They just actually applauded. But with murders and carjacking skyrocketing nationwide, I doubt the American people feel the same way. I look forward to learning more about how Judge Jackson believes her service as a criminal defense attorney leads her to interpret the text of our laws and our Constitution differently than other judges. If any judicial nominee really does have special empathy for some parties over others, that's not an asset, it's a problem. Now, on another matter, as Democrat policies have unleashed runaway inflation, families have felt particular pain at the gas pump. Since President Biden took office, average gas prices have climbed nearly $2. The Biden administration wants to claim that a full year's worth of price hikes were all caused by a war Putin started 3 weeks ago. But this fictional version of events doesn't fool anyone. 2 years ago, then-candidate Biden told everyone he was ready to wage war on the most reliable forms of American energy. Quote, "No ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. It ends." That's President Biden. Quote, "I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuel." In other words, either the Biden administration has a shaky understanding of supply and demand, or soaring energy prices have been baked into their agenda right from the beginning. For 14 months now, energy policy has followed a disturbing pattern. First, the Biden administration rolls out a direct attack on American energy, then working families feel the pinch, and then Democrats try to deflect the blame. Take the Keystone XL pipeline. President Biden made canceling it a day-one priority. Then, as gasoline, diesel, and other energy prices climbed, the White House justified itself by saying the project would have taken years to affect prices anyway. The problem is that back during the Obama administration, their own analysis suggested the project would be fully operational by 2013. They spent a decade fighting against a pipeline that would have taken a couple of years to come online by complaining it was not immediate enough. That was their argument a decade ago, and it's their argument now. The pipeline could have been built multiple times over in the time the Democrats spent resisting it. Besides, if slow construction were really the problem, the administration would be rushing to rein in their own regulatory army that is handcuffing other new and existing pipelines with mountains of extra bureaucracy. Just weeks ago, while Putin was already massing forces and trying to make energy hostages out of Western Europe, the Biden administration's Federal Energy Regulatory Commission went out of its way to make permitting new American natural gas pipelines radically more difficult. Here's yet another example. Last year, the Biden administration directed the SEC to prioritize discouraging loans, capital, and financing for fossil fuel energy projects. But now that a worldwide scramble sent prices sky high, the administration blames industry and says it's, quote, "time for oil and gas companies to work with Wall Street to unleash our productive capacity," end quote. The administration that campaigned on ending fossil fuels now claims the fossil fuel companies are just layabouts who don't want to drill. It's enough to make your head spin. Oh, and President Biden rushed to lash America back to the mast of a climate deal that actually gave China a pass to keep increasing their emissions. As Germany prepared to give Putin an even tighter hold on Europe's market for natural gas with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, President Biden fought bipartisan efforts to stop the pipeline. His response to soaring prices hurting families last year was to go hat in hand and beg OPEC and Russia to produce more. And now that Russia has invaded Ukraine, the Biden administration is reportedly exploring more imports, listen to this, from Venezuela and Iran. Totalitarian regimes with contempt for human rights and the environment. So it turns out the Biden administration doesn't mind fossil fuel production after all. They just don't want to buy American. The administration will buy oil from the supreme leader of Iran. They'll buy oil from Maduro. If North Korea had oil, they'd probably try to buy that too. Anything to avoid keeping those jobs and that energy independence right here in the USA.
Year, although I did at a little distance for 7.5 minutes get to see you yesterday, but and your beautiful wife, but and especially after you flying all the way here to Washington and with a lot going on up in the Hill and the rest, but just as you did last year, the tradition, this beautiful bowl, the tradition of these beautiful shamrocks I have here with me, and we're meeting in a moment when demands on unity in the world are really accelerating. We have to be united, and we certainly are. And Putin's brutality and what he's doing and his troops are doing in Ukraine is just inhumane. And you know, as you know, your predecessor and you occasionally kid me for always quoting Irish poets, but Yeats had a great line in Easter Sunday 1990. He said, "All's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born." He was talking about his Ireland and what was going to come, which turned out to be better than worse. But all has changed. I think that your leadership on the global stage has really been noticeable and impressive. You're now a member of temporarily as you are a member of the Security Council. Your leadership on the global stage within the EU as well, and your condemnation of Putin's aggression and support of the sanctions, and it's costing Ireland. It's costing Ireland, but as usual, you're basing it on principle and moral standing of the country. And but I also want to emphasize this administration's unequivocal support for the Good Friday Accords, for the Good Friday Agreement. I've made that clear, as you probably heard, to the Prime Minister and others. I think it's too much blood, sweat, and tears have been shed to get that done, and this is no time to change it. And we have a full agenda to discuss, I know, but deepening our cooperation, Ireland, the United States, bilaterally and through the European Union is and taking on climate change, looking at economic opportunities we both have, and combating COVID combined is something that we're going to work closely together on. We have a lot to talk about, but I'm talking too much. Let me yield the floor to you, Taoiseach, and you have my best wishes for. I know you're looking good, feeling good, but I'm looking forward to you getting it cleared as quickly as you can.
Well, thank you very much indeed, President. And last year we met virtually across the Atlantic. This year we're meeting virtually across the road, so we're getting closer. But I'm feeling good, and I think that reminds us of the importance of vaccines. Because vaccines prevent severe illness. And it reminds us that central message we give to people: get vaccinated if you're not vaccinated. But of course, it is unfortunate, but it's no more than that. And I share with you our horror at the barbaric attack on the civilians of Ukraine. And I want to take this opportunity to genuinely salute your leadership. It's firm, it's determined, it's strong, it's measured in the teeth of this crisis, and particularly your capacity to marshal like-minded democracies, the US, the European Union, the United Kingdom, other Canada and other like-minded democracies are coming together to respond in an unprecedented way to this barbaric attack on the women and children of Ukraine. Our thoughts are with them, and on the young people who are dying because of this unjustifiable and immoral war on a people by the regime of Vladimir Putin. And I think it's extremely important that we keep this unity of purpose over the coming while. And Ireland stands ready to do everything we possibly can on the humanitarian front and in supporting the broadest and widest sanctions possible to keep the pressure on and to get this war ended, because there's simply too much suffering. And it's heartrending to see the appalling loss of life and also the terrible trauma on the children of Ukraine and their mothers as they flee this war zone. And we're very seized by this in Ireland, and the response has been great to behold in terms of the people of Ireland who want to do everything they possibly can here. May I also just thank you again in respect of the Good Friday Agreement, your steadfast support and that of Speaker Pelosi and our friends on the Hill in giving a very clear message in respect of how important the Good Friday Agreement is in respect of stability and peace on the island of Ireland. And over the last number of days as I've been here, we've also witnessed once again that two-way, very robust economic relationship between the United States and Ireland. It's a two-way relationship. Met Irish companies yesterday who are creating 100,000 jobs in the US now. And that's because of that partnership between Ireland, Europe, and the US. So I look forward to discussing these issues in greater detail. But again, to say that it's wonderful to meet with you. We met in Glasgow recently. We had a good chinwag there in respect of a number of issues. But again, that also illustrated that partnership between Europe and the US in terms of the existential crisis of our time, climate change. So great to have this opportunity to meet with you, President.
Well, I just want to say one thing while the President's here before they leave, and that is what Ireland is doing now, what you are doing, taking in Ukrainian refugees, speaks so loudly about your principles. And it's amazing, and I want to publicly compliment you for it. I think you've already brought in over 7,000 or so refugees from Ukraine, and you're prepared to do more. So, thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure everybody knows that. Thank you.
That's our duty.
Leader McCarthy is here, and from the Senate, Leader McCarthy, and from the Senate, Pat Leahy, among others, but he is our senior member. His mother's Italian, his father's Irish, so he shows up at everything. Okay, so here's what we gathered to participate. This is a cherished occasion for us. It's a tradition that was started by Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan when Ronald Reagan was president. In the first year, it was just the president and the speaker, as it is now. But in the years that followed, the Taoiseach was an important special guest. And you might be interested to know, Mr. President, that when Tip O'Neill had the first lunch, he had invited 16 members, 12 of them from Massachusetts.
Next year I got invited.
Then you came in the next year, okay. The next year, you were proudly joined by the Taoiseach Garrett Fitzgerald, and each year since, again, that has been how we have celebrated the Feast of St. Patrick. We're grateful to the Friends of Ireland Caucus, led by co-chair Richie Neal. Where are we, Richie? Mike Kelly. Where's Pat?
David Joyce.
David Joyce, where's David? David Joyce, thank you. Again, bipartisan, bicameral. This we're especially grateful to be celebrating the Feast of St. Patrick with an Irish-American President of the United States. Our two nations are very strong, as you know, and even though the Speaker of the House is not Irish, Italian-American, I don't have Irish grandparents, but I do have Irish grandchildren. Sean, Ryan, and Leo. And again, they are just an example of the millions of bonds between our two countries of Irish Americans. And that future of our country is strengthened by America's, if you talk about the firm commitment to our future, it's enhanced by Irish Americans. The Irish Americans have fought in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, have built our country in so many ways. I don't need to go into, you all know it, it's the stories of your life, and always to make a peaceful, beautiful future for America. I do want to say that in our shared history, peace has been a focal point. And last night I mentioned the Good Friday Accords as a part of peace in our time. I spoke about it last night because I had the privilege of being on a number of CODELs to Ireland, to Northern Ireland as well. And many of us who visit Northern Ireland in the 90s saw at the border tanks, soldiers, Union Jacks, barbed wire, and the rest. And those of us who went recently to observe the anniversary of the Good Friday Accord saw a completely different situation at the border. Just a yellow line turning into a white line, making the distinction between Northern and Southern, and Northern Ireland and Ireland. What was interesting, Mr. President, at that time, the speaker at Stormont, he gave a big reception for us, all children, high school age children. And two of them spoke, one Catholic, one Protestant, and they both had the same message. They said that they who had never known conflict, they made it clear they weren't going back. Nearly 2 generations of children living in peace. Again, we're sorry the Taoiseach could not be with us today. I commended him last night, and I just want to say, if he were here, what I said last night, I had the privilege of giving him, and the distinguished ambassador accepted on his part and gave his rousing speech. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. He was, oh, and the British ambassador is here as well. And the Irish ambassador. I said at the time of the Taoiseach that the world has been awed by his handling of the pandemic because he'd had a lifetime of leadership in terms of public health. His handling of the economy of Ireland, especially during the difficult times of Brexit, his reinvigoration of the government focus on housing and healthcare being a focus in his public life, and his unyielding belief in the power of education for the Irish children. And we saluted him for Ireland's very important role in promoting peace in Ukraine. Peace in Ukraine. Now, in the spirit of peace and our nation's longtime partnership, let us hear a blessing offered by Right Reverend Thomas O'Connor of Our Lady of Glastonbury Abbey in Hickam, Massachusetts. Is that your parish?
Everything's my parish.
Reverend O'Connor. Reverend O'Connor.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. O awesome God, we come here today to commemorate St. Patrick, who worked to unite and reconcile people, the same mission which all leaders of nations are charged with. St. Patrick is remembered for his simplicity and pastoral care, for his humble trust in God, and for his fearless preaching of the gospel to those who had enslaved him in his youth. He saw a future of Ireland and the care of its people as a core of his mission. He was committed to the growth of people by building community, by teaching the people about Christian faith, and by listening to God. Like Patrick, we of Irish ancestry have been blessed with a captivating culture which speaks of who we are and what makes us Irish. Like an exquisite landscape imbued with 40 shades of green. Like Irish soda bread and the endless cups of tea. Like a Cayley celebration of storytelling, singing, music, and the beat of the bow run, and Irish step dancing, and the presence of Guinness and Jameson are only an Irish jig away. Like the gift of the gab present in the Irish and many politicians, present company is no exception. Regardless if you have kissed the Blarney Stone or not. Like the gift of poetry, literature, mystics, and myth. And also like the beautiful concept of Anam Cara, soul friends, which our two nations have become over the years in a strong bond of hope, unity, and trust. God, we ask your blessing upon all those who are gathered here, upon this food we are about to partake, of those who have prepared it and will serve it. We ask your blessing also on those who have less than we do, especially the children of our nations, going to bed hungry tonight. And dear God, we are particularly mindful of the exiled people of the Ukraine, who are in need of hope and peace, healing, and safe passage. We ask all these in the name of the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Amen. Amen.
Do you think Father has kissed the Blarney Stone? Hey, hey, hey. Oh, no, I haven't even been to Ireland yet. Well, Father, I've been to Ireland. I've spoken to the Dáil. That's a big honor, yes, to talk about the children. And when Ronald Reagan came to speak at that first luncheon, he talked about the children. He said America has been blessed by her Irish children. And one of those Irish children is now the President of the United States. My wish for all of you is that you could have been there last night, and well, many of you were, to hear the President take pride in his Irish American heritage. He made us cry, almost. He made us laugh in our hearts, and he made us think. He made us think about what America is and what the Irish community means to our great country. And we could see how this great president came to be as a person who understands the beautiful diversity of our country. As I've said, because he respects his own heritage, he understands how we respect our own heritage as well. And he understands the dignity and worth of all people because his Irish heritage, in his case, was accompanied by a deep Catholic faith. He talks about his mother and father quite a bit, and don't keep the faith, spread the faith, right? That's your mom. That's your mom. So again, I think of another Irish president when I think of President Biden, and I've told him this. When I was young, I was in school, and I attended the Kennedy inaugurations. Many of you have heard me say this. And everybody in the world, practically, but certainly in our country ever since, knows what President Kennedy said about ask not to citizens of America, ask not what America can do for you. You know that whole sentence. But the very next sentence, and I say this to the president, the very next sentence, President Kennedy made this statement thinking of Joe Biden. To the citizens, to the people of the world, ask not what America can do for you, but what we can do working together for the freedom of mankind. And that is exactly what our president is doing, working together with respect for everyone, the other countries in the rest, not in any condescending way or anything, but in a respectful collaboration. That sentence was made for you, Mr. President, at this time. When we were, many of us, in Munich to the security conference, we heard leaders of countries and foreign ministers, defense ministers, but heads of state, right? You shaking your head, say, thank you for your president, for bringing us together, for reinforcing the transatlantic alliance, and then even beyond that, and for helping us work together to help the people of Ukraine in a way that is unifying and not dictating. And so, again, with great pride, it is my pleasure to bring to one of America's children that God has blessed us with, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Thanks. Father, before I begin, bless me, Father, for I'm about to sin. Well, I just want you to know, I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Giacoppa's daughter. Right? Look, thank you very much, Nancy, for that. Very gracious. words and very over-the-top introduction. I appreciate it very much. You know, I just got off on the way up, before I came up here, I was on the Zoom, as we say, with the Taoiseach for about 45 minutes. And he's looking well, he feels well. He's tested positive, but he feels well. It looks good, and he wanted to, I know the ambassador's here to bring his regards, but he's really sorry he can't be here. And he was looking forward to it, as was his wife. You know, the good spirits and feelings as well that exist on St. Patrick's Day seems to be one of those few times, and not so I would say few, we should have more times like this where Democrats and Republicans get together and we actually not only agree on one thing, but we remind ourselves we actually like each other. And it's a useful thing. And you know, Yeats wrote, and I quote, "Talent perceives differences, genius unity." Talent perceives differences, genius unity. And you know, I think today we can add a fifth item to at least my unity agenda, and that's support of our relationship between Ireland and the United States, which is taking on an even more intense and cooperative form than it ever has because of Ireland's neutrality. On this issue, it brings together Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Richie Neal, who is Irish, as we say where I come from belt buckle to shoe sole, and the leaders of both our parties and all the friends of Ireland. You know, I'm the proud son of Catherine Eugenia Finnegan Biden, and like so many Americans of Irish heritage, I love Ireland, and I was raised in a circumstance where you would have thought my whole family, they came in 1844 and 1845, but you'd think they'd all lived in Ireland the last 60 years, previous 60 years. There's, as I was talking to Taoiseach today, the Irish on St. Patrick's Day think that Irish Americans think they're more Irish than the Irish. And, but that's kind of how I was raised. Like so many Americans of Irish heritage, like other people of other heritage as well, it was imbued in me to be proud of my heritage, and you know, the pride that was passed down generations in our family, even though they've been here since the mid-1800s. And it was this part of the air we breathed, especially up in Scranton, and where we lived with near my grandpa. My grandfather, Ambrose Finnegan, used to say, and I mean this, he'd say, "Joey, if you're lucky enough to be Irish, you're lucky enough." Every time something bad happened, I go, I'm not sure. Anyway, but because being an Irish family, family was everything. My dad's expression was family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And he meant it. But you know, the faith we share with one another and the resilience that we've all gone through, both in America and in Ireland, you know, are ones that we've been knocked down sometimes, just knocked flat in our back. And my mom's expression for real was, "Joey, get up. Just get up. Get up." It's a simple proposition. It was sort of the Irish of it. You just get up, no matter what. Dust yourself off and move. We're not the only culture that has that view, but it was imbued in my family. And the other one was that, and I mean this sincerely, my dad is, no one is better than you, and you're no better than anyone else. Not a joke. No one is better than you, but you're no better than anyone else. And it's real. It's real. Because we were taught never, as my mother would say, never bow, never bend, never yield. But the truth of the matter was that in the days when my parents and grandparents were growing up in this coal country of Scranton, being Irish was less than a badge of honor. My great-grandfather blew it. My grandmother Finnegan's maiden name was only the second Catholic ever elected to the Senate in the state of Pennsylvania, and that was 1907. Only the second one. The first one was in, I think, 1838 or 1840. The point was that, like many cultures, like many folks, where you came from was either viewed as an asset or a liability. And but the point is that everything that we were taught, and I'm sure all of you of Irish background and other backgrounds as well, were taught that it's all about striving for a better future, that you can do better, just simply do better, and and you can do it while you cherish the past. Now you don't have to forget the past or disassociate yourself from it, but cherish it. These are the values of immigrants, not only from Ireland, but from like my great-great-grandparents when they were brought themselves to the United States. But today it's only part of what it means to be Irish. There's an indelible part of it that is American, because the values are the same, in my view. The values built into our Constitution. That we are I heard me say last night, I think we're the most unique country in the history of the world. We're the only country based upon organizationally, not geography, not ethnicity, not race, not religion, but on a notion, an idea, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty. I mean, that's the basis of why we formed this country. No other country has ever been based on a notion like that. They've incorporated those notions, but the basis for their organization has been their ethnicity, their religion, their geography, whatever, but not here. And I know I say it, and many of you say it, and I think people wonder whether we really mean it. I really think the source of our strength is our diversity. The source of our strength is our diversity. And, the values that immigrants from Ireland brought, but as I said, they're not only Irish values, they're values, I think, of the vast majority of immigrants who come to the United States. And I'm proud to say that the bond between Ireland and the United States, by the way, has grown deeper and stronger over the years, for real. And we've navigated a once-in-a-century pandemic together. We've grieved the loss of too many people in both our countries. And we worked to rebuild our economies and taken on the challenge of renewing and strengthening our democracy, because, again, I apologize for repeating myself, but I know many of you heard me say, I think we're at an inflection point in history. I think, and I mean that sincerely, and it occurs every several generations. I think we're in a genuine struggle between autocracies and democracies, and whether or not democracies can be sustained. And I'm going to be speaking to President Xi tomorrow, and he'll remind me that I told him, he remembers every damn thing I've said, unfortunately. But all kidding aside, we talked about the idea, he does not believe democracies can be sustained in the 21st century, because things move so rapidly, technology is changing so much, democracies don't have time to arrive at consensus. That's why autocracies will succeed. Well, and now, you have Ireland stepping up, not only in terms of their relationship with us, but, the Good Friday agreements built on the political and economic progress that we've made together. And I know some criticize me, but I've had a good relationship with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Boris. We always kid each other when we see each other, but the point is that I've made it clear that I don't think I just speak for myself. The Good Friday agreements are firmly supported here in the United States, and we insist that it occur. They can be maintained, because it's going to help. The people of Northern Ireland have made significant changes as well. There's movement, as you've mentioned, the young kids you talked about. Protestant and Catholic, talking how they've never known anything but being able to get along. I remember the first time on my parents' 50th wedding anniversary, my brothers and sister, we got together and gave and we can work something out for you, Father, we gave my parents a trip to Ireland. But coincided, I was going over the Stormont talks. And so they said, you take him, Joey. But the point is that it was a bit of an epiphany for my parents. They thought to hear all the stories from their ancestors about this, that, and the other thing, some of it apocryphal, some of it real. But it was really amazing. But when we took them to the north, it was interesting. We went up to the Stormont, and anyway, it was an interesting thing to watch the look on my mother's face and my father's face as we toured Ireland, to see both the things that they had heard that were consistent with what this third, because you never know whether there's exaggeration about, well, when this happened and that happened. But they came back more hopeful than they had ever been, as opposed to, and that was a while ago. My generic point is that, now you have Ireland and Great Britain and the Republic standing together against a murderous dictator, a pure thug who is waging an immoral war against the people of Ukraine. And by the way, the Republic is paying a big price for this, a big number for supporting the strategy, for supporting the sanctions, including aircraft, a whole range of things. It's not a minor contribution they're making to this effort. It's significant. Ireland and the United States are working together for the first time now. They're on the United Nations Security Council. Ireland's a part of the Security Council now, and the European Union. And Putin is paying a big price for his aggression, and they are part of the reason the cost is going so high. That's a little bit, everybody talks about Germany having stepped up and changed the notions about being more leaning forward, and they have. Well, so is Ireland. So is Ireland, a neutral country. Ireland has stepped up and taking the hit for what they're doing. And you look, ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between Ireland and the United States is a dynamic and I think essential partnership that as much as it has ever been. And, it's sustained and strengthened by the Friends of Ireland in this room and all across the country. And, the connections that link our people stretch back through history, and they well forward, I believe, to the future. We share a common goal, a future of a greater peace, greater hope, greater security, and a greater sense of who we are as a country. And my mother's expression, gotten from her grandfather, was, as long as you're alive, you have an obligation to strive, and you're not dead till you've seen the face of God. That's what I think of when I think of Ireland. All the troubles they've been through, they have never, ever, ever quit. Never, ever, ever, ever quit. Not once. They've gotten up. And now they're beginning to at least have the benefits of all the hard work and labor they've engaged in. And they're becoming a real actor, Mr. Ambassador, on the world stage and at the United Nations. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and I thank the Taoiseach today. And I should probably tell you that my mother, when we went to Ireland, and we were in the South, and my father was a real gentleman, and his greatest regret was he never had a college education. But if any one of you were coming back to Delaware with me, and my dad were around and retired, and I didn't call him to tell him I was bringing you over and introduce him, so he had a chance to put on a coat and a tie, because he would only see you that way. That was my dad. And as we were going to Ireland, Fitzgerald was the Taoiseach, and we walked in to have a picture taken. And my dad had his brand new blazer that had a patch on it. My brother-in-law, Jack Owens, who's Irish from, like you, Neil, and it was this patch, this crest, and there's Latin written on it. And I never took the time to look at it, although I had to take 4 years of Latin, three years of Latin in the Catholic high school I went to. And the Taoiseach were having a picture taken. He said, "Oh, Mr. Biden." He said, "I agree." And what it said in Latin was, "Don't let the bastards get you down." Well, we can't let them get us down. We can't let them get us down. Thank you for allowing me to come back home, come up here and speak, and thank you, Nancy, for the nice compliments.
As the president has to make a clean exit to go back to work, I wanted all of us to lift our glass to toast the president on this St. Patrick's Day. Mr. President, this is a toast that I learned from my grandchildren. I've said it to our colleagues here before, and it goes like this. It's an Irish toast. Sing as if no one can hear you. Dance as if no one can see you. Love as if you've never loved before, and live as if heaven is on earth. So when I said to them, "Is that a toast that is a tradition in the Keneally family?" they say, "No, that's a sign that is in the Shannon airport." To the president, thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Well, my grandmother had one that said, "May those who love us, and those who don't, may they turn their ankles so we know they're coming by their limp."
Hello, this is Wnba from Kharkiv, Ukraine. Today is the 17th of March and 22nd day of Russian war against Ukraine. I'm staying in Kharkiv for more than 3 weeks now, witnessing how this vibrant, young, beautiful city now becomes a ghost town with no people outside, with families hiding in the underground, with constant shellings and bombardments